Good grief. I just woke up and got publicly assessed as having an F-grade talent in front of the entire school. And my so-called special ability? Beast contracting. But the contracted beast's life force can't exceed 10. The audience erupted in laughter. All of them were certain that the top martial artist at school, me, was completely finished. Having just transmigrated into this world, I absorbed the pitiful memories of this useless original owner. Then to discover such garbage talent? Speechless doesn't even begin to cover it. At this moment, the original owner's trashy girlfriend, the so-called school belle, Lena, strutted over, only to break up with me. She claimed that with her S-grade talent, she was destined for greatness, and didn't want to stick around with a loser like me. I thought to myself, good riddance, looking like a ghost but calling herself a school belle? This original owner was utterly blind and simped for trash. I replied with just one line, wish you happiness. Then I stretched out my hand to take back the original loser's beast contracting card, which held 100,000 beast coins. She tossed the card at me and flounced off, right into George's arms. To my shock, George, the infamous school scoundrel, had also just awakened his S-grade talent. The crowd was eating up the spectacle. Turns out the two had been sneaking around long before now. The class mentor soon announced it was time for everyone to purchase their starter beasts. Our assessments would take place in 10 days. George leaped forward first, spending a whopping 8.88 million on a third-grade exotic beast, the Dark Star Skyrock. After forming his contract, he immediately rose to the rank of a one-star beastmaster, emanating an oppressive aura. Lena followed, purchasing a thousand-faced enigmatic fox for 6.66 million. She only put down 600,000 herself. George covered the rest in a showy gesture. The two of them stood there, absorbing the crowd's admiration as if they were celebrities. George even turned to mock me, sneering, "Found your little treasured beast yet?" I couldn't be bothered with his taunts and picked out a first-grade common beast, a swift hound with a mere life force of 8. But when I went to pay, insufficient balance. I immediately turned to confront Lena. She sneered at me. "What? Didn't you know dating costs money?" Then smugly added that the 100,000 was already spent on her thousand-faced enigmatic fox. At that moment, everything clicked. The original owner hadn't just been dumped. He'd been completely drained dry. George mocked me for not even being able to afford a dog, telling me I should go scavenge the near-dead rejects in the back. And that's when I heard it. A notification ringing out in my mind. Beastmaster's Fate System successfully bound. Unlimited contracts. Beast Encyclopedia. Sacred Beast Physique. The starter pack was fully unlocked. Everything became clear in an instant. Even near-dead supreme beasts could meet my less than 10 life force requirement. I immediately rushed to the containment area and zeroed in on a second-grade Commander Tier Thunderstorm Sovereign Lion. The old lion had just one life force left. Everyone watching thought I had completely lost it. Even Ellie, who'd been watching in the crowd, came over to offer me a loan, but the condition was that I become her lackey. I replied on the spot, "No thanks." At the contract altar, I let my blood drip down while chanting. The aged lion transformed into a ray of light that fused into the mark on my left arm. The system awarded me 10 fate points, and the system shop unlocked. George immediately jumped at the opportunity to challenge me, casually tossing out 100,000 beast coins as the wager. I raised it to 1 million, and even bet my life. He accepted. The audience roared with excitement, confident he was a guaranteed winner. Ellie tried to warn me, but I bluntly told her to shut up. On the stage, George's Dark Star Skyrock exuded immense power, while my old lion couldn't even stand properly. Its voice resonated in my mind. "I'm too old. I can't even manage one move." I spent all 10 of my fate points to exchange for life force. In an instant, the old lion stood tall, letting out a thunderous roar. Lightning cracked through the air, fracturing the stage and flinging George, and everyone else, off their feet. I was the only one left standing. The crowd was utterly dumbfounded. A near-dead lion had released such terrifying power. An enraged George immediately ordered his rock to attack. None of us could have predicted how fast it was, speeding like a dark blur with serrated winds slicing forward. But my lion met it head-on with a single paw swipe, sending the rock flying. George, still unwilling to accept defeat, prompted it to unleash its ultimate move, Sky Rock Chases the Moon, hoping to end the fight in one blow. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest, convinced my old lion couldn't possibly keep up. The next moment, the Thunderstorm Sovereign Lion tipped its head back and roared, "Heaven's Wrath Thunder Howl." The blast shattered the stage like a sound bomb, disintegrating all the rock's energy and flinging it out of the ring. I had won. The entire arena fell silent. Even the teachers who'd rushed over were stunned. The most shocking part? A near-dead containment beast had somehow erupted with this kind of fighting strength. Afterward, the lion slumped back down, utterly drained, barely clinging to life again. I quickly recalled it into the mark on my arm. The system chimed, "Battle victory, awarded 1,000 fate points." It was then I realized fate points were determined by the opponent's life force, but could only be earned once per foe. George was still standing there, his face twisted in humiliation. He grudgingly tossed a 1,000,000 beast coin card my way, but the guy just didn't know when to quit, trying to provoke another fight despite knowing I just burned through my resource. I shut him down on the spot. Anyone who loses to me isn't worthy of being my opponent. I turned on my heels and walked off without a second glance. George tried to stop me again, but Principal Xiao Zhantian suddenly appeared, barking in order to stand down. Apparently, the lion's roar earlier had startled the entire campus, even summoning the president himself. The principal scolded George briefly, before pulling me aside into another room for a private chat. Outside, the crowd was buzzing with speculation. Some wondered if these near-dead containment beasts had hidden potential after all. Others dismissed it as sheer dumb luck. George insisted I was just lucky and claimed the lion would be useless at the upcoming graduation exam in 10 days. Inside, Principal Xiao cut to the chase. "That thunderstorm sovereign lion clearly has less than a year left to live. How did you make it fight at full strength again?" Of course, I couldn't mention the system, so I gave a vague response. The principal, however, had already leaped to his own conclusion. "Did you perhaps awaken a secondary talent? One that allows old beasts to burn their life force for temporary power increases." I grabbed the chance to go along with it and nodded in agreement. The principal didn't press further and instead congratulated me on my extraordinary luck, contracting a commander-tier beast as a mere level 1 beastmaster. Then he went on to ask, "Can that lion still fight again?" I nodded. The principal wasted no time and assigned me a task: trial the Hall of Fame and claim the top spot. He explained that the Hall of Fame represented the highest honor in school. Getting on the list meant eternal recognition, plus some hefty rewards. It jogged my memory. Apparently, the original host of this body also planned to compete. 1,000,000 Beastmaster coins for first place. For me and Grandpa, that amount was life-changing. Seeing my silence, the principal upped the stakes. "I know your old lion is done for after this last fight, and you won't be able to form a new contract within a month. Forget the graduation assessment at this point. But if you claim first in the Hall of Fame, I'll personally escort you to the Sunset Academy exam next month." I asked him why I had to do it. He didn't sugarcoat it. "The current Hall of Fame leader is Ryan. Back in the day, he overshadowed me. Ryan's now the enrollment officer for Apocalypse Academy and will be visiting Starsea High for recruitment. If you knock him off the top spot, imagine the look on his face seeing it firsthand when he returns. Priceless." I agreed, but on one condition. I need a rare life-extending elixir for my grandpa. The principal cursed at how sharp I was but relented anyway. We agreed that I'd take the Hall of Fame trial on the day before the graduation assessment. When I got home and opened the door, I saw Grandpa, still out collecting recyclables. I helped him inside, and the first thing he asked was what ability I awakened and what beast I'd contracted. I told him the truth. F-rank talent. I can only contract beasts with a life force under 10. I contracted a commander-level thunderstorm lion, but it's an old, dying beast from the school's containment unit. Free of charge. Grandpa froze. Thinking I was upset, he tried to comfort me, saying I could cry if I wanted to. Instead, I told him, "Who says F-rank talents can't produce top-tier beastmasters? Who says old beasts can't fight? I will become a powerhouse that'll shake all of Great Xia." Hearing that, Grandpa chuckled. He said his grandson would surely grow into the greatest beastmaster in the land. I handed him the 1,000,000 Beastmaster coins and the elixir the principal had promised. Told him to stop scavenging and just enjoy retirement at home. He asked where the money came from. I simply said, "Rightfully earned," then slipped away before he could press further. Not long after, Grandpa called me over again. He pulled out a package wrapped in layers of tattered cloth. Inside was a Beastmaster technique book, Divine Beast Command Manual. He said he'd picked it up somewhere and suggested I see if I could cultivate it. The star level was unknown. I took it and planned to train that night. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, George returned to the family estate and began cultivating the family's handed-down manual, 9 Heavens Beastmaster Code. He couldn't stop gloating, sure that with the George family backing him, he was leagues above poor nobodies like me. He even bragged about his goal, taking the Hall of Fame by storm. That night, I opened the Divine Beast Command Manual. The very first line read, "To master this art, one must first proclaim themselves as a god." First, I thought it was ridiculous. But as I read on, it finally clicked. The technique's core was an invincible mindset, considering oneself the ultimate existence and using this unwavering belief to dominate beasts. Man, nobody would have guessed a Beastmaster manual could be this surreal from the get-go. Even a casual skim made everything clear. This thing was at least 5 stars. And being born with the Beastmaster sacred physique only amplified my compatibility with it. I'd progressed 10 times faster than others. I immediately sat cross-legged to cultivate, feeling elated. This was my springboard. Meanwhile, Grandpa sat in his room, silently puffing away on his cigarette. His gaze stayed locked on my room. How many secrets he carried. Only he knew. In a low voice, he murmured, "What we couldn't accomplish back then, I hope you can fulfill in our stead." Time flew by, and the day of the Hall of Fame trial finally arrived. The school bell rang, and the entire student body rushed to the square like maniacs. Some had already tested their limits. A-rank talents and beasts with foreign bloodlines had all failed miserably. Everyone muttered the same thing. You'd need at least an S-rank to stand a chance at getting on the list. Right in the center of the square stood George, standing tall like a lamppost, shielding Lena behind him. Lena had weak combat skills, so she opted not to participate and just waited for his shining moment outside. George was just about to step forward when he noticed the principal also arriving. He thought, wow, the principal's here just to watch me? But the principal didn't even glance at him. His eyes locked firmly on the entrance to the square. I had arrived. George's face darkened on the spot. He demanded to know why I was there, sticking my nose in. I couldn't be bothered to argue and simply said, "Stop wasting time. Get in there and stop holding me up." The crowd was in an uproar. I had shown up for the trial too. George immediately sneered. "What, that old lion of yours hasn't keeled over yet? You actually dare to bring it out and humiliate yourself?" I shot back coolly. "Defeated losers have no right to talk. Go on. Get in there if you don't want to lose." He scoffed, stepped into the arena, and disappeared. The screen lit up. George's physical stats hit level 8 as he dashed forward like the wind. 200 meters, 500 meters, his speed barely faltered. The crowd was in awe. Even the might of sovereign-level presence couldn't hold him back. Suddenly, white beast aura burst forth from George's body. He'd mastered the technique. The crowd erupted. The George family's foundation runs deep. Yet, even with that, he was forced to stop at 700 meters, retreating in defeat to the second trial. In Trial 2, 3 golden-furred tigers charged at him. Riding his dark star Skyrock, George darted around the field. 10 minutes in, he'd accumulated 10 beast souls. In a desperate gamble, he tried contracting a supreme war wolf. Shockwaves rippled through the crowd. A second-tier beast master already. But people quickly noticed something wrong. His soul force couldn't sustain it. The backlash had begun. Eyes bloodshot, he soldiered through until minute 18, before collapsing in exhaustion and forfeiting. The crowd groaned. Another year and no one makes the list. Then I stepped forward. George nearly blew a gasket. "You! The audacity!" I ignored him and entered the trial. For the first time, the principal's eyes sparkled. He knew I could make the list, but what he really wanted to see was whether I could seize the top. This is part 3/23 of the content. I've processed it based on your request while maintaining the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall formatting. Below is the result. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. I barely stopped. At 500 meters, I finally slowed down just a bit. Thanks to the Beastmaster's sacred physique, I was completely immune to the pressure. The only thing that could actually stop me were physical attacks. George was stunned outside. Did the trial just bug out? The principal stayed silent, which meant everything was normal. 700 meters, 800 meters, 880 meters. Matched the principal. Even Xiao Zhantian couldn't sit still anymore. I could feel myself nearing my limit any further with 10th level physique, and I'd start to sustain injuries. To guarantee first place, I activated my cultivation technique. A burst of white aura lit up, and the crowd was shocked again. A poor student knows cultivation techniques? 900 meters. Matched the Hall of Fame's first place. I endured attack after attack and made my way to the end of the passage. The screen erupted instantly, the leaderboard refreshed, and my portrait appeared at the very bottom. Just in the first trial, I had already made it onto the list. George spat blood on the spot. I haven't even cleared the second trial, and I've already lost to him. I was transported to the second trial, where the Thunder Roar Earthshaker lion appeared. People outside mocked. A dying lion? Really? The next second, it let out a ferocious roar, and 3 golden maned tigers burst into blood mist. The entire place fell silent, because with 500 destiny points, I had completely healed its old injuries. Now it was at full combat power. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. No one dared to speak. By the 40th minute, I had directly taken the Hall of Fame's top spot. Xiao Zhantian laughed. I stepped over Ryan, and now I've pushed the principal to 3rd place too. The crowd was completely dumbstruck. George was so furious he rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Even Lena was flabbergasted, clearly wondering what kind of monster she had been dealing with. I thought to myself, 1st place is in the bag. So I didn't bother wasting any more time and exited the trial. Who would have thought that I had lasted an entire hour, 20 minutes longer than Ryan back in the day, breaking the Hall of Fame record in history. After leaving, I deliberately made the old lion look as if it were about to keel over, keeping up the facade of it being an old and dying beast. The system didn't award me any destiny points since I had only been fighting with the beast's soul, but the people around me were in a frenzy with comments like, "Commander-level beasts are just too overpowered," and, "If I'd known, I'd have bonded with an old beast too." Others felt sorry for me, saying I should have saved its strength for the graduation exam. In their eyes, my talent was way too poor. Even with this lion, my future prospects seemed hopeless. But they didn't know. Starting this moment, I had already overturned everything. I walked out of the crowd, listening to their chatter, finding it all laughable. So what if my talent is trash? Just wait until they see my beast evolve someday. Their reactions will be priceless. The next day was the graduation assessment. Major advanced academies were present. Perform well and you'd be accepted on the spot, with even a chance to join the 4 sacred academies. The plaza was jam-packed with people. The White Tiger Academy had an elder in a white robe with a white beard. Ryan also returned, representing Apocalypse Academy for recruitment. His expression was extremely sour. He had come back expecting a triumphant return, but instead, he found his Hall of Fame 1st place stolen by me. All he was hearing was, "Ryan isn't 1st anymore." Principal Xiao Zhantian had even gone over purposely to mock him. "Welcome back. 2nd place in the Hall of Fame." Ryan was livid, convinced that the principal had set him up deliberately. The 2 glared daggers at each other, while the principal was all smiles. He enjoyed seeing Ryan's face like that. The assessment officially began. Ellie went first. Level 6 physique, S-class talent. Contracted with a 2nd-grade giant strength white ape of the exotic blood class. She challenged Divine C's Academy and was defeated in a single move by Mo Lin. Still, her strength was sufficient. She was accepted on the spot by Divine C's Academy. She wasn't particularly fond of Mo Lin's obsequiousness, but she went with them anyway. Next was Lena. She was also level 6 in physique, S-class talent, contracted with a 2nd-grade 1000 Mirage Spirit Fox of the exotic blood class. She challenged White Tiger Academy. Her opponent, Li Jianxin, sent her flying with a single strike from their Blackthorn Mantis. The White Tiger Elder simply said she wasn't suited for it. Evergreen Academy immediately stepped in to recruit her, and she agreed without hesitation. The crowd murmured about her bright future, while others offhandedly remarked that it was only fitting I'd been dumped. Some even mocked me, claiming my beast must be dead and that I wouldn't participate at all today. I listened quietly from below, my expression unchanging. Where Lena went had nothing to do with me. From the very beginning, my goal was always White Tiger Academy. Then it was George's turn. Level 8 physique, S-class talent, contracted with an Abyss Star Rock. He also challenged White Tiger Academy. He released 2 beasts as soon as he stepped into the ring, shocking the entire arena. He managed to withstand 6 moves from Li Jianxin. The White Tiger Elder commented that he had potential but lacked a solid foundation. He then turned to Ryan, instructing him to take George to Apocalypse Academy, saying that if he performed well in a year, White Tiger would consider accepting him. Ryan agreed on the spot. George let out a sigh of relief and bowed deeply in gratitude. Everyone was envious, thinking his path to White Tiger was now secure. The remaining candidates were unremarkable, finishing one after another. The teacher was about to close the roster. I stood up and said, "Teacher, I haven't participated in the assessment yet." The principal frowned. He had instructed the teacher to cross my name off, worried I'd embarrass myself. But now I had stood up on my own. The teacher glanced at the principal, who eventually nodded. I stepped onto the arena. The crowd erupted instantly. Some thought I had gone insane with my desperation for attention. Others guessed I had bonded with another old beast. Yet others chimed in, reminding everyone I now had 2 million beast coins, so I wasn't exactly poor anymore. When the teacher announced my information, the external recruiters froze in shock. Level 10 physique, F-class talent, contracted with a second-grade commander-level Thunder Roar Earthshaker Lion. The next second, I summoned the old lion. It still had that rickety, falling-apart look. The students from the other schools were instantly speechless, thinking, so what if it's a commander-level beast? It's just like this. The exam started. Opposite me appeared a beast soul rainbow tiger. I gave the order immediately, Heaven-shaking lion. Finish it. The next moment, the thunderstrike heaven-shaking lion opened its eyes suddenly, unleashing its full commander-level aura. A thunderous roar swept across the field instantly. Many people were knocked back into their seats. The arena went silent. The old lion stood on the platform, its outward appearance still aged, but its aura unmistakably that of a king surveying its territory. Holy hell! The principal shot up from his seat. He finally saw it clearly. This old lion wasn't just hanging on for dear life. It could still fight. If it could unleash its peak battle power, I genuinely had a shot at getting into White Tiger Academy. George was so enraged. He trembled all over, his mind unable to keep up. Why won't this damn beast die? Why does it get stronger as it fights? Lena was utterly stunned, and that little voice inside her head surfaced again. I picked the wrong person. The arena was dead silent. Students, Ellie, the instructors from all the other academies. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could a graduate with an F-level talent be commanding a commander-level old beast? Yet in my heart I felt calm. You're shocked now? Just wait until you see my beast evolve later. You'll lose your minds. The instructor stammered while announcing that I had passed the examination. Right then and there, I shouted, I challenge White Tiger Academy. The crowd erupted. While some thought my talent was trash, more and more people started to waver. That old lion was ridiculously strong. Soon after, Li Jianxin stepped back onto the platform. This time, the relaxed look from earlier was gone. He released his Blackthorn Mantis without hesitation. But against the heaven-shaking lion, a warrior-class beast simply didn't have the presence to match. When the fight began, the mantis slashed forward with its twin scythes. The old lion raised a paw to block. Sparks flew, but the one forced back turned out to be the Blackthorn Mantis. The crowd went wild. White Tiger Academy was losing ground. Li Jianxin's face darkened as he pumped beast energy into the Blackthorn Mantis. I smirked inwardly. Beast energy infusion? I can do that too. Channeling the divine beast command art, light surged within the old lion. It roared furiously. Heavenly catastrophe thunder roar. Both beast and master were sent reeling back by the devastating impact. The crowd went into an uproar. Someone cried out, he knows a beast commanding art too? Li Jianxin decided to get serious. He initiated White Tiger Academy's secret technique, White Tiger Nether Burst. The Blackthorn Mantis ballooned in size, its twin scythes gleaming ominously, moving so fast they became a blur. Swipe. The old lion's ear was slashed open. Another strike. Half a tooth broke off. The tone in the crowd shifted rapidly. Now this is White Tiger Academy's true power. He's done for. I asked the old lion in my heart. Can we still win? The old lion felt my trust. It roared, tensed its hind legs, and launched forward like a cannonball. Thunderclap earth-splitting claw. Boom! Electricity crashed down. The Blackthorn Mantis convulsed on the spot, falling to the ground, completely incapacitated. System notification. Plus 4,000 destiny points. The arena went silent once more. Nobody could have imagined that this scrappy, balding old lion could unleash such a terrifying blow. Some started praying for the lion's quick demise. Others were entirely convinced. I was destined to join White Tiger Academy. George's expression was filled with dread. Lena clenched her fists tightly, visibly refusing to accept it. Ellie's gaze on me had fundamentally changed. Li Jianxin's face was grim. I asked him flatly, are we done here? He spoke stubbornly. I haven't lost. The elderly white-bearded instructor from White Tiger Academy finally intervened, stopping the fight. But instead of immediately announcing the result, he fixed his gaze on me and asked, have you awakened dual talents? The principal's ears perked up. I denied it outright. The instructor pressed further. How many more rounds can your old lion handle? I replied, as many as needed. Ryan immediately jumped out to accuse me of lying. The white-bearded instructor didn't believe me either. With half its teeth gone and that beat-up look, how can it keep going? I had no way to explain. The system was my trump card and couldn't be exposed. I also didn't have enough destiny points to evolve the old lion on the spot. So I opted for silence. Ryan kept piling on. With an F-level talent. Once that old beast dies, he's worthless. Even the principal didn't speak up for me this time. Eventually, the white-bearded instructor declared, White Tiger Academy would not accept me. Many in the crowd sighed audibly in relief. Seriously, who could have seen this coming? I clenched my fists, grinding my teeth in anger. Even after beating them down, my F-level talent still held me back. If it weren't for Ryan, that cunning fox stirring the pot, I would have fought harder for my case. But at this point, there was no use pressing the issue. I turned to the other top 10 academies. Anyone else want me? The answer? Dead silence. They too weren't interested in an F-level talent. Of course, these shrewd operators wouldn't bite. Suddenly, a scruffy, middle-aged man spoke. Kid, interested in joining our Ancient God Academy? I racked my brain. Ancient God Academy? Never heard of it. The gossip flowed in from others nearby. Once a powerhouse, it used to overshadow the 4 sacred academies. But it had fallen from grace with fewer than 100 students now, incomplete techniques, and a reputation for eccentricity. Everyone told me not to be foolish, but I felt the opposite. Places like this, once at the pinnacle but now forgotten, often held the most incredible secrets. And besides, no one else was taking me. Here's the content processed as per your request. Maintaining the original structure, paragraph breaks, and overall layout. I asked him directly, can the Ancient God Academy train me to become the continent's top beast tamer? The whole place burst into laughter. The old guy from White Tiger Academy shook his head, and Ryan looked at me like I was the punchline of a joke. But the middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and without a moment's hesitation, he replied, yes, if you're willing to endure the hardship. On the spot, I decided, then I'm in. With the system at my side, what do I have to fear? The headmaster stepped forward and suggested I could still try for the Sunset Academy assessment. I refused outright. Sunset Academy requires an assessment. I might not get in. The Ancient God Academy is admitting me now. I thanked the headmaster but firmly chose the Ancient God Academy. His face darkened, but he couldn't stop me. Li Jianxin suddenly called out, challenging me. The Academy rankings competition in half a year, don't skip it, he would beat me then. I shot back, sure. Next time bring a stronger beast companion. Don't lose again and make excuses. The air around us instantly bristled with tension. Everyone else thought I was spouting nonsense. In their eyes, after half a year in a third-rate academy, I'd surely be annihilated by the White Tiger faction. All I could do was laugh. White Tiger Academy. Just wait and see. You'll get crushed by me soon enough. The assessment concluded, and the middle-aged man walked over. Introducing himself as Lin Huayuan, he told me to call him Teacher Lin. I had a month to report to the academy. I didn't mind him. He seemed down to earth, no arrogance. Then Ryan walked over. At first, I thought he was coming for me, but he turned to Lin Huayuan and mockingly tried to coax him into going to Apocalypse Academy. Lin Huayuan shot back immediately. If I'd known you'd show up, I wouldn't have come here. The two exchanged barbs before Ryan turned to sneer at me. Being number 1 in the Hall of Fame? Doesn't matter. With your F-grade aptitude, you won't go far. Ancient God Academy suits you just fine. I couldn't hold back anymore and retorted. If I had your so-called 5-star aptitude but still ended up as just a mediocre 5-star beast tamer after all these years, I'd be bashing my head in with a brick. Ryan's face turned jet black. If it weren't for the crowd, he'd probably have swung at me. Lin Huiyuan immediately stepped between us and questioned Ryan. What? You planning to hit a student now? Ryan spat out a threat. Wait and see. When the rankings competition comes around at the Ancient God Academy, you'll know what a joke your so-called talent is. A 5-star beast tamer is a height you'll never surpass. With that, he stormed off. Lin Huiyuan turned back to me and remarked that my retort was solid, though I'd accidentally roped him, a 4-star beast tamer, into the insult as well. All I could do was laugh awkwardly to cover for it. He warned me that Ryan wouldn't do anything himself, but others eager to curry favor with him would surely target me. Until I officially enrolled, Lin wouldn't lend a hand. I caught on immediately the most likely suspect was George. Sure enough, when I scanned the room, I caught George glaring at me. Honestly, I wasn't scared. Trouble? The road to power is lined with obstacles. Someone's bound to regret messing with me. George, on the other hand, looked pretty smug. He figured he was already halfway into White Tiger Academy. As long as he cleaned up the aftermath of his failures at Apocalypse Academy, he had nothing but a bright future ahead. Right now, his priority was to take care of me for Ryan. Meanwhile, Lena finally let out a sigh of relief. From her perspective, I'd enrolled in a rundown, third-rate academy like Ancient God Academy. Eventually, I'd fade into obscurity. At Evergreen Academy, even their most average talents could easily trample me. She couldn't believe she'd ever worried she might have misjudged me. Now the very thought of it embarrassed her. After the assessments, I went home. There was a month before the new term started, essentially a short break. I planned to spend more time with Grandpa, continue honing the divine beast art, and hopefully find an opportunity to contract a second beast. When I opened the door, I found Grandpa lounging in his cane chair, soaking up the sun. As soon as he spotted me, he asked eagerly, "How'd it go? Which academy took you in?" I took a deep breath and answered, "Grandpa, I got into the Ancient God Academy." I was worried he wasn't familiar with the academy, so I gave him a quick explanation. Who'd have thought? Ancient God Academy used to be insanely prestigious, but now it's just a hollow shell of its former self. Still, its foundation remains. Surprisingly, Grandpa nodded and agreed that Ancient God Academy was fine. Then, out of nowhere, he asked to see my beast companion. I didn't hesitate. I summoned the Thunder Roar Sky Lion. The old lion appeared, looking as half-dead as always. Grandpa only gave it a quick glance before his expression shifted. He must have detected the immense power hidden within the lion. He asked if the beast companion could still fight. Of course, I said yes, and I told the lion to get up. The next moment, its eyes brightened, and its aura surged. All its frailty vanished without a trace. Grandpa observed in shock but quickly told me to put it away. I was just about to happily tell him I'd stay home for the month to keep him company. But Grandpa cut me off. He rejected the idea outright. He said that as a beast tamer, I couldn't afford to slack off. He told me I'd better head to school early the next day. I was dumbfounded. Why the rush? I asked him. Grandpa explained, Ancient God Academy is in Huangdu Mountain. The train ride alone takes 5 days. But before you even go there, you have to detour to the Magical Beast Ridge in Tianmen Mountain. That made me frown. Magical Beast Ridge in Tianmen Mountain is a Class 3 forbidden zone. Even 3-star beast tamers avoid venturing too deep. Sure, I could rely on the Thunder Roar Sky Lion, but if I got targeted myself, I'd be done for. Grandpa assured me that he wasn't sending me to my death. He was sending me there to contract a second beast. He said there's a particular beast in the ridge that's perfect for me. He told me its name, the Rainbow Void Butterfly. As a juvenile, it's just a tiny caterpillar with abysmally low vitality. It's a perfect match for my talent's limitations. But once it cocoons and transforms, its vitality skyrockets, and it'll grow alongside me in the future. The moment I heard that, I understood. It's the ideal beast tailor-made to exploit the loopholes in my talent. But that raised another question. How does Grandpa even know about this? As far as I know, he's just a regular old man who spent his whole life scavenging. What could he possibly know about beast taming? Here's the process translation based on American English expressions and storytelling style, keeping the original paragraph structure and layout. Now he's acting like an expert on forbidden zones, beast taming, and mountain routes, super detailed, which is obviously fishy. I couldn't help but ask him if he was some kind of hidden master. If he had ultimate skills or resources, he should just come clean and hand them over. He responded by smacking me on the head with his pipe. He said, "What kind of hidden master goes around picking up trash?" Then he explained that he spent money digging up all this info recently. I mumbled an okay, but honestly, I wasn't buying it. Still, he laid out everything about the route. Once I reached Tianmen Mountain, head to the marketplace at the bottom and look for a store called Heaven-Seeking Pavilion. Find a guy named Old Luo, hand over 500,000 beast coins, and he'll guide me into Demon Beast Ridge. Grandpa was insistent that I leave early the next morning. I didn't want to, but in the end I had no choice. At dawn, I packed my things and left Shanghai City by train. Barely an hour after I left, the Chow family figured out my address and where I was headed. The moment George heard I was leaving Shanghai City and heading to Tianmen Mountain, he immediately pieced it together. I was probably aiming to enter Demon Beast Ridge and contract my second beast. He also knew how dangerous Demon Beast Ridge was, and figured if I dared to go, I must have hired someone to escort me. So he ordered his men to take me out inside the ridge. His logic was simple. No matter how powerful the Thunderstorm Heaven Lion was, it was still just one beast. As long as someone kept the old lion busy, the rest could take me down directly. After arranging all this, he called Lena over to vent his anger. Even though Lena felt humiliated, she endured it. In her mind, as long as she made it into Evergreen Academy, she'd eventually be free of George. 5 days later, I finally arrived at Tianmen Mountain. The area was huge. There were towns as well as Demon Beast Ridge, and it was bustling with people. I quickly realized why Grandpa insisted I come early. The search for this heaven-seeking pavilion was dizzying. As I wandered asking for directions, I finally found the place, only to freeze in disbelief at the sight of it. This so-called heaven-seeking pavilion turned out to be a shabby medicine shop selling questionable remedies. The air inside was so thick with herbal fumes, I almost gagged. In that moment, I seriously wondered if Grandpa had been duped. But since I was already there, I figured I might as well check it out. If it didn't work out, I'd just head straight to Ancient God Academy instead. The store was empty except for an old man with graying hair lounging behind the counter, sipping tea. I walked up and asked if he knew old Luo. He put his teacup down, smiled, and said that he was old Luo. I explained why I was there, that my grandpa had sent me to him to guide me into Demon Beast Ridge for a beast contract. His first question was who my grandpa was. I told him, Lu Lin. His expression flickered for a moment, but he quickly pretended not to recognize the name and asked why my grandpa sent me to him. So I told him the truth. Grandpa said to hand over some money, and he'd lead me inside. Even as I said it, I could feel how untrustworthy it sounded and decided to just drop the whole thing. But just as I was about to leave, the old man suddenly sat up straight, stopped me, and asked directly, "How much can you pay me?" I asked him what he could help me with. He said, obviously, that he could help me get the beast I wanted. Half skeptical, I said I wanted a mythical tier beast. He immediately cursed me out for messing with him. So I adjusted my expectations and said I'd settle for commander tier. But it couldn't be anything lower. To my surprise, he readily agreed, but then he named his price 5 million beast coins. I turned and walked away without a second thought. Forget 5 million, I wouldn't even pay 1 million. Seeing I was about to leave, old Luo panicked, quickly stopped me and told me not to rush, that the price was negotiable. In the end, he threw out an offer I couldn't refuse. He'd take me to contract a commander tier beast. I immediately stopped and laid out my conditions. Since my talent was F rank and I could only contract beasts with a vitality level of 10 or below, I needed a commander tier rainbow riftwing butterfly larva, basically a rainbow caterpillar. When I finished explaining, old Luo looked completely stunned. Clearly, he hadn't expected someone like me to have such a weak talent. But he quickly composed himself. Well, screw it. I bit the bullet and agreed. I decided to haggle and started at 200,000 beast coins. Who would have thought the old guy wouldn't even blink and immediately agreed. That's when it hit me, crap, I aimed too high. But the words were already out, and there was no backing down now, so I just admitted defeat. Without a word, old Luo grabbed me and pulled me into a rickety car that looked like it was about to fall apart, heading straight for Demon Beast Ridge. Standing at the edge of the forbidden zone, the sheer primal aura coming from it made my legs go a bit weak. I asked him, "It's just the two of us?" He remained calm and said, "Just follow in my footsteps. You'll be fine." I noticed he never summoned any beasts along the way, and I cursed internally. This old fox, is he even reliable? With no other choice, I reluctantly followed him. As we entered Demon Beast Ridge, I couldn't deny that while the old man was scruffy, he clearly knew his way around. There were loads of mortal blood tier beasts, and occasionally, I'd spot distant glimpses of exotic blood tier ones too. I was itching. Every beast I saw was like a destiny point waiting for me to collect. Finally, I locked onto the easiest target, a dream-weaving phantasm spider. I told him straight up, I want my beast to fight it. Old Luo seemed skeptical at first, but when I summoned the thunderstorm heaven lion, his eyes widened in disbelief. Even though the lion looked old, its commander tier aura was impossible to ignore. Who would dare underestimate it? I didn't bother explaining and just mounted the lion, charging toward the dream-weaving phantasm spider. My system scanned it. Exotic blood, grade 1, vitality 700. Could evolve into a myth-tier heaven-weaving demon spider. This one was a jackpot. I ordered the lion. Leave it with a sliver of life. Sensing danger, the spider spun a web and tried to trap us. The thunderstorm heaven lion swiped it apart with its claws and let out an earth-shaking thunder howl, pinning the spider down to its last breath. The system notified me. Gained 700 destiny points. This is the content of paragraph 7/23. I'll process it according to my logic while maintaining the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout. Below is the result. Without hesitation, I slapped a contract rune on it and dragged it straight into my beast-taming space. Old Luo rushed over and was visibly shocked to see the old lion still able to fight. I didn't bother explaining and just urged him to keep moving. I withdrew the old lion. This was a Class 3 restricted zone. Couldn't let it go around flaunting itself. I had an even wilder idea. Since the old lion was too eye-catching, I decided to evolve the Dreamweaver illusion spider I had just contracted directly inside the beast-taming space. I spent 1,000 destiny points, and in an instant, it transformed into an Infernal King spider. Rank War General Level 1 with 5,000 vitality. I shrank it down and let it out to hunt independently. Old Luo noticed the aura of a contracted beast but didn't ask much. For the next half-day, I followed his lead, while my destiny points skyrocketed uncontrollably, from a few hundred, straight up to 11,200. In a moment of impulsive excitement, I thought, if I could capture all the contractable beasts in this zone, wouldn't I become unstoppable? But just a second later, the system sent a notification. Connection interrupted. At the same time, I also lost my link to the Infernal King spider. All I could sense was one thing. It had been swallowed whole by a stronger beast. I didn't even catch what the thing looked like. That snapped me back to reality. This place wasn't some grinding dungeon, it was the restricted zone. If I kept messing around, I'd be dead for sure. At that exact moment, old Luo suddenly pushed me to the ground. I almost cursed him out, calling him a senile pervert, until he quietly muttered, "Stay down if you don't want to die." The next second, a massive contract beast soared overhead, its shadow plunging the forest below into darkness. The pressure it exuded, far more terrifying than anything in the Hall of Fame trials. I didn't even dare to activate my divine beast art, instead lying completely motionless. That thing was at least sovereign rank. Casual move and I'd be finished. I had no idea how much time passed before it finally left. Breathing a sigh of relief, I asked old Luo, "What the hell is this place? Why are there monsters like that here?" Old Luo frowned, mumbling to himself, "Could the seal have been compromised? Creatures of this level shouldn't be here." A sense of dread flooded through me. This old coot was definitely hiding something. I pressed him further, but he refused to say anything, just told me to keep moving forward. I decided to call it quits. "I'm done. Take the money. Just get me out of here." But he turned around coldly. "We're already in the heart of Demon Beast Ridge. Without me, you'd have a snowball's chance in hell of getting out alive." My face turned pale green. So this was it, he'd half-conned, half-forced me into this. "What exactly are you after?" I demanded. He turned the tables on me instead, mocking, "Since you're already here, don't leave empty-handed. There's a commander rank beast right up ahead. Fortune favors the bold. If you want to become a top-tier beast tamer, you need to have the guts for it. And if you're just a chicken, I'll take you out. But don't come crying to me later." Grinding my teeth, I cursed him internally. What a silver-tongued fox. But deep down, I wasn't willing to back down either. We'd come all this way, turning back now? Hell no. In the end, I gritted my teeth and agreed. Once I did, I told old Luo, "Fine, you lead the way, but don't think for a second about screwing me over." Old Luo replied without missing a beat, saying he was practically caught up in this mess himself. There was no way he'd drag me down. Taking a deep breath, I braced myself and followed him. The further we went, the more off everything felt. Deeper into the Demon Beast Ridge, there wasn't even a trace of the sub-blood tier creatures, just common blood tier ones roaming around. Clearly, this was the domain of a sovereign-level overlord, and no other beasts dared to approach. I couldn't hold it in anymore and asked, "Old Luo, how much farther?" Not long after, we came upon a gloomy valley stretching before us. Dark and eerie, it felt like a pair of eyes were watching us from the shadows. Instantly, I broke out in goosebumps, asking him if we really had to go in. Old Luo shot back. "Afraid? Can't even contract a sovereign level now? But you're not interested in a commander level either." This sly old man's ridiculous. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and press on. We hadn't gone far when the sound of a titanic clash roared from up ahead. Two sovereign-level beasts were locked in deadly combat. The shockwaves were reaching us even here. My first reaction was to bail, but old Luo cursed under his breath, grabbed me and charged forward. I froze. Struggling desperately, I yelled, "You trying to get us killed, you insane old man?" But his grip was inhumanly strong. My level 10 body couldn't even budge against him. My stomach dropped. This old fart was absolutely hiding some serious skills. In no time, we reached the edge of the battlefield. I saw them with my own eyes. A rainbow rift butterfly, adult sovereign level, its wings slashing open spatial rifts with every flap. And an ironclad reaper mantis, also sovereign level, its scythes splitting the very air with explosive force. These were two legendary creatures clashing. Just their residual energy could evaporate me. I tugged at old Luo to retreat, but he calmly stated, "This is the Rainbow Rift Butterfly's lair. Wouldn't make sense leaving empty-handed." I went numb. He dragged me forward through the cover of the trees, inching closer and closer. The nearer we got, the more precarious it felt. We were practically slinking along at the feet of the two sovereign-level beasts. Suddenly, the Rainbow Rift Butterfly flapped its wings, a spatial rift tearing into the ground right beside us, slicing clean through a massive tree. Old Luo surged forward with impossible speed, pulling me out of the way just in time. But we were exposed, the jig was up. The two sovereign beasts turned their attention to us, speaking aloud with chilling clarity. "Courting death, are you?" The next moment, two devastating attacks hurtled toward us simultaneously. I could feel the cold finality in my chest. But old Luo caught their attacks single-handedly, redirecting them back with explosive force, smashing straight into the valley's depths. Boom! The valley split open, revealing an enormous dark void. Old Luo dragged me into it, and as the passage sealed shut, the enraged sovereign-level beasts continued thrashing furiously outside, unable to follow us in. Suddenly, everything was pitch black. When I reopened my eyes, we were inside an underground cavern. The air was damp, icy, and reeked of blood. I turned to see old Luo still beside me and, finally relaxing a little, asked him, "What the hell are we here for?" Old Luo repeated, as if it were obvious, "There's a contract beast here that's perfect for you." The cave wasn't very deep, and we didn't need to walk far before he stopped. On a stone platform lay a black puppy, curled up like a fluffy chow-chow, its fur dark and dense, camouflaged almost invisibly in the shadows. I froze, staring at it. "This is the contract beast you're talking about?" "That's right." He said it was severely injured and sealed here. If I could form a contract with it, it might have a chance to survive. I immediately used the system to check. The next second, my heart almost stopped. Fallen Dark Qilin. Commander level, grade 9, life force 5. Its next evolution stage could become a Lord-level Abyssal Dark Qilin, and its final form, lo and behold, mythical level, Twilight of the Gods. I instantly tensed up. One of the 4 supreme divine beasts. This companion beast. I had to contract it. Suppressing my wildly beating heart, I asked old Luo how he knew this thing was here. He still wouldn't explain. He only said it was unconscious and that any strong stimulus might cause it to disintegrate entirely. He urged me to try quickly. I didn't waste any time. I stepped forward, pricked my finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto its forehead while casting the contract incantation. In the next moment, black mist surged out, engulfing me entirely. My vision swirled, and I felt as though I was pulled into another world. Before me was no longer a little black pup, but a towering, massive black dark Qilin. It stood in the heavens, coldly gazing down at me. It spoke. "You wish to form a contract with me?" I looked up into its eyes directly. Yes, I swear, my brain short-circuited standing there in that spiritual realm. This wasn't just any commander level, grade 9 fallen dark Qilin. The oppressive aura it gave off wouldn't let you believe otherwise. It didn't feel anything like a mere commander-level beast. It felt like it had already stepped into the realm of Twilight of the Gods. It stared at me and repeated, "And what qualifies you?" Without thinking, I shot back, "Because I will become the strongest beastmaster on this continent." Without a doubt, the strongest. Clearly froze for a moment, then asked why I was so confident. I gave it the single most critical answer, "Because I will help you reach Twilight of the Gods." Then I added, almost casually, that I possess the Beastmaster Sacred Body. The moment it heard the phrase, Beastmaster Sacred Body, the fallen Dark Qilin suddenly laughed, as if something was confirmed. Said, "Indeed, there is reincarnation in this world. If that's the case, it would fight one more time." After that, it instantly accepted me as its master. The black mist dissipated, and the little guy in the real world opened its eyes, transformed into a streak of black light, and dove into my arm, leaving behind a small black pup-shaped mark. The contract was a success. Old Luo was even more excited than I was, laughing with joy and exclaiming that he was finally free. He also said I was the chosen one. I immediately pressed him for the full story. At this point, he finally stopped holding back and began explaining the origins of this fallen Dark Qilin. He said it was connected to the Heavenly Barrier. Of course, I knew about the Heavenly Barrier. It's the wall separating the human world from the world of beastkind. It's also the line of shame for humanity. The lands beyond the barrier used to belong to humans, but now they're entirely overrun by beasts. Old Luo explained that many years ago, a monstrously talented young beast king emerged from the other world. Leading an army of beasts, they launched a ferocious assault on the heavenly barrier. Humanity fought bitterly for years, but they were constantly on the losing side. Eventually, 10 top-tier prodigies from the ancient realm, all elite heirs from major families and factions, secretly banded together and ventured into the other world, aiming to assassinate the Beast King. That battle was brutal. All 10 of them, along with their companion beasts, fought to the end. While they did severely wound the Beast King, only one of them made it back alive. To make matters worse, they'd left their posts at the heavenly barrier without authorization. Their factions pressured the barrier's defenders to rescue them from the other world, but the defenders ended up ambushed and slaughtered by the enemy's elites, nearly plunging the ancient realm into chaos. Of those 10 prodigies, the leader was named Emoju. Emoju's first companion beast was a fallen dark Qilin. By the end of their journey, nearly all of Emoju's companion beasts had perished in battle. Only the fallen dark Qilin remained, holding on to its last breath. It left behind a single offspring, but the newborn was severely injured in an attack shortly after birth, leaving it on the brink of death. It had to be sealed away, and the beast that I just contracted was that very fallen dark Qilin offspring brought back from the heavenly barrier. Only then did I understand. The colossal dark Qilin I had seen in the spiritual realm wasn't this little one at all. It was the residual spiritual imprint left by its mother. I pressed him further, asking why it was sealed specifically in that place. Old Luo explained that the environment there was the most suitable for nurturing it. Had it been moved elsewhere, its tiny remaining life force wouldn't have lasted. Moreover, the person who brought it back didn't want it caught up in all the turmoil again. I kept asking questions and eventually asked him who the only survivor of those 10 prodigies was. He said the name Lu Qi. My heart skipped a beat. The moment he said that name, I practically connected the dots immediately, especially with old Luo deliberately bringing me here. When I combined all the clues, the answer became glaringly obvious. I asked if my grandfather had anything to do with Lu Qi. Old Luo didn't answer directly. He just said I should ask for myself. That might as well have been a confirmation. I tried asking what connection he himself had with Lu Qi, but all he said was that they were friends. Then he quickly shifted the topic, saying that the most pressing matter now was figuring out how to get out of here. That's when I remembered. The 2 Lord-level companion beasts guarding this place. I asked if the person who had hidden the fallen dark Qilin here had considered that this was a restricted zone. He shrugged and said it wasn't his decision. How would he know? I then asked what his actual strength level was. To my surprise, he bluntly stated that he had no strength at all. All his companion beasts were dead. Without them, he was nothing. I was dumbfounded on the spot. No companion beasts, yet you dared to bring me into a Class 3 restricted zone. Straight under the noses of 2 Lord-level beasts? Absolutely insane. When I asked him what to do next, he admitted he had no idea. He guessed that the 2 beasts had discovered the barrier here and assumed something valuable was hidden inside. If we tried to leave, it would only confirm their suspicions and they'd almost definitely kill us. I told him to come up with a solution since he was the one who dragged me into this mess. He got annoyed and shot back, saying I was ungrateful after gaining such a powerful companion beast. Not just any commander-level beast, but one carrying inherited memories. It was my first time hearing the term inherited memories. Here is the translation of the 9th passage while keeping the original structure, paragraphs, and layout. He explained that when Emoju entered the Heavenly Pass back then, he was already a 9-star beast tamer. For someone like that to have never given up on this fallen Qilin until the very end speaks volumes about its potential. And now, this little Qilin has inherited a huge amount of legacy. With steady growth, it could absorb that knowledge in about 10 years. By then, it would be like I'd gained a beast with the experience of a 9-star beast tamer for free. Of course, I was intrigued when I heard this. But the problem is, there are 2 Lord-level beasts outside holding us back. We can't even get out. At this very moment, old Luo 2 suggested I send Thunderstrike Skylion out as bait to distract them and then we'd seize the chance to escape. I rejected him without a second thought. Thunderstrike Skylion has been with me through thick and thin. I could never send it to its death just like that. Old Luo 2 kept pressing, arguing that now that I had the fallen Qilin, the old lion was nearing the end of its life anyway, so it would make sense to let it serve one last purpose. I shut him down immediately, telling him not to even think about it. As we were talking, he suddenly asked me, if one day I found myself in a life-or-death situation where the only way to survive was to sacrifice my beast, what would I choose? I told him straight, my beasts are a part of me. They fight for me and I'd never abandon them. If it ever came down to it, we'd all just go down fighting together. Then he said I'd never. Man, this old guy. He actually asked me if I'd give up my beast. I shot back. Of course I'd give it up. Who knew this old fox's eyes would turn red after hearing me say that? He even muttered something under his breath about me being exactly like that person. I was about to ask what he meant when he suddenly sped ahead, leaving behind just one sentence as he vanished. Now that the contract is formed, you need to face the challenge left behind by that person. My heart skipped a beat, and a sense of dread instantly washed over me. The next moment, old Luo 2 abruptly retreated a step and disappeared into thin air in the tunnel. I stood there dumbfounded, rushing to grab him, only to catch empty air. That old bastard just left me here all by myself. I cursed into the pitch-dark tunnel until my throat went raw, but there was no response. In the end, I had to accept my fate. If this was a test, there must be a way to survive, right? I searched every nook and cranny of the cave, but there was no way out, so I slumped down by the stone platform to reorganize my thoughts. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Then suddenly, a thought struck me. This place was where the fallen Mochilin was sealed. The key to getting out must be connected to it. Without hesitation, I summoned it. It was still unconscious, its aura as faint as a flickering candle. That old Luo 2 had said something about it taking 10 years to absorb its legacy. At this rate, it wouldn't even last 10 years. Luckily, I had the system. I immediately spent 1,000 destiny points to heal it, but it only recovered 20%. This thing was insanely costly, but then I thought about how it could evolve into the twilight of the gods. Gritting my teeth, I poured another 4,000 destiny points to fully heal its injuries and an extra 1,000 to extend its life. The next second, the fallen Mochilin opened its eyes. Those jet-black eyes shone like black jade, deep enough to draw you in. In a soft, immature voice, it called me master in my head and asked if I had saved it. I told it I had and asked how it was feeling. Said it felt great. Then, like a fluffy little chow chow, it pounced to my feet and started nuzzling against me. Looking at its fluffy appearance, I couldn't resist asking, "You're not going to stay like this forever, right?" It quickly corrected me, saying, "No, of course not." The moment its words fell, its body swelled dramatically. Soft black fur transformed into sleek black scales. Its horns stretched toward the sky. A lion-tiger head paired with dragon claws, bear-like muscles, and a dragon's tail, all shrouded in boiling black mist. Its aura instantly skyrocketed. This was its true form, the fallen Mochilin. I was completely stunned. It was too cool, far more imposing and intimidating than any beast I'd ever seen. Even the Thunderstrike Sky Lion in its prime couldn't hold a candle to it. The fallen Mochilin lowered its head to nuzzle me again and asked if it looked powerful. I praised it immediately, saying it was absolutely deserving of becoming the twilight of the gods. But it seriously told me that the fallen Mochilin lineage only carried a tiny trace of mythical blood. It wasn't truly top tier. I thumped my chest and promised, "Stick with me, and you'll definitely evolve into a mythical beast." It was visibly stunned by my words. But there was no time for boasting. I asked it if it could unlock the legacy from its mother. With the 2 Lord-level beasts outside blocking the way, we weren't going anywhere unless we dealt with them first. It nodded and immediately lay down, black mist enveloping its body as it began accepting the inheritance. While it was preoccupied, I went back to where old Luo 2 disappeared and started studying the barrier. I activated the Divine Beast technique and sent beast energy into my eyes, instantly revealing the energy network woven through the barrier. It was like a giant net. I infused more energy into my hands and cautiously touched it. In an instant, my sight pierced through the barrier, showing me the battlefield outside. The armored soul-reaping mantis clearly had the upper hand, while the rainbow sky-breaking butterfly's wings were riddled with holes. I scanned the area but didn't see old Luo 2, which made me even angrier. That sly old fox really ditched me and even slipped away without alarming the Lord-level beasts. Just as I was fuming, the fallen Mochilin's voice sounded in my mind. I withdrew my energy and returned to the cave, where it had already completed the inheritance and was now standing before me. It said its mother's legacy had been unlocked, but its current power could only hold off 1 Lord-level beast for 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Nowhere near enough. I turned my gaze back to the barrier. The rainbow sky-breaking butterfly was in an even worse state, with one wing almost completely destroyed. The armored soul-reaping mantis had sustained some injuries but was still clearly strong enough to fight. As the 2 beasts momentarily separated, I overheard their conversation. The armored soul-reaping mantis said, "Keep this up, and you'll die. Must you keep fighting to the bitter end?" The rainbow sky-breaking butterfly replied, "Only if you die can my child's death be avenged." The armored soul-reaping mantis denied it, saying it hadn't done it. But the rainbow sky-breaking butterfly didn't believe a word, saying its scent was at the scene. As soon as the voice fell, the ironclad reaper mantis erupted violently. With one slash, it severed the remaining half of the rainbow riftwing butterfly's wing. The rainbow riftwing butterfly struggled to fight back, releasing spatial rifts, but the mantis dodged them all. In the next second, the ironclad reaper mantis scythe pierced through its body. The rainbow riftwing butterfly was utterly defeated. Seeing this, I made an immediate decision. Well, the ironclad reaper mantis had its back to the barrier's entrance, and my heart almost skipped a beat. Without hesitation, I commanded the fallen Shadow Kirin to stand by while I used energy to open an exit. In the following moment, the Shadow Kirin transformed into a black blur, darted out, and slammed squarely into the mantis' abdomen, sending it flying several meters. The armored old-timer howled in rage, shouting, "Which ant dares to ambush me?" Turning around furiously, it froze when it saw the Shadow Kirin. The Kirin didn't bother with pleasantries. Black energy surged as it roared with a king's commanding presence. For a moment, the ironclad reaper mantis faltered. That split second was all it took. With a strike of its antlers, the Shadow Kirin landed a crack, breaking the mantis' neck. The mantis screamed in pain, swung its scythes to force the Kirin back, and immediately fled. Inside the barrier, I was trembling all over. My beast actually drove off a sovereign-level opponent? But before I could fully celebrate, a weak voice called out outside the barrier. The rainbow rift-wing butterfly. It wasn't dead yet. A system scan revealed its life value had dropped to just 0.5. It pleaded with me. In exchange for avenging it by slaying the mantis one day, it would gift me its bones to open a domain filled with rare treasures. I didn't dare lie to it, so I truthfully admitted I wasn't strong enough now. It replied, "I could wait until I became stronger, but its time was running out." As it finished its plea, blood poured from its mouth, and its life value dropped to 0.2. At this critical moment, the Shadow Kirin mentally nudged me. It had a secret technique that could suppress the riftwing butterfly's bloodline to commander level. My eyes lit up in an instant. Dark flames roared to life, engulfing the riftwing butterfly in fire that seemed to consume its very essence. When the flames died down, its life value was hanging by a thread at 0.1, and its bloodline suppressed to commander level tier 10. I quickly performed a blood pact and pressed my hand onto it. Success. The system refreshed. Rainbow Riftwing Butterfly Sovereign Level Tier 3. In Secret Technique Mode, Commander Level Tier 10. Final Evolution, Myth Tier, the Void Celestial Butterfly, another Myth Tier beast under my belt. I immediately burned Destiny points to save its life. 3,000 points restored just 5% of its injuries, and another 1,000 barely kept it stable. Right then and there, I realized how utterly broke I was. Fully healing this butterfly would need at least 60,000 Destiny points. I stored the Riftwing butterfly into the beast space to slowly nurture it with vitality. But as soon as I was done, I felt a chilling gaze lock onto me from behind. I whipped around, nothing was there. Even the Shadow Kirin detected no other threats in the area. Suppressing my unease, I convinced myself it was just paranoia. The Shadow Kirin reminded me. The Riftwing butterfly's size was too massive. If I healed it completely right now, it would overwhelm me. Of course, I understood. But I didn't even have enough Destiny points. Otherwise, I'd already be riding that thing out of the monster ridge. I also stored the Shadow Kirin. Traveling alone in dangerous zones reduces the chance of being targeted, and I could release my beasts if needed. This monster ridge trip was insane. A fallen Shadow Kirin and a sovereign-level Riftwing butterfly. Either one of them would make the outside world lose their minds. Now, my only goal was simple: leave safely. Meanwhile, over at Tianmen Mountain's Seek Sky Pavilion, old Luo was sipping tea when his phone rang. It was my grandpa Lu Lin calling to check in. Old Luo, smug as ever, boasted, "I'll have that Shadow Kirin submitting to me in 5 minutes." Grandpa paused, then asked where I was. Old Luo confidently replied, "With the barrier in place, I'll master the 3rd layer of Divine Beast commanding technique soon and walk out myself." Grandpa blew a fuse right then and there. The technique was only handed to me 10 days ago, and I hadn't even been taught barrier crafting. Old Luo froze on the spot. He had assumed Grandpa had passed all the teachings to me ages ago, never suspecting I was practically starting from scratch. Grandpa ordered him to immediately retrieve me from the zone. Old Luo reluctantly agreed, though he still leisurely finished his tea before making his way out. He just wanted me to suffer a little longer. But when he reached the valley, the barrier was gone, the breach wide open. Both sovereign-level beasts were missing. He was utterly dumbfounded. Honestly, I even thought I was either dead or dragged off by some beast myself. Who'd have guessed I'd already bolted deep into the monster ridge? As I retraced my way back, I ran into a crescent moon demon wolf, a tier 1 exotic blood monster with an incredible sense of smell. The moment it caught my scent, it gave chase. I could have easily released the thunderous sky lion to obliterate it, but the constant feeling of being watched by something far more terrifying kept me from doing so. I couldn't shake the thought that something more menacing lurked within the monster ridge, observing me. So, I decided to turn the tables and use the wolf instead. If the area ahead was a stronger beast's territory, the wolf wouldn't dare continue its pursuit. If the wolf kept chasing, it meant the path ahead was safe. Thus began my trial of evasion, baits, and sprints, turning the art of escape into training. When the wolf stopped, I stopped too. If it hesitated, I'd double back to provoke it into chasing again. When it resumed its hunt, I'd keep running. Using this slightly ridiculous yet surprisingly effective method, it escorted me all the way to the outer edges of the forest. Exiting the forest, the wolf let out a frustrated howl before begrudgingly retreating into the trees. The oppressive gaze vanished. I confirmed it then and there. The restricted zone truly housed some unfathomable terror watching me. Had I not been cautious and avoided letting my commander-level beasts fight, I doubt I'd have made it out alive. It's a shame I didn't grind a few more thousand destiny points, but staying alive takes priority. Once outside, I figured I wouldn't bother chasing down old Luo for payback. There's no telling if that old fox was secretly acting weak like Grandpa. If I confronted him, he might just turn the tables on me. Instead, I headed straight for Tianmen City. As I was walking along, a voice suddenly came from the underbrush. "This guy, he's got to be Luke, right?" For heads popped out, full of excitement. And then, for middle-aged men with menacing looks leaped out, clearly up to no good. Without hesitation, they demanded I end myself or else they'd do it for me. Instantly, I understood. There's no way anyone besides George could have orchestrated such an ambush. I directly asked if George sent them. They didn't confirm, only stating that I'd figure it out when I'm dead. All four released their beasts. 12 bloodline grade 3 creatures in total. This meant all 4 of them were 3-star beastmasters. There was only one thought in my mind. Perfect. I've been needing more destiny points. Looks like they're here to make a donation. To be fair, they came prepared, knowing I had my old lion. 10 of the beasts were sent to handle the lion, while the remaining 2 plus the 4 men planned to take me down. I couldn't help but smirk as I summoned Thunder King Sky Lion. The 10 beasts charged at it immediately, but just as the 4 men prepared to rush at me, an even darker silhouette emerged to block their way. Fallen Dark Qilin revealed itself. When those 4 saw the Qilin's icy cold eyes, their faces turned pale on the spot. I, feigning apologies, let them know I didn't just have one commander-tier beast. They stood there stunned, asking how it could be possible. Did I already advance to 2-star? I responded calmly, "Nope, I'm still 1-star. Their disbelief turned to complete panic. They couldn't fathom how a 1-star like me could contract 2 commander-tier beasts. I couldn't be bothered to explain. "You'll know after you're dead," I said and gave the order to attack. I stepped aside. Facing 4 3-star beastmasters was not something I could handle head-on. A single hit from their spiritual attacks would have killed me. But 2 commander-tier beasts were more than enough for this battlefield. To my surprise, the 4 didn't even try to resist. Their first instinct, upon seeing 2 commander-tier beasts, was to split up and run for their lives. Too bad for them, there was no escape. My old lion used its Heaven Shock Thunder Roar, sending a blast that left all enemy beasts disoriented and dazed. The fallen Dark Qilin followed up with its mental collapse, sending every single enemy, humans and beasts alike, into a spiral of despair. They dropped to the ground in defeat, completely vulnerable to the black miasma. The next moment, my beasts, those killing machines, erased them all. I watched the 4 men die right before my eyes, and oddly enough, I didn't feel a thing. Instead, I was thinking, this is just the beginning. If George dares to send people after me, I'll make sure to uproot his entire family someday. Hopefully, by the time that happens, he'll still act all high and mighty like when he contracted the Dark Star rock right in front of me. The system congratulated me with a massive reward. Destiny points surged to 13,200. Satisfied, I pulled out my phone and called Grandpa. When Grandpa picked up, I first asked if anyone had caused trouble back home. After a pause, he admitted he'd already left the house. Hearing that, I instantly realized the old man had been planning something all along. I cut to the chase. "Aren't you going to tell me anything?" He gave me the same line yet again. When you reach the right level, you'll naturally find out. Knowing too much now won't help you. I didn't press further. I just told him to take care of himself. He said he's waiting to see the day I become one of the continent's top beastmasters. Before hanging up, I couldn't resist cursing out old Luo. That geezer abandoned me in the depths of Beast Ridge alone. I'd have been dead long ago from those 2 Lord-tier beasts if it weren't for my luck. On the other end, Grandpa was clearly speechless too. Even though he hadn't been straight with me about things, old Luo's stunt was absurd by any standard. After we hung up, Grandpa seemed to have just realized. I actually made it out of Beast Ridge alive all by myself. He wanted to ask more but chose to hold back. He knew I had my own secrets. Meanwhile, old Luo was still searching for me near the valley, only to receive a call from Grandpa. Grandpa asked if he'd found me yet. Feeling guilty, old Luo stubbornly denied it. Not a trace, he said. Grandpa let out a cold laugh. If you can't find him, you know what'll happen. As the call ended, old Luo couldn't keep the act any longer. A wave of killing intent radiated from him, so oppressive it sent all nearby beasts cowering to the ground as if the apocalypse had arrived. Alone, he charged straight into the deepest part of Beast Ridge. Sensing that burst of energy even from afar, Grandpa laughed heartily. That's the hell-faced Azura I know. As for me, I was already aboard the train heading to Huangdu Mountain. The Great Xia Empire is vast. It would take 5 days by train from Tianmen Mountain to Huangdu. By the 3rd day, I was sitting quietly, meditating on the divine beast code. The seat beside me had just opened up as the previous passenger got off. The door slid open, and a stunning young woman entered, motioning for me to make room. When I glanced up, I nearly lost focus. The tear-shaped birthmark near the corner of her eye stood out prominently. I quickly moved aside to let her sit. No sooner had she settled than a guy, probably my age, burst over, ordering me to move. He said he wanted the seat beside her. He called her Ewer, fawning over her shamelessly. She didn't even lift her gaze. I remained seated, telling him plainly, "This is my seat. If you want one, find it elsewhere." The second I finished, a group of his schoolmates closed in around him. He still wanted to show off in front of the girl and threw out 1,000 beast coins, offering to buy the seat. I refused. He bumped it up to 10,000. That's when I couldn't hold back a grin. I replied coldly, "I'll give you 100,000 to go crouch on the floor over there. Deal?" The entire train car fell silent. The guy, whose name I later learned was Wei Ziliang, turned purple with rage. He revealed himself as a 2-star beastmaster from Jinhai High School and a classmate of the girl. Internally, I sneered. A 2-star? And you think you can boast in front of me? Still, I wasn't about to start fighting on a train. There were beastmaster guards stationed on every car, and they wouldn't allow it. So I stared him down and said, "Had you been polite to start with, maybe I'd have considered it. But with that tone? No chance." With no other choice, he slinked off, muttering threats under his breath, to sit in the aisle across from us. This is part 12/23 of the content. Following your instructions, I've preserved the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout while processing the text. I couldn't care less and kept my eyes closed. Not long after, he came up with a devious plan. He brought over an old lady. She hunched over as she walked up, saying she couldn't get a seat and begged me to give her mine. I saw right through Wei Ziliang's smug face. I flatly told the old lady, "There are empty seats up ahead. Ask the attendant to switch you. Don't bother me." The old lady froze for a moment. Then her expression shifted. She started complaining that she was too old to stand any longer. I kept my eyes shut. When she saw I wasn't buying it, she plopped herself on the floor and began wailing. Wei Ziliang's gang immediately started jeering, accusing me of being rude and selfish, even going so far as to call me a spy. Passengers who didn't know the situation joined in, criticizing my parents for raising me poorly. I suppressed my anger and calmly retorted, "I've got no parents. No one taught me anything. If any of you are so virtuous, go ahead and take her somewhere else. Don't push your morals on me." Their insults intensified, calling me a bastard and vicious names. The old lady, realizing her act wasn't working, laid down on the floor and cried even louder. That girl couldn't stand it anymore. She quietly offered to switch seats with me, but the old lady outright refused and insisted on my spot alone. That's when I realized she didn't actually care about the seat. She was targeting me specifically. Wei Ziliang tried to play the hero, but I shot back at him. "If you care so much, take her to your seat." Then, I asked the old lady to show me her ticket. She stammered and finally claimed she lost it. I called her bluff. "No ticket means you're sneaking a ride. I'll call the patrol officer right now." Her complexion turned pale. Wei Ziliang panicked, suggesting she could just pay for a replacement ticket. But his real concern? Why I refused to move. I stood my ground. At Wei Ziliang's signal, the old lady lunged at me, grabbing my collar and shaking me violently. I went completely calm and said flatly, "I'm not in great health. If you cause an incident, the compensation won't be cheap. And by the way, the train cameras are recording everything." She instantly released me, and even Wei Ziliang started to look nervous. Just then, the patrol officer arrived. I pointed at the old lady and said, "Someone's sneaking a ride." The officer checked her ticket and immediately exposed her. She wasn't even in the right section. The old lady quickly slunk away, moving faster than most young people. The crowd around me had a dramatic turn of attitude. They started shouting she was shameless and had caused trouble on purpose. Those self-righteous passengers from earlier, they pivoted instantly to berating her. Wei Ziliang's face turned purple with anger, though he didn't dare say another word. The train car finally quieted down. Just as I was about to close my eyes and rest, the girl next to me glanced at me unexpectedly. Who'd have thought? She assumed I refused to give up my seat because I wanted to get her attention. But I couldn't have cared less about her, leaving her momentarily stunned. Then, out of nowhere, the train jolted violently. An emergency brake sent everyone flying forward. The PA announcement blared, "Chaos in the Nan County restricted zone. Beastmasters have completely surrounded the city." The train car erupted into chaos. The old lady's pitiful wails came from up ahead, probably took quite a nasty fall. Meanwhile, the students from Jinhai High seemed overly excited. Wei Ziliang immediately moved over to the girl's side, offering to protect her. She didn't bat an eye, simply staring out the window in a daze. But my brain clicked into gear. Outside the chaos, it was raining fate points, and the beasts outside wouldn't even resist. I didn't hesitate. I opened the window and jumped out. Wei Ziliang shouted after me, "Are you insane?" I fired back with 2 words, "Idiot." Boom. Chaos erupted in the car once more. Some said I was seeking my death. Others guessed I might be a beastmaster. Wei Ziliang sneered. "At most, he's only a 1-star. I, on the other hand, am a 2-star. The crowd of sycophants immediately chimed in, boosting his ego. He got cocky and took my seat, then started confessing his feelings to the girl. When I become a 10-star beastmaster someday, she wasn't even listening. She stood up, jumped out the window after me, and left behind a single sentence, "Don't follow me." Wei Ziliang's face turned green, but in the end he didn't dare jump out. That girl's name was Wang Yingyu, Jin High School beauty, SSS grade talent, and a 2-star beastmaster. She summoned 2 battle-class beasts and cleared her way through the monsters, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't catch up to me, because I wasn't out there for fun. I was there to farm fate points. The moment I landed, I released my Thunderclap Skylion and Fallen Shadow Kirin. My giant black hound stayed undercover, while the other 2 plowed through without resistance. Low-level beasts added up dozens, even hundreds of points at a time. After a while, I started feeling it wasn't enough. Just as I was thinking about finding a commander-level beast for a bigger challenge, the Fallen Shadow Kirin alerted me. There was a big target to the left. Following its lead, I arrived just in time to see Nan County Mayor Lu Xinhai leading 2,000 beasts to hold back a horde, calling for help to rescue Elder Chun, promising anything in return. In a villa, Elder Chun was locked in combat with a commander-class striped bristle ape. The old man was fierce, but age had caught up with him. He was clearly losing ground. My eyes sparkled. This wasn't just a rescue mission. It was an ocean of fate points waiting for me. With a roar, Thunderclap Skylion unleashed its Skybreaker Thunder Roar, clearing the area instantly. My fate points skyrocketed past 100,000. Lu Xinhai clung to me like a drowning man to a lifeline, shouting that he'd grant any request if I saved Elder Chun. Mounted on the Fallen Shadow Kirin, the old lion led the charge while my black hound covered the flanks, and I bulldozed my way inside. Deep within the villa, Elder Chun was thrown through the air. The Thunderclap Skylion caught him mid-flight, while the Fallen Shadow Kirin needed less than a minute to force the striped bristle ape to retreat. I gained another 10,000 fate points on the spot, feeling incredible satisfaction. But who'd have guessed? The moment I had Elder Chun safely on the lion's back, the old man was almost thrown off by the beast. I thought to myself, this geezer's fragile. But aloud I just said, let's move. If stronger beasts show up, things will get tricky. The old lion sprinted at full speed, while the Fallen Shadow Kirin paved the way ahead, casually farming fate points. Meanwhile, I couldn't help but grumble in my head. Just how many beasts does this cursed place hide? Master Chun suddenly thrust a token into my hand. The material was scorching to the touch, etched with a single character, Imperial. I glanced down, my heartbeat skipping a beat, a military order. And now he wants me, a mere one-star beast tamer, to command 5,000 beast soldiers? Is this old man seriously treating me like some kind of savior? I instinctively blurted out, "Give it to the mayor. He's outside." Chen's voice trembled, but his words stabbed like nails. Lu Xinhai doesn't even have the guts to save me. How could we count on him to lead an army? I nearly laughed out loud. This wily old guy really knows how to play his cards. But the screams were getting closer and closer, so I gritted my teeth and took the token. After hiding Master Chun in an underground bunker within the villa's forest, I didn't linger. Mounting my old lion companion, I charged straight out of the city. Sure enough, the 5,000 beast soldiers were stationed at the southern border of the district. Their formation was massive yet chaotic. Some were shouting to storm the city and rescue civilians, while others insisted on holding their ground per orders. Their argument alone could have torn the place apart. I raised the military token high, sending a surge of aura into it. A resonant hum rippled through the air, silencing everyone. I shouted just 8 words. "Follow me into the city. Crush the chaos." First, everyone froze. Then, when they realized the token was real, their spirits surged. On the spot, I divided the troops. 500 to sweep through areas with fewer enemies. 1,000 to block complex intersections. And once a zone was cleared, 2,000 were stationed to guard the retreat path and to prevent any beast ambushes. As the battle raged, even I was astounded by myself. Where the hell did these sudden commanding instincts come from? Once the situation stabilized, I made a snap decision. The remaining 800 troops, come with me to capture their leader. Anyone afraid of dying, stay back. Everyone knows the logic, take down the kingpin to break the army. For the general, to the death. I didn't catch who yelled first, but the next thing I knew, the roar of 800 voices followed, echoing like a tidal wave. I gave them just one response. Charge. My lion let out a thunderous roar, leaping 10 whole meters forward. Behind me, the fallen Shadow Qilin charged right after, while the beast army followed as if injected with madness, shouting, "General, don't rush in too far ahead. If anyone dies, it'll be us first." I almost choked from their fighting spirit, thinking to myself, wow, being a general for the first time ever is actually freaking awesome. On the other side of the battlefield, Wang Yingyu had just saved a little girl. When she looked up to see my lion soaring overhead, there I was sitting atop its back. She froze on the spot in shock. He is riding a sovereign-tier beast and leading an army? Her shock lasted no more than a second, before she carried on rescuing civilians, taking out stray enemies along the way. Meanwhile, on my end, I contracted a near-dead frost moon wolf during the pursuit. From the wolf, I learned one crucial piece of intel. The ones who initiated the beast tide were none other than the Tiger King couple from the 100 Beast Valley. 2 sovereign-tier beasts. Holy crap, I just blown 30,000 destiny points to heal my Spectrum Riftwing Butterfly back to 50%. And now it's telling me that if I want to fully restore it, I'd have to sacrifice one of my arms, and the contract would collapse too. And to top it off, that smug butterfly even asked me, is losing an arm for random strangers worth it? I was furious. Worth it? Every second that chaos rages, more people die. I might not be some savior, but with this military token in my hands, my life isn't even my own anymore. Ignoring the problem? Dream on. Turns out the Riftwing Butterfly did offer a useful tip. Sovereign-tier beasts usually avoid risk without reason. It suspected the Tiger King couple's rampage had something to do with their cub. Try negotiating first. Fighting should be a last resort, it suggested. All right then. I led the 800 beast soldiers deep into the city. From afar, 2 shadow prowler tigers were tearing buildings apart. I raised my hand. Wait here. I'm going in alone. Protests erupted behind me, but I threw down the token. This is an order. Only then did they grit their teeth and agree to focus on rescuing people. Riding the Storm Thunder Lion, I charged straight in. The tigress swiped a massive paw at me, but before it could land, the butterfly mark on my hand sent out a flare of sovereign-tier pressure. The tigress froze mid-swing. I spoke calmly, "Don't fight. Pull back the beast tide." The tigress sneered, "We're waiting for someone powerful. Even if it costs us our lives today, we'll make you humans pay in blood." I asked for their reason. The Tiger King almost took a swing but was stopped by his mate. "Our cub, It was gravely injured. It's on the brink of death. I pounded my chest, declaring, "If it's alive, I can save it." The Tiger King roared that I was just a clueless brat. But his mate hesitated, then gambled on me, letting him spit the cub out. I checked my panel, warrior tier level 10, vitality 12, poisoned, and unconscious. I braced myself and admitted, to save it, I'll need to form a contract. But I can only contract beasts with vitality under 10, and I'd have to weaken it further first. The tigress exploded with rage on the spot. Staring her down, I raised my chin. "I'll stand here and let you kill me if I lie to you." The Tiger King fell silent for 2 seconds before pressing a paw gently on his cub. Its vitality dropped to 5 in an instant. I winced. Wow, parenting level expert over here. Through a blood contract and 3,000 destiny points, the cub's wounds instantly healed to full. It wobbled over to nuzzle me first, before returning to its parents. The 2 shadow prowler tigers were utterly stunned. Seizing the moment, I pushed further. Let it follow me, and there's more where that came from. Without waiting, I dumped 10,000 destiny points on the cub. Oh boy, the little tiger evolved on the spot. In an instant, it leapt from warrior tier level 10 to commander tier Wind King Tiger. The tiger couple stood there, completely floored, mouths agape. Who could have guessed? This kind of direct bloodline leap was unheard of in our world. And yet, I made it happen. They submitted immediately, promising absolute secrecy about what had transpired, even saying their cub was in good hands. I pounded my chest again. One day, it'll be a legend in the ancient realm. Changing the subject, I brought up the rampaging beast tide. Without hesitation, the 2 Tiger Kings withdrew it immediately. Here's the process translation based on the original structure, formatting, and flow. The next second, they revealed their true forms, standing atop the skyscrapers. 2 deafening tiger roars shook the entire city. Far away, the 800 Beastmaster soldiers shivered, convinced I was dead. But just then, reinforcements arrived. A jade black bat glided through the air as a 5-star Beastmaster stormed in, shouting at me. Crossing boundaries and harming others? Prepare to die. The 2 Tiger Kings stood tall, unyielding. When you slaughter beasts, do you ever think about the blood on your hands? The tension was palpable. I charged forward on my thunderstorm Sky Lion, shouting at the top of my lungs. Stop! No more fighting! The entire scene froze. The tigress spoke directly. Tell him to get out of the way, and we'll leave. I followed them alone. Behind me, the 800 Beastmaster soldiers muttered, "That kid's heading to his death." But they knew full well, fighting head-on with sovereign-level beasts would do nothing but drag them down. When I caught up, I saw it clearly. Shadowstalker Mountain Lords. The tigress raised her paw, prepared to strike. The butterfly insignia on my arm erupted with sovereign pressure, and she paused mid-action. I quickly shouted, "Don't fight. Lead the beast tide away. If the human elites arrive, you won't escape." The tigress sneered coldly. "That's exactly what we're waiting for. Even if it costs our lives, we'll have vengeance." I asked why. The tiger growled through gritted teeth. "Our child was gravely wounded by humans, almost dead." The tiger raised his paw, ready to strike again. I yelled in desperation, "The cub isn't dead yet. I can save it." Both Tiger Kings froze on the spot. The tiger scorned, "You haven't even grown fur, and you're already boasting?" But the tigress urged him to try. The tiger spat out the cub, covered in wounds, poisoned, and barely clinging to life with a vitality of only 12. I glanced at its status panel. Damn it, 12 points. I couldn't form a contract. Bracing myself, I confessed. To save it, I'll need to form a contract. But I can only contract beasts below 10 vitality. You'll have to agree to let me make its condition worse first. As soon as I said it, even I felt I was asking for the impossible. The tigress immediately flipped out. I staked my life on the line. If I'm lying, you can do whatever you want with me. It's dying anyway. Why not take a gamble? The 2 Tiger Kings exchanged glances and gambled. The tiger pressed down on its cub with a paw, instantly dropping its vitality to 5. My jaw twitched. This dad was ruthless. Blood bond contract. I threw down 3,000 destiny points, instantly healing it to full strength. As soon as the little cub revived, its first instinct wasn't to run to its parents, but to nuzzle up to me. The 2 Tiger Kings were utterly dumbfounded. I seized the moment, let it stay with me, and there's an even bigger surprise. I slammed down 10,000 more destiny points. The Shadowstalker Mountain Lord evolved on the spot. A commander-level Wind King Tiger emerged, soaring into the skies. Unbelievable. Finally, commander level. To everyone else, this kind of evolution was simply impossible according to the rules. But right there, in front of everyone, I forced it to happen. At that moment, not just the two Shadowstalker mountain lords. All surrounding beasts were in awe. I urged them to keep it a secret. Without hesitation, they agreed and even pushed their cub to stick with me, saying, "This is your golden destiny." I beamed internally, but feigned calm as I said, "Don't worry, I'll make the Wind King Tiger's name resound throughout the ancient realm." With business done, I quickly brought up the beast tide. The two Shadowstalker mountain lords willingly agreed to call it off on the spot. Next second, they unleashed their full aura, revealing their most massive forms. Two gigantic tigers towered among the tall buildings of South County. Two thunderous tiger roars erupted, shaking the entire city. Far away, the 800 Beastmaster soldiers heard those roars and immediately froze. It's over. The general's definitely dead. Who on earth could have predicted? At that very moment, reinforcements finally arrived. In the skies, a massive jade black bat cut through the night, with a 5-star Beastmaster, Xingyu, hovering in midair, furiously scolding the two sovereign-level tigers for crossing territory and killing. The two Shadowstalker mountain lords didn't flinch, firing back. When you humans massacre beasts and compress forbidden zones, do you ever think about how much blood is on your hands? The tension heightened instantly. I charged out on my thunderstorm Sky Lion, shouting at the top of my lungs, "Stop it! No more fighting!" Everyone was stunned. Even the aura from the two Shadowstalker mountain lords paused. They couldn't afford to cross me now. The tigress spoke directly. "As long as he doesn't block us, we'll leave immediately." I quickly leapt to a higher perch and shouted to Xingyu. They agreed to retreat. Fighting in the city will only kill more people. Xingyu was dumbstruck. Two sovereign-level beings. Listening to a teenager? He glanced over, and sure enough, the beasts in the city were retreating toward Beast Valley. Still, he wasn't satisfied. So many people died, and we're just letting them come and go as they please? The tigress sneered. "Don't let us leave. Then fight. Stay behind and try capturing what you can." Xingyu fell silent for a long moment and finally stood aside. Before leaving, the tigress turned back and called to me, "Come visit Beast Valley sometime. If you want sovereign-level beasts, come find us." The tiger gave me a nod as well, before their massive forms vanished into the night. Xingyu stood there, questioning his entire existence. The 800 Beastmaster soldiers swarmed toward me, realizing I was still alive, and surrounded me in a frenzy. "General! General!" The title made my scalp tingle, but inside, I was ecstatic. The next moment, Xingyu floated over, asking, "Who were you calling General just now?" Everyone was so guilty they couldn't look up, but someone spilled the whole story anyway. After listening, Xingyu's expression toward me completely changed. Right then and there, he announced, "The credit for ending this riot goes to your general." The 800 soldiers stared at me, their gazes practically worshipping a monster. I could only cough dryly, "Stop flattering me or I'll get cocky." Then I handed the command token back to Xingyu. He shook his head. "This was given to you by Senior Chun. Return it yourself." Left with no choice, I pocketed it. He asked for my name and school. I answered, "Luke, Academy of the Ancient Gods." He looked as if he might burst apart. He had thought I was at least from one of the 4 sacred academies. Finally, he asked how I managed to convince 2 Shadow Mountain tigers to retreat. I casually brushed it off. I just told them a top-tier expert was on their way, and if they didn't leave, there'd be no escape. Xingyu's face darkened. "You think I'm a 3-year-old? Someone nearby quickly chimed in. But it really was a top-tier expert. Xingyu brushed off the matter, turned to manage the post-battle cleanup, and tossed me a card before heading off. "Good job. Contact me if you need anything." I accepted it and thanked him. With more powerful reinforcements arriving, the situation was fully secured. Only then did I recall my fallen Ink Chilin, hopping on my thunderstorm Sky Lion and heading towards Senior Chun. Halfway there, I stowed the lion and switched to riding my White Moon Frost Wolf. Leading a commander-class beast was far too conspicuous for my liking. As I traveled, I mentally assessed my current roster of beasts. A second-tier, exotic blood-class White Moon Frost Wolf. A first-tier, newly ascended commander-class Wind King Tiger. A second-tier commander-class Thunderstorm Sky Lion. A 9th-tier commander-class Fallen Ink Chilin. And a 3rd-tier sovereign-class 7-color Riftwing Butterfly, though still recovering from injuries. 5 beasts. each with incredible potential. After this beast wave in Nan County City, my destiny points had skyrocketed to, holy crap, 660,000. All thanks to the lion and Cheelin shouting their lungs out. I racked up points like crazy. Right then and there, I did some quick mental math. That's more than enough to push my main lineup to Sovereign class, step by step. The next stage? Focus on leveling myself up. Initially, I planned to aim for 4 stars. But when I thought of Xingyu flying in midair, I immediately changed my goal. Straight to 5 stars. Just as I made up my mind, a sharp scream came from a nearby trail. A young man in a suit was dragging a girl into the bushes. Her clothes were disheveled, and she struggled desperately. The guy spat crudely, "I just saved your ass. And this is how you repay me?" A fiery rage shot up inside me instantly. As he began undoing his belt, I shouted, "Pull that out, and I'll make sure you lose it forever." His movement froze and he turned around. At the sight of my white moon frost wolf, he flinched. But then, noticing it was only at the exotic blood level, he steadied himself and announced he was a 2-star beastmaster, urging me to mind my own business. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's scum preying on the weak like this. I shot back, "Let her go immediately, or this city will gain an extra casualty today." He wasn't buying it, summoning 2 exotic blood beasts, a tailless bear and a 2-headed yellow weasel, to attack me together. I didn't summon the lion or the Cheelin. I let the white moon frost wolf handle it. With the divine beast command technique activated, my wolf held its own against both. Panic-stricken, he bolstered his beasts with aura, forcing a stalemate. Then, a group of people appeared from around the corner. The moment I saw who it was, my face darkened. The old lady from the train, Wei Ziliang's gang, they were all here. As if things couldn't get worse, the young man turned out to be the old lady's grandson. Twisted behavior must run in their family. The moment she saw her grandson in a fight, she started screeching. Wei Ziliang's eyes lit up when he recognized me. It was clear the grudge from the train had been simmering, and now he had a chance to act on it. He snarked, "Wow, a 1-star beastmaster holding his own against a 2-star? Not bad." I smirked, replying nonchalantly, "My capability isn't yours to critique." I made a point to call the girl over, telling her to run. She thanked me profusely and took off. Lin Qingfeng, the suited man, cursed and wanted to chase her, but my white moon frost wolf bared its fangs, forcing him to stay put. That's when Wei Ziliang stepped forward, making a show of ordering me to kneel and apologize. "If you don't, you won't walk out of here with your legs intact," he threatened. Then a female voice floated from behind him. "Wei Ziliang, even scumbags like him are worth helping?" It was Wang Yingyu. She immediately called out Wei Ziliang's shamelessness. His expression shifted as he quickly changed tack, putting on a grossly fake smile, claiming he'd been looking everywhere for her. Meanwhile, the old lady and Lin Qingfeng flipped the narrative, accusing me of trying to assault the girl and being caught by them. Their cronies backed up the claim, shouting in unison, "We all saw it." I stood there with my hands in my pockets, silently watching their little performance. Wang Yingyu was livid, asking Wei Ziliang if he genuinely believed what they had claimed. His eyes flickered briefly, but he stuck to his guns, saying he had seen it with his own eyes. Without a word, Wang Yingyu stepped to my side. Taking a defensive stance, she declared, "If you intend to fight, include me in your plans." I froze for a second. My first thought, am I really this attractive? Wei Ziliang was utterly thrown off balance. Wang Yingyu wasted no time tearing into him, lashing out. "Not knowing right from wrong, twisting the truth. You're a disgrace as a classmate. Stay the hell away from me." Gross. Wei Ziliang's face turned ghostly pale. The absurdity didn't stop. Lin Qingfeng, captivated by Wang Yingyu's beauty, suddenly got sleazy again, sending his beasts after her, while muttering lewd threats about teaching her a lesson. For beasts clashed instantly. Wei Ziliang's gang surrounded me to block my way. I saw straight through Wei Ziliang's pathetic scheme. Despite claiming he liked Wang Yingyu, now that she had publicly rejected him, he wanted Lin Qingfeng to hurt her, so she'd have no choice but to turn back to him. The sheer idiocy of it all almost made me laugh. Clearly, that's not how you win someone over. Looking right at Wei Ziliang, I scoffed, "You've obviously never had a girlfriend." He blew up immediately, yelling, "Like you know anything." "Oh buddy, but I do." Calmly, I replied, "Of course I do. I've succeeded before." Wei Ziliang's face turned green. He stormed over, practically foaming at the mouth. "Fine. Teach me, then." Here's the translated content maintaining the structure, format, and layout as requested. I replied directly, "First, you need to be as handsome as me, not some hideous creature like you." The moment I finished speaking, his temper exploded. He shouted, and the gang around him rushed forward, ready to beat me up. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect. A massive shadow suddenly loomed over the rooftop. Looking up, a blood-footed centipede warrior class, rank 8. Its head was menacing, its antennae waving wildly, and the rows of crimson legs were enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Wei Ziliang's bunch of cowards went weak in the knees immediately and turned to run. The blood-footed centipede didn't even give them a chance. It spat out a black toxic ring that encircled everyone, crashing to the ground and flipping them over in an instant. After Wei Ziliang scrambled to his feet, he ordered one of his men to test the poison. The guy's legs were trembling like crazy, and he didn't dare move. I stood nearby and sneered, "Don't bother testing, it's definitely poisonous." Everyone panicked. The blood-footed centipede lazily coiled itself mid-air, its grating voice piercing into our minds. "I love eating the dead. End yourselves now, or I'll poison you, and the taste will turn rancid." An old hag screamed for help on the spot, while Wang Yingyu instinctively moved closer to me, probably because I hadn't shown a hint of fear from start to finish. Lin Qingfeng was the first to bolt, riding his beast to use another as a meat shield, smashing through the toxic ring to escape. The blood-footed centipede sneered, "You can't escape." Its enormous body descended, and its first target was Wang Yingyu. Wang Yingyu shut her eyes in terror, but in the next moment, a lion's roar rang out. A heavenly thunder lion crushed the centipede's head with a single claw. Everyone was dumbfounded. The lion landed by my side, a commander-class battle beast. Wang Yingyu's eyes went wide. It finally clicked. The one charging into battle on a lion earlier really was me. From a distance, Lin Qingfeng's agonized screams filled the air. Another smaller centipede had lashed him away, beating him to death. The old hag instantly sprang to life, throwing herself at my feet, trying to cling to my leg, but the frost moon wolf beside me blocked her with a swat. She switched to kneeling and begged me to save her grandson. Hands in my pockets, I didn't move an inch. When pleading failed, the old hag screamed that she'd hurl herself at me to end her life, but was again sent flying by the frost moon wolf. I said coldly, "Your grandson brought this on himself. You gave me a hard time on the train before. Now, I just won't save him." As my words dropped, Lin Qingfeng was brutally killed by his assailants. The old hag slumped to the ground, then turned to curse and slander both me and Wang Yingyu, twisting the truth and saying vile things like how being assaulted by me would have been a blessing. Wang Yingyu was trembling with rage. Couldn't be bothered. I turned to leave. Suddenly, over a dozen monstrous blood-ranked centipedes surrounded us. Wei Ziliang had the audacity to crawl over, trying to cling to my thigh for help. The next second, a 30-man Beastmaster Corps arrived, clearing the area in an instant. The old hag rushed to them screaming accusations, firmly claiming I was responsible for her grandson's death and even dragged Wei Ziliang along as a witness. Wei Ziliang chimed in, urging Wang Yingyu to stay away from me. Wang Yingyu scoffed, standing right behind me. Wei Ziliang was waiting to see me arrested, but the Beastmaster Corps approached me instead, saluting in unison and calling me officer. Wei Ziliang froze on the spot. The old hag was dumbstruck. Turns out, I was carrying a military order to suppress the riot and had become a hero of South County City. The Beastmaster Corps asked me if they should detain anyone. I told them to do as they pleased and suggested they stop calling me officer to avoid unnecessary fuss. They switched to calling me Brother Liu, while the old hag, who was about to throw another tantrum, instantly clammed up in fear. I bothered no longer, bade farewell to the Beastmaster Corps, and rode the Frost Moon Wolf to find Elder Chun. He was already waiting for me outside the forest. I returned the military order to him, but he handed it back, a now retired but still effective emergency command. To my surprise, Elder Chun asked what reward I wanted. Using reverse psychology, I responded, "Nothing at all. I just hope for your safety." Elder Chun was thoroughly pleased. After confirming I was a new student at the Ancient God Academy and heard I was rumored to have barely gotten in due to weak talents, he froze for a moment. Right then, he made a decision. He'd help me get into the 4 grand academies. I politely declined. He then said, "When you graduate, come find me anytime, and you'll never have to worry about anything again." 2 days later, the riots in South County City were completely subdued. Though casualties were heavy, order was quickly restored under the Beastmaster's suppression. The train was repaired, and the broadcast announced it would depart in 30 minutes. Wang Yingyu had already returned to her seat, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed out the window. Clearly, she was mulling over the same question. Would that person come back? Elsewhere, at the Chow family estate in Shanghai City, George exited seclusion. Thanks to the Chow family's resources, he'd forcibly suppressed the risks of his rapid advancement and become a solid 2-star beastmaster. The moment he stepped out of the chamber, a young girl in a Lolita dress bounded over. Cousin, your talent is amazing. The girl's name was Chow Shirshir, a distant cousin. With S level talent, she had contracted 2 warrior-class beasts and had already been admitted to Phoenix Academy. She asked, wasn't Shanghai High School's top student this year you? George's mind immediately flashed my face. Seizing the moment, he casually lifted me up. The strongest isn't me, it's Luke. His first beast is commander class, and he even floored a White Tiger Academy examiner. Chow Shirshir was stunned on the spot. Which academy did he join? It better not be Phoenix. George grinned slyly. He didn't get into the 4 grand academies, not even the top 10. He went to Ancient God Academy instead. It was a deliberate move. He was setting Chow Shirshir up to give me trouble at the academy competitions. He then summoned the butler to report. The moment he heard the people sent to kill me had all died, he cursed them as useless before his expression turned cold. Can't kill him just yet? Then we'll target his family first. The butler replied. Lena has already gone ahead to the Evergreen Academy. A flicker of malice immediately flashed across George's face. Meanwhile, on the train to Nanjun City, the broadcast chimed in. We will resume in half an hour. Wang Yingyu had been waiting for me. It wasn't until I casually strolled back to the compartment and sat beside her again that the tension on her face instantly turned to brightness. The moment I sat down, I closed my eyes to rest. During this time, I had been chatting with Old Chen while also helping the Beastmaster Corps hunt down remnants of beasts everywhere. Exhausted was an understatement, but my destiny points had rocketed to 720,000. I was planning to take the next 3 days to get proper rest. But then, Wang Yingyu's voice broke the moment, nervous yet with a hint of bashfulness. She finally asked my name. I opened my eyes. Luke, from Shanghai High School. Her relief was palpable, and she immediately followed up by asking which academy I was heading to. Could it be one of the 4 grand sacred institutes? I was blunt. Ancient God Academy. She froze on the spot, visibly in disbelief. Even Wei Ziliang, who had been pretending to sleep nearby, opened his eyes wide in shock. Clearly, he couldn't process what he'd just heard either. To them, someone with a commander-level beast should obviously be enrolling in one of the Sacred 4. You'd even expect them in at least the top 10 academies. But here I was, heading to a place like Ancient God Academy, which barely even qualified as third-rate. Wang Yingyu asked me twice, checking if I was kidding. I straightforwardly laid it out, because my talent is F-ranked. The moment those words escaped my mouth, the compartment instantly fell silent. An F-rank talent paired with a commander-level beast? That combination was too absurd. Wei Ziliang, initially stunned, soon visibly relaxed. Knowing I was F-ranked, his superior demeanor returned. In his eyes, my future was nothing but waste material. Even other students from Jinhai High School began casting looks of disdain. But not Wang Yingyu. She didn't press further about my talent or beast. Instead, she naturally brought up the chaos that happened in Nanjun City. I gave her a brief rundown. When she learned it was caused by 2 sovereign-level tracking mountain tigers, her jaw practically hit the floor. I've never even seen a sovereign-level beast. I silently cursed in my mind. If it weren't for this being a train, I could have summoned my rainbow rift-wing butterfly to really widen your horizons. From there, the conversation simply rolled along. Topics shifting from the chaos to academies, from beasts to entirely unrelated subjects. The atmosphere, surprisingly easygoing. Meanwhile, Wei Ziliang, seated behind us, grew increasingly irritated. His face was practically turning purple. After all, he'd spent forever chasing after Wang Yingyu, and yet here I was, chatting with her more than he ever had. Finally, when it was time for Wang Yingyu to switch trains to Phoenix Academy, she stood up, extended her hand, and said, "See you in 6 months." I reached out lightly to shake her hand and replied, "Every meeting in the world is just a reunion after an eternity apart. It was a pleasure meeting you." She laughed. "If you can't become a top-tier beastmaster, you could always consider being a poet." I just smiled. Shortly after she left, Wei Ziliang prepared to disembark as well. Before stepping off, the guy deliberately approached me to deliver some bluster. "Your beast might be stronger than mine now, but if you dare join the Academy Rankings tournament, I'll crush you." With that declaration, he bolted. I didn't take it seriously at all. Plenty of people were likely lining up to give me trouble in 6 months. George, Li Jianxin, another Wei Ziliang in the mix didn't exactly make a difference. I simply calculated internally. By then, I'd probably be 4 stars, maybe higher. With a sovereign-level beast out in the open, what would they even use to stop me? As the train journey continued, we eventually arrived at Huangdu Mountain. Following my navigation, I tracked down the ancient god academy. When I finally got a good look at it, I was momentarily speechless. I always knew it was shabby, but I didn't realize just how run-down it could get. The grounds were expansive, covering 2 entire mountains. At night, nestled within the forested hills, it seemed almost mystical. But up close, all I could see were worn-down buildings, cracks, moss, and the pungent stench of impending collapse. For crying out loud, it made even the decrepit Shanghai High School look luxurious, so shabby I nearly turned around to leave on the spot. But since I was already here, I gritted my teeth, grabbed my luggage, and forced myself forward. The campus was eerily silent, not a single soul in sight to greet the newcomers. It wasn't until I reached the small plaza that a bald, middle-aged man finally appeared. When he saw my luggage, his eyes lit up, and he rushed over to grab my hand, grinning like a sly old fox. I asked, "Who are you?" He beamed and introduced himself, Ancient God Academy's principal, Gu Tianlong. At that moment, a warning bell sounded in my mind. The principal personally coming to greet me? This felt way too suspicious. I bluntly asked, "Where is everyone else in the school?" He responded nonchalantly, "Still sleeping in the dorms. Today's wake-up naturally day." I nearly laughed from frustration. Almost noon, and students were still asleep? This place was seriously ridiculous. Then I asked, "What about enrollment procedures?" His eyes sparkled. "Just pay. The more you pay, the better the resources." I tested the waters. "What can 10,000 beast coins get me?" He immediately launched into a sales pitch. 5-year program, top-tier techniques, profound foundation. We even used to surpass the 4 grand sacred institutes. Hearing this, I gritted my teeth and made a direct decision. 10,000 per year, paying 50,000 up front. I want the best techniques, the best dorm, and the best resources. Gu Tianlong practically had stars in his eyes. Terrified I'd change my mind, he grabbed me and dragged me straight to the principal's office. As soon as I handed him the money, his joy was so unrestrained I thought he might spin me around in celebration. That's when my attention was drawn to 10 photos hanging on the wall. I asked, "Who are they?" He replied, "Our academy's faculty." Then I asked, "How many total teachers do you have?" He hesitated, coughed, and said, "Just those 10, for now." I decided to press further. "What about students?" He replied, "Including you, post-graduation? 51 in total." I went completely silent. A school recruiting nationwide, yet only 51 students? This wasn't just shabby. This was teetering on the brink of extinction. In my mind, I cursed silently. Could I get my money back? Gu Tianlong immediately shook his head. Non-refundable. I only asked out loud for show, but my heart had already decided to stay. I didn't need them to make me stronger. I just needed to know the true limits of a beast tamer. Gu Tianlong pointed to a house halfway up the mountain. "That's your dormitory." I followed his finger and saw an even larger, more intimidating building at the peak. I asked, "Who lives there?" He said, "Your senior from the previous batch." In my mind, I instantly pictured a cold and elegant big sister. He warned me, "She's strong, so don't go looking for a beating." I mouthed my agreement, but let his words fly right out the other ear. Living on the same mountain and not greeting the neighbor? How does that even make sense? I also asked, "Where's Lin Huayuan?" Gu Tianlong replied, "The teachers are out recruiting new students, and the seniors are out helping them." I had only one thought in my head. No wonder I managed to sneak in. It turns out they didn't have time to check other schools. My last question, is what Lin Huayuan said about resources true? Gu Tianlong asked about my talent grade. F level, I replied. His expression froze for a moment, but he still forced out, "No problem. Ancient God Academy has a way to make you the continent's #1. I had to stifle a laugh. At least he didn't outright mock me. That's some basic courtesy, I suppose. Then I asked him about the skill pavilion. For the first time, Gu Tianlong looked serious. The skill pavilion is on another towering peak with 7 tiers. A gravity formation is in place on the mountain. The faster you climb, the higher tier you can access. 2 hours to reach the top means you only get to the first tier. To access the 7th, It has to be in 3 breaths. I was speechless after hearing this. Is this school a place to cultivate or just a torture chamber? And then, good grief, the moment I got to the summit, I was completely dumbfounded. Who would have thought? My senior. Her face looked like the girl next door's, pure and innocent. But from the neck down, a muscle-bound Hulk straight out of legend. I froze completely, only able to bemoan. Oh my God! Who are you? She slapped my shoulder and sweetly asked, which senior are you? I went weak at the knees and immediately sold out the principal. She smirked. Just because you're durable doesn't mean you're qualified to be here. The next second, bam! One punch to the gut, and I was launched into a pile of dirt. Agony shot through me. My entire body felt shattered. I tried to summon my beast, but all connection was severed. This senior was a menace to beast tamers. She followed with 3 more punches. I was convinced my internal organs were no longer in their rightful places. Desperate, I gasped for a timeout. Let me summon my beast to fight. She actually let me. The moment my old lion emerged, even she hesitated. But then, in came the abyss-eyed demon flood dragon, a 10th rank commander with dragon heritage. There was only one word in my mind. Doomed. I surrendered immediately, but she wasn't having it. The fun has only just begun. Another punch. That was the final straw. I released everything at once. 3 commanders and 1 mutated beast, all at her. Yet she charged straight in, barehanded. Every blow landed solidly, and when I was finally able to process the battlefield, the Frostmoon Wolf was unconscious on the ground. The lion could barely breathe, and the Celestial Tiger was a crumpled heap. She sat back into a meditative position, with only her back facing me. Scram. Come back stronger or next time I'll kill you for real. I was seething inside. Just what kind of monsters does this academy hide? My limbs went numb. I didn't even see how she won. This wasn't just strength. It was terrifying beyond human imagination. I asked her name, and she replied with just 3 words. Yoon Zhaoli. I burned it into my memory, recalled my beasts, and hobbled away like a defeated dog. That brutal beating was a wake-up call. This academy hides freaks of nature. Someone like Yoon Zhaoli could easily serve as the backbone of the 4 sacred academies. Yet here she was holed up in Ancient God Academy? I was bedridden for 3 days just to recover. Thank goodness she didn't take my life. Otherwise, that mountain might have been my grave. When I felt better, I went to ask the Thunderclap Skyline how they lost. What it told me left me speechless. Yoon Zhaoli pinned them to the ground just with her body and pummeled them relentlessly. Her raw physical strength was off the charts. It was clear she was pursuing the path of body cultivation, and she hadn't even gone all out. My brain went blank. There had to be a method behind this. Her strength couldn't possibly come from talent alone. She must have access to some monstrous cultivation techniques. I made an immediate decision. Head to the skill pavilion. That afternoon, the campus was so deserted I couldn't be bothered to greet anyone. I went straight for the mountain. When I got to the base, I realized it wasn't stairs, it was a cliff. As soon as I set foot inside, a gravitational force as heavy as a mountain slammed into me, pressing my body down several times harder. So this was the gravity formation the principal mentioned. I barely managed to adjust and was about to climb when, a shadow fell from above. Even worse. 2 soft things hit my face first. Then the whole person landed on top of me. Before I could process what was happening, a sharp voice screamed in my ear. The person sprang off me and yelled that I was taking advantage of her. I looked up and froze, jaw slack. Long legs, a form-fitting martial artist's outfit, almond-shaped eyes, cherry lips, black hair cascading like silk, completely and utterly stunning. The stoic, muscle-bound Yoon Zhaoli from the summit? This was the polar opposite. For once, I thought, finally, a person who meets my aesthetic tastes. I scrambled to explain. You fell out of nowhere and landed on me. But she didn't care. You're not supposed to climb the mountain from here, she said, accusing me of lurking to take advantage of people on purpose. Absolutely baffled. I could only confess I was a new student who didn't know the rules. When she heard I was a newbie, her tone softened a bit, but she quickly added, "This won't end here. You owe me compensation." I asked her what she wanted. She said, "Either 20,000 beast coins, or I'll give you an elite 4th-tier technique." I was stunned. Paying money I could understand, but what's the deal with giving away a cultivation technique? I asked curiously what exactly was this technique. She solemnly explained to me that it was a technique particularly suited for men. The first 8 characters on the manual were, to master this skill, one must first castrate oneself. My jaw practically dropped. Are you kidding me? They've even busted out something like the Sunflower Manual? At that moment, I completely gave up on trying to get things for free and obediently handed over my money. However, I took the opportunity to set a condition. Since she was charging me 20,000 yuan, she had to tell me about the academy. She readily agreed and introduced herself, Han Kaiwei, having studied here for 3 years. We sat down on a stone bench, and her first words hit hard. I shouldn't have come to the ancient God Academy. At this rate, the academy might shut down in another 2 years. The number of students halved after the last graduating class, and it's uncertain whether I'll even make it to graduation before they close the place down. Honestly, I wasn't too fazed. After all, I wasn't here for the elite school reputation to begin with. I went on to ask about Yun Zhaoli. The moment she heard her name, Han Kaiwei immediately asked, "Did she beat you up?" I nodded, then asked why I couldn't summon my beast in Yun Zhaoli's presence. She explained it was because of Yun Zhaoli's family bloodline. Her clan, the Yun family, is ranked first among the 9 great families of the Grand Xia Empire. And she's none other than the direct descendant of their patriarch. All she needs to do is come into physical contact, and she can sever the bond between me and my beast. I was floored. That ability isn't just powerful. It's outright unfair. I couldn't help but ask. With her level of skill, why isn't she at one of the 4 sacred academies? Han Kaiwei explained that she could have gone to any of them, but her muscular, athletic build drew too much attention, and she didn't want to deal with being constantly stared at. So, she opted for the lesser-attended Ancient God Academy. I could understand that. Then I turned the question back to her. She's clearly beautiful with decent talent, so why was she here? She smiled as she answered. Firstly, because her uncle is a teacher here, so she doesn't have to pay tuition. And secondly, because this academy houses a unique technique called the Heavenly Water Genesis Art, which is located on the 7th floor of the library. Hearing that made me all the more interested. It seemed like I had to give the 7th floor of the technique library a serious go. I started to ask if she was worried about wasting time here, but she cut me off assertively. As long as I get my hands on that technique, it's all worth it. I didn't press further. That was her private matter. She went on to spill everything about the state of the Ancient God Academy. Turns out the rumors were true. This place's greatest problem is the sheer extremity of its techniques. They're either absurdly powerful or downright bizarre. For example, there's the Dragon Severance Sutra. Yes, it's powerful, but who in their right mind would practice something so outrageous? The Heavenly Water Genesis Art Han Kaiwei wanted followed the same pattern. Undeniably strong, but the price to practice it was nothing short of absurd. Good grief! Who could have seen this coming? Not only do you need a water attribute constitution, but you also have to pair it with top-tier talent. Otherwise, you can't even access it. With conditions layered one atop another, it's no wonder the student population kept dwindling. Fewer students meant fewer resources from academy competitions, which only made the academy poorer and weaker. A vicious cycle. But the Ancient God Academy wasn't completely down for the count. Its ace in the hole? Yun Zhaoli, unshakable as the number 1 on the 10 great experts list. Meanwhile, Han Kaiwei couldn't even crack the top 10. She then revealed to me that if this year's incoming class didn't have at least 50 students, and if the academy couldn't rank within the top 100 in the next inter-academy competition in 6 months, the academy would be permanently shut down. I blurted out instinctively, "With Yun Zhaoli here, that shouldn't be possible, right?" Han Kaiwei immediately shook her head. "If it comes down to group battles, we're still doomed." I offhandedly added, "Well, with me and her, shouldn't that be enough?" Han Kaiwei almost burst into laughter. "Where do you get the confidence? A freshman with F-grade talent." I wasn't in the mood to argue with her. Talking more right now wouldn't change anything anyway. Then I asked her, "How high can you climb the technique library?" She responded crisply, "5th floor, and it takes me 10 minutes to get there." My eyes lit up. "I'm going to try. It'll only take me 10 minutes to reach the top." She didn't believe me at first, so she flat out challenged me. "If you really make it to the top in 10 minutes, I'll grant you one request, but only if it doesn't go against my wishes." I laughed and casually asked her, "Ever been in a relationship before?" Her cheeks instantly turned bright red, and she snapped at me, "Stop being ridiculous." I didn't waste more words. I turned and bolted straight for the mountain path. By the time she realized, she was furiously yelling at me from behind. But as she reached the entrance and looked up, she froze. Because I was already a long way up the trail. Triple gravity might be a death sentence for others, but to me it felt like a light tickle. With level 10 physical cultivation, my sacred beast physique, the divine beast mastery technique, and feedback from several bonded beasts, this level of pressure couldn't stop me. From her position at the foot of the mountain, Han Kai-wei was already questioning her understanding of reality. An F-grade talent freshman managing to climb was one thing, but to move faster than her? Unheard of. In the end, I made it to the top in just 8 minutes. But I wasn't content. I was still far from my ultimate goal, to reach the 7th floor within 3 breaths. Once inside the technique library, there were no guards, no mysterious elders sweeping floors, just rows upon rows of techniques sitting on shelves. I started at the 1st floor, but everything was 3-star techniques. Pass. The 2nd floor had 4-star techniques. Still not interested. It wasn't until I reached the 4th floor that I found 5-star techniques. The more I read, the more dumbfounded I became. Low-level techniques were normal enough, but the higher the grade, the more outlandish the conditions. Things like thousands of rare herbs, locations with extreme yin-yang energy, injecting beast blood into your body, or even grafting beast limbs onto yourself. The more I read, the clearer it became. This academy's current dire state was no accident. By the 5th floor, I found 6-star techniques, though there were very few of them. 3 caught my eye. The Myriad Beasts Convergence Technique requires forming spiritual connections with 10,000 beasts. The Heavenly Fiend Blood Refinement Pact demands refining the bloodline of 10 sovereign-ranked beasts. The 100 Beasts Soul Integration Manual involves splitting your soul into 100 fragments and embedding them into beasts. After reading through them, I was left with only one conclusion. These techniques weren't made for humans. It suddenly became clear to me. People like Yun Zhaoli, who were absurdly strong, wouldn't rely on these freakish methods at all. The technique I currently had, Divine Beast Mastery Technique, seemed refreshingly normal by comparison, almost otherworldly. Here is the revised text while maintaining the original structure and layout. I was preparing to head downstairs, but when I reached the 4th floor, for some inexplicable reason, I turned back and stood in front of the broken jade manual. Just because of that one line. To master this skill, one must first castrate oneself. I wanted to see what made it so powerful. The moment I opened it, my pupils shrank instantly. This wasn't a 5-star technique. It was a 7-star technique. A 7-star manual was just sitting there, placed in the most prominent spot on the 4th floor. After skimming through it, I immediately understood why. The conditions were terrifying, few dared to practice it. But as I kept reading, the more drawn I became. By the end of it, I had made up my mind. This manual, I can practice it. The castration wasn't insanity. It was because this technique completely unlocks the body's potential, causing the bloodstream to accelerate drastically. One particular body part would end up being persistently engorged, severely impeding cultivation. For an average person, cutting it off was the only way to endure. But I'm different. With my Beastmaster sacred physique far surpassing normal humans, this side effect was nearly negligible for me. What's a loss for others is perfectly tailored for me. With a 7-star technique in front of me, how could I hesitate? Practice. If others won't, I sure as hell will. Right then and there, I devoted myself to memorizing the broken jade manual. At the foot of the mountain, Han Kai-wei waited for half an hour. When I didn't show up, she cursed a few times and left. Meanwhile, I stayed there for 2 full days. It wasn't until the morning of the semester's opening day that I finally committed the entire broken jade manual to memory. And then, I suddenly remembered. Class starts today. I hurried down the mountain and went straight to the training grounds. When I arrived, sure enough, everyone else was already there. Because the total number of people was so small, the so-called huge crowd was really just a tiny patch of people. My eyes first scanned to the back where Yun Zhaoli stood, but I quickly looked away before making direct eye contact. That's when I spotted Lin Huayuan. This new cohort, including me, only consisted of about 10 people. In other words, their recruitment efforts this year were modest at best. The moment I stepped onto the scene, all the other students, their gazes landed on me. Gu Tianlong wore a friendly smile, saying that even with just 10 new students this year, the academy would still grow steadily, achieve greatness, and continue breaking new barriers. As soon as he finished speaking, he called on me to introduce myself first. Left with no choice, I reluctantly stepped forward and spoke truthfully. My name is Luke, from Shanghai City, fresh out of the Techniques Pavilion. Lin Huayuan, standing at my side, added fuel to the fire by suggesting I also include my talent and contracted beast. Again, I had no choice but to honestly admit, F-grade talent, only able to contract beasts with life force below 10. As soon as the words left my mouth, the crowd erupted. Someone sneered. You call that talent? That's more like a curse. Someone else quipped sarcastically. With conditions like that, how does one even become a beast master? Ridiculous. Han Saiwei's eyes widened, finally confirming that I was indeed F-grade. Just as the crowd got rowdy, Lin Huiyuan took the opportunity to intervene, asking me directly to summon my lion. My heart warmed. The old fox was clearly trying to lend me a hand, to establish my authority early on, so I wouldn't become a laughingstock later. Because even an F grade can still be strong. I summoned the Thunderclap Sky Lion. The moment the old lion touched the ground, everyone, except the headmaster and Yun Zhaoli, stood there dumbfounded. First second, holy crap, it's huge. Commander level at minimum. Second, wait, something's off. Why does it look like it's about to keel over and die? Someone from the group muttered sarcastically, finding a half-dead commander-level beast for a lucky break? Even I could pull that off. Han Saiwei's gaze softened with sympathetic pity, probably regretting the 2,000 beast coins she spent tricking me. Lin Huiyuan stepped forward and turned this moment into a teaching moment. He said, "Never underestimate anyone. Consider this your lesson for today." Then, he pointed directly at the 10th-ranked Zhang Bufan and called him up to spar against me. The crowd immediately roared with excitement. Zhang Bufan was a 3-star beastmaster ranked 10th on the expert board of Ancient God Academy. Definitely a force to be reckoned with. Zhang Bufan smiled wryly and said, "It's not that I'm looking down on your lion. I'm just afraid I'll accidentally kill it and can't afford the compensation." Lin Huiyuan retorted coldly, "Don't worry. Even if your beast dies, the lion might still survive." After hearing that, Zhang Bufan finally released his black-striped golden-eyed tiger, a tier 10 exotic blood beast. At first, the tiger seemed a bit wary of the lion, but after seeing its half-dead demeanor, it quickly regained its confidence. The tiger let out an ear-splitting roar. The old lion finally opened its eyes, moving sluggishly as it got up. And then, with a thunderous roar, the lion's cry shattered the ground beneath it, leaving cracks like a spiderweb. Several students nearby stumbled and fell flat on their backs. As they scrambled to their feet, they looked up once more at the Thunderclap Sky Lion, their eyes filled with shock and newfound respect. Moments ago, it had looked like it was on its last legs. Now, it stood there like a true commander-level king. Zhang Bufan's face turned pale. Someone in the peanut gallery tried to pep him up. "Don't panic. You've trained in a 5-star technique. Your mastery of Qi isn't bad. You can pull off a rank-up battle." Zhang Bufan tried to console himself with the same thought. He infused his Qi into the black-striped golden-eyed tiger, entering a state of synergy between beast and master. The resulting aura was intimidating, to say the least. Both sides charged at each other and engaged in a brutal primal clash. Some onlookers were still betting on the lion's earlier display being just a last hurrah. They figured it wouldn't last long. But before long, the Thunderclap Sky Lion launched a decisive counter. It bit down hard, followed by an over-the-shoulder throw, slamming the black-striped golden-eyed tiger into the edge of the plaza. The impact left the tiger utterly motionless. Zhang Bufan was dumbfounded, rushing over to check on his beast. The plaza fell silent, eerily so. No one had expected a new student to so effortlessly topple the Academy's 10th-ranked expert. I calmly recalled the old lion and returned to my place, throwing out a casual remark. "Hope my little display wasn't too embarrassing." That single statement only made everyone more unsettled. They had been grinding their way through Ancient God Academy for years, yet none of them had even reached the warlord level. Then here I came, a brand new student with a commander-level beast, wiping the floor with the 10th rank in a single move. This wasn't just showing off. This was outright humiliation. Lin Huiyuan seized the moment, turning the fight into a lesson. He acknowledged that my talent was indeed F-grade and that my contract limitations were strict, but he emphasized that talent isn't everything. If this had been a life-or-death battle, many of you would already be dead. He concluded with a reminder to everyone. Even a lion gives it their all when hunting a rabbit. You cannot afford to be careless. His words hung heavy in the air for a moment until the silence gave way to a round of applause. This is the process translation of content section 21/23, maintaining the original structure, paragraph breaks, and overall layout. Even the defeated Zhang Bufan could only return with a gray face and admit his loss. Lin Huiyuan suddenly asked me, "You said you just came down from the technique tower. Which floor did you get to? What technique did you choose?" I answered honestly, 5th floor, breaking jade scripture. Lin Huiyuan froze on the spot. Gu Tianlong trembled slightly, his voice completely altered. "You're cultivating breaking jade scripture?" I nodded. The entire room went deathly quiet, even quieter than before. The next second, every single gaze landed squarely in my crotch. Someone cluelessly asked, "What is breaking jade scripture?" Another person immediately spilled the beans. "To practice that thing, you have to castrate yourself first." At that moment, all the looks directed at me completely changed. Oh, good lord! The shock, awe, disbelief, and a touch of phantom pain that filled my heart right then. Lin Huayuan exploded on the spot, yelling at me, "Are you out of your mind? That technique is put on the 4th floor for reference purposes. Who told you to actually practice it?" The crowd erupted instantly, everyone cursing my ruthlessness. To get stronger, you actually had it in you to do that? Han Saiwei's mouth opened so wide you could stuff an egg in. At that moment, she probably realized why I was so adamant about not taking that top-tier technique from her for 20,000 beast coins back then. Even Yun Zhaoli, sitting quietly behind everyone, seemed visibly stunned. She was likely wondering, did I really go that far cutting myself, as a desperate attempt to catch up to her by forcibly practicing a 7-star technique? Standing amidst the crowd, I almost wanted to explain, "Wait, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't do it." Yet as the words reached my lips, I swallowed them back down. This kind of thing is impossible to explain. The moment I tried to clarify, I'd inevitably expose my Beastmaster holy physique, a trump card I couldn't afford to reveal. So instead, I decided to let them keep misunderstanding. After all, it wasn't harming me. With that epiphany, I simply stopped explaining. Under their stunned and awed gazes, I calmly asked Gu Tianlong, "Can I step down now?" Gu Tianlong, barely registering the question in his befuddlement, nodded numbly. I turned and began walking down the steps, slightly limping. In their eyes, though, this merely confirmed that I was still recovering from the operation. Respect points? Maxed out. What came next, the newcomers' introductions, barely made an impression on the crowd. Talent ranging from A to C, completely average and uninspiring. Until the last girl stepped onto the stage, suddenly reigniting the room. She wore a black gothic Lolita dress, white thigh-highs, long wavy hair, a baby-faced round visage, a stunning combination of cute and dangerous. She introduced herself, Yi Shuero. Her second sentence? Even deadlier, SSS grade talent. Even Yun Zhaoli turned her head for a second look. Everyone below was dumbstruck. An SSS grade talent actually just walked in here on her own? Gu Tianlong and the 10 instructors looked like their faces had gone green. She hadn't even been recruited. She'd applied of her own accord. The Sacred Beast Academy. Had it really become this destitute? Once Yi Shuero left the stage, Gu Tianlong began his speech, welcoming the newcomers, boasting about resources, claiming the instructors were all 4-star Beastmasters. The applause that followed? Polite at best. Afterward, Gu Tianlong arranged for instructors to guide the newcomers around campus while the older students dispersed. Han Kaiwei rushed up to me right away. "You really reached the 5th floor?" Clearly, she didn't believe me. I didn't bother trying to convince her and said, "Don't believe me? Go try again." She instantly chickened out. Then she asked me, "What's actually on the 5th floor?" I wanted to ask her back, "Aren't you afraid of wasting your time?" But she answered straight away, "As long as I can get that technique, nothing is too much." I kept asking. She kept answering. Bit by bit, she spilled almost every secret there was to know about the Sacred Beast Academy. That's when I finally understood. The problem wasn't with the instructors or the resources. The problem was, the techniques were insane. For example, breaking dragon scripture. Unbelievably powerful, sure, but you had to castrate yourself to practice it. Now, who could make that kind of call? The technique Han Kaiwei wanted to practice, Heaven's Water Genesis technique, required an extremely rare water attribute master talent. Between all the prerequisites piling up, it was no surprise student numbers were dwindling. But the Sacred Beast Academy wasn't entirely hopeless. Among the rankings of powerful students, Yun Zhaoli sat comfortably in first place. Han Kaiwei didn't even crack the top 10. She also let me in on another piece of news. Fewer than 50 students had enrolled this term, and if the academy didn't place in the top 100 during the semi-annual competition, it would have to shut down. I tossed out casually, "With Yun Zhaoli around, that shouldn't happen, right?" She shook her head. "Team battles require numbers too." I replied, "Between me and Yun Zhaoli? That's enough." She burst out laughing on the spot. "Where's all this confidence coming from, you F-tier rookie?" I didn't argue with her. Instead, I turned the tables and asked, "What's the highest floor you've reached?" She said, "The 5th floor." I immediately offered, "Let me have a go. 10 minutes to the summit." She didn't believe me and bet. If I actually made it in 10 minutes, she'd agree to one favor of mine, so long as it didn't go against her own will. Offhandedly, I asked her, "Have you ever been in a relationship?" Her face turned beet red instantaneously. Then I ran straight up the mountain. The result? 8 minutes flat. Han Kai-wei, watching aghast from the base, was dumbfounded. She began doubting whether I was even really F-tier. As I entered the technique tower, though, the deeper I probed, the more I realized how completely justified this academy's decline was. The upper-tier techniques were undeniably powerful, but their conditions were downright ridiculous, requiring a connection to 10,000 beast spirits, the refinement of 10 sovereign bloodlines, or splitting your soul into 100 fragments. Eventually, I returned to the 4th floor and opened Breaking Jade Scripture. And as I flipped through it, I discovered this wasn't a 5-star technique at all. It was 7 stars. And the more I read, the more excited I became. Oh boy, who would have thought that for everyone else, this technique would be the path of castration and despair. But for me, Luke, it was practically tailor-made. Energy surges? Blood circulation issues? With my Beastmaster holy physique, those supposed drawbacks weren't even worth a mention. I holed up in the technique tower for 2 full days, hammering Breaking Jade Scripture into my brain. By the time I realized that it was orientation day, I was already 2 days late. Here's the reworked English version with the structure, paragraph alignment, and format maintained. I rushed to the field in a hurry and arrived just in time for the opening assembly. Gu Tianlong saw me and straightforwardly made me the first to go up and introduce myself. As soon as I gave my name, Luke, Shanghai City, Lin Huayuan, that old fox, immediately added, also talk about your talent and contracted beast. I had no choice but to tell the truth. F-rank talent, only capable of contracting creatures with less than 10 vitality. The crowd immediately erupted. Some even shouted, that's a limit, not a talent. Lin Huayuan, seeing it was heated enough, then told me to summon my old lion. It actually warmed my heart a bit. This old guy was helping me build some respect. The moment Thunderstorm Sky Lion made its appearance, everyone except the headmaster and Yun Zhaoli was stunned. But as soon as it laid down looking half dead, the shock immediately turned into suspicion. Lin Huayuan made a big gesture and directly pointed to the top 10 on the rank board, singling out Zhang Bufan. Go! Fight him! Zhang Bufan got nervous right away. I don't want to kill his lion and have to compensate for it. Lin Huayuan sneered. Your tiger could die, and my lion still wouldn't. With no choice, Zhang Bufan released his black-striped gold-eyed tiger, an exotic bloodline beast ranked grade 10. The tiger seemed hesitant at first, but once it saw the old lion looking decrepit, it got cocky in an instant. It let out a probing roar. The old lion stood up slowly, responded with a casual lion's roar, and instantly, people were knocked off their feet. In less than a few exchanges, the Thunderstorm Sky Lion clamped onto the tiger's neck, suplexed it, and sent it flying. The black-striped gold-eyed tiger immediately went limp. Zhang Bufan was utterly defeated. The whole crowd was floored. Lin Huayuan seized the moment. Even F-rank can become strong. Talent has never been everything. Then he turned to me and asked, which level of the cultivation library did you go to? What book did you pick? I answered honestly, 5th floor, Fragmented Jade Sutra. Dead silence. Even Gu Tianlong sounded shocked. You're cultivating the Fragmented Jade Sutra? I nodded. Everyone's gazes immediately shifted downward, to my lower half. Some didn't get it, but others explained right away. That sutra requires self-castration. The next second, their expressions completely changed. Shock, admiration, fear. It was all there. Han Kai-wei was utterly stunned, mouth agape. Yun Zhaoli, sitting in the back, had the most complex expression. She was clearly wondering if I'd gone that far just to pursue her. I cursed inwardly. I didn't cut it, but explaining would expose my Beastmaster physique, so whatever, let them misunderstand. The introductions continued, but no one remembered anyone else. That is, until the final student came up. A little devil in a black Lolita dress, white stockings, and curls in her baby-fat cheeks. Her name was Yi Shuero, SSS rank talent. Even I couldn't help but take another look. Talent of this level? What was she doing at Ancient God Academy? Gu Tianlong and the rest of the teachers looked equally confused. It was clear they hadn't recruited her. She'd come on her own. After the assembly ended, Han Kai-wei rushed over first. You really made it to the 5th floor? I recited a few techniques from the 5th floor and their exact placements to her. She finally believed me but still couldn't understand. Why not go for a 6-star technique? Why Fragmented Jade Sutra of all things? Lin Huayuan strolled over and casually added, the 7-star method on the 7th floor is strictly for women. It's the one you wanted, heavenly waterflow technique. Han Kai-wei was dumbstruck. Without hesitation, she shoved the 20,000 beast coins she tricked me out of earlier back into my hands. Bets off! I panicked on the spot. You can't just back out like that. She ignored me, handed me the money, then bolted. Another girl nearby peeked over and asked, "What did you two bet on?" I was blunt. She bet I couldn't reach the 5th floor. If I did, she'd date me. The crowd burst into laughter. Someone joked, "Man, you're cultivating fragmented Jade Sutra. Even if she agreed to date you, she'd be terrified." Just then, Yishuero chimed in, blinking her big eyes. "Big brother, did you really cut it?" My face turned dark. "Why, you want to check?" Her eyes sparkled. "Can I?" I was done, completely speechless. I waved her off and went back to my dorm. The teachers had just finished assigning rooms when Yishuero heard I had a single. She immediately went to Gu Tianlong. "I want a single too," near his. Gu Tianlong grinned like a scammer. 2 million. Without blinking, she flung 2 black cards on the table, adding an extra million as T-money to buy her freedom to skip classes if she wanted. Gu Tianlong laughed so hard I thought his jaw might come off, and he gave her a room right on the hill next to mine. When I got back to my dorm, Yun Zhaoli was already waiting at the door. Her first words caught me off guard. "Did you start cultivating fragmented Jade Sutra because of me?" I paused, then countered, "What if I did?" She went silent for a moment. Good grief. Was that a hint of guilt? But in the end, she just said next time we fought, she wouldn't hold back. I laughed out loud. Straight up told her, "Listen, my goal has never been you. I'll conquer the ancient realm, the entire continent, and even the stars beyond." The look in her eyes, way more intense than when the old lion stood up. A second later, she reminded me, "Don't forget, you're just F-rank talent." I shot back, "Who says being F-rank means I can't become strong? Didn't you see me take down those high-rank beasts today? Who says I don't have hidden cards to play?" Those words hit her hard. She left with just one line, "I want to test your hidden cards." I replied, "Not today. I haven't slept in 2 days. I need rest. And FYI, don't keep waiting around outside the boys' dorm. Next time I'll hang around your dorm entrance instead." Her face turned pitch black as she spat, "I was just passing by," and stormed off up the hill. Just as I lay down on the bed, a head popped through the doorway. "Ye oeru." As soon as she came in, she started making a big deal out of everything. "Wow, your dorm setup is actually kinda unique." I hurriedly tried to kick her out. Clearly, the previous tenant was a girl. The pink everywhere gave it away. The last thing I wanted was for her to think I was some kind of creep. But she just raised an eyebrow, smiling slyly. "You're already practicing the Broken Jade Sutra. If we slept on the same bed, what could anyone even say?" My face darkened. She walked around and, upon realizing that her $2 million accommodation didn't seem as nice as my $1 million dorm, she started making a fuss about switching. Of course, I refused. She then plopped right onto my bed and declared, "I'm not leaving. I'm staying here tonight." I warned her, "If you don't leave, I'm not going to hold back." She burrowed into my blanket like it was hers and retorted smugly, "You've already cut that part off. What are you going to do to me? Use your mouth." I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then I actually climbed into the bed. I slipped under the blanket and wrapped my arms around her. She screamed at first, flailing in protest. And then, somehow, amidst the struggle, our lips met. In that moment, we both froze. She looked like she was about to scream again, so I silenced her by covering her lips. She initially hit me like her life depended on it, but before long, her resistance weakened, her breathing quickened, and her face turned so red it practically smoked. When I finally let her go, her entire body was limp, her eyes glaring at me in a mix of indignation and grievance. I smiled and said, "Didn't you say I could only use my mouth?" Then I ordered her to leave right now or I'd really toss her out. Blushing furiously, she shot back, "Just you wait," before awkwardly storming off. I'd barely been lying down for 2 seconds when I sat bolt upright again. My bed was wet. I stared at it for a couple moments in silence and said nothing. Down the hill, Yishuero was stomping away while gritting her teeth. "Luke, I'm going to kill you. I'll make you wish you were dead." By the next morning, 10 new students gathered at the field. Yishuero was clearly still holding on to last night's grudge and stood as far away from me as possible. Lin Huayuan began the first lesson. He told us that teachers could only point the way, but real cultivation was something we'd have to do ourselves. Next, he told us we'd head to the technique pavilion to select a cultivation method and then focus on advancing to the second star. The normal path to advancement involved refining chi, opening meridians, and strengthening the body. But there was another, far more challenging method: seeking out special environments to temper the body with elemental forces. My eyes lit up instantly. This was exactly what I'd been looking for, to take each step to its absolute peak. I immediately asked, "What do you mean by special environments? And what are elements?" Lin Huayuan explained, "There are 9 fundamental elements in the world: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. Places like volcanoes, hot springs, and caverns are special environments dense with elemental energies. Tempering your body in such places could expand your meridians to a greater degree, and you might even gain elemental attributes." I followed up, "Then why doesn't everyone do it?" He answered simply, "First, such places are incredibly hard to find. Second, they're extremely dangerous. If the energy isn't concentrated enough, it's useless. If it's too dense, you'd ruin yourself attempting it." Plenty of prodigies in history had been rendered useless because of this gamble. This method wasn't just an opportunity, it was a high-stakes bet. Someone backed out right then and there, asking why the teacher even brought it up if it was so risky. Lin Huayuan smiled. "Because the Ancient Gods Academy has places like that, elemental zones within microworlds. Apparently, he'd once controlled over 100 of these microworlds, though only a handful remain today." The entire group was visibly shaken by this revelation. Lin Huayuan cut off further questions with only this to say, "Don't dwell on the past. Just focus on getting stronger now. Tomorrow we'll head into a microworld. On the journey, I'll guide you in practicing your chosen cultivation technique. Let's aim for everyone to master chi refinement before entering." Yishuero and I said at the same time, "I'm going." After speaking, we exchanged a look and immediately pretended not to know each other. Lin Huayuan looked at the two of us, clearly trying not to laugh. The other freshmen also wanted to go. Lin Huayuan told everyone to go pick their cultivation methods first and depart tomorrow. I said directly, "I'm not going. I've already picked my cultivation method." The whole room's expressions instantly grew complicated. Everyone knew what I was talking about. Yishuero followed up, saying, "I'm not feeling well today, so I won't climb the mountain. I've already finished cultivating my cultivation method too." Lin Huayuan glanced at the two of us and clearly thought we were both weird. Damn it, I was just about to sneak off in the chaos. Who would have thought that bitch Yishuero would actually be following behind me, her eyes looking like she wanted to kill me? The moment I turned around, I asked her what she was following me for. She threw out just 4 words, "To the martial arts training ground." I flat out said I wasn't going. She immediately threatened me. "If you don't go, I'll tear down your dorm." I blurted back, "You mean the time you peed on my bed?" Her face instantly turned red all the way to her neck, and she desperately denied it. I deliberately added another jab. "If it wasn't pee, then your body is way too sensitive." She completely lost it, lunging at me and biting my arm hard, sinking her teeth in deep enough to draw blood. The pain made me suck in a sharp breath, and I had no choice but to agree to go with her. Looking down, I saw 2 neat rows of bloody teeth marks on my arm, but she still urged me to hurry up, saying this little injury wouldn't kill me. I cursed her as a little bitch and casually warned her, "When you lose to me later, don't cry." She snorted coldly, "If I lose, I'll never bother you again." I immediately upped the stakes. "If I lose, you still have to let me take a bite." She didn't believe I could win at all. We soon arrived at the training grounds, where more than a dozen senior students were sparring. The moment they saw me, they all stopped moving. They still vividly remembered how I let the commander-level old lion go yesterday. Then, in the next second, everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Yishuero and I walked onto the arena together. F rank versus SSS rank? Someone was just about to speak up for her. What kind of skill is it to bully a young girl? But the cry of a phoenix rang out across the entire venue, and everyone fell silent at once. A crimson phoenix, over 10 meters tall, appeared out of thin air, flames wrapped around its body, its aura overwhelming. Commander level tier 10, heaven-slaying crimson feather phoenix. Everyone at the scene was stunned, including me. I cursed inwardly. Yishuero's backing is way too strong, isn't it? Even Yun Zhaoli may not be able to compare. Seeing my shock, she immediately asked smugly, "Scared now? I'm going to beat you up today no matter what." I came back to my senses and only said one thing. "Admit defeat? Impossible." In the next second, I released the thunderbolt-suppressing Heaven Lion. The crowd below the stage erupted instantly. On one side was an old lion with almost all its fur gone, and on the other was a peak flame phoenix. This was way too brutal. Someone directly declared, Yi Shuero is already guaranteed second place in the academy. First place is still Yun Zhaoli. She lifted her chin proudly. Admit defeat. Agree to help me with 10 things and I'll let you off. I couldn't be bothered to respond. Let's fight. The two techniques inside my body circulated at the same time. Shun Yu Ju and Duan Yu Jing. Ordinary people can only run one, but I can stack them. Duan Yu Jing had only just reached the beginner level, yet it was forcibly pushed all the way to the third layer completion. I thought to myself, I can't lose this fight. A dense surge of beast-taming energy burst from the old lion's body. Someone at the edge of the arena recognized the Duan Yu Jing style and sucked in a cold breath in shock. But Yi Shuero sneered. You think I only have one beast? The next second, she ordered, Jitian Chiu Feng. Attack! The old lion lunged out at the same time. Lightning and flames crashed together with a boom, and even the arena shook. The first clash was actually evenly matched. The second exchange of skills, thunder-splitting earth-shaking claw against blazing fire-tempering immortal strike, directly turned into a close-range grapple. The people below watched with growing shock. The old lion hadn't been crushed at all. Yi Shuero panicked. Just how long can your old thing hold out? While pouring beast-taming energy into it, I answered her. You should be worrying about where I'm going to bite you after you lose. She was so enraged that she exploded on the spot. Nirvana True Fire. The Chiyu Phoenix's flames turned red-black, and even the air distorted. I immediately ordered, Old Lion, show them your real skill. With the boost of Shun Yu Ju, the thunder-suppressing Sky Lion's aura surged to its peak. As if it had truly become a king, it shot up into the sky and swung down a claw. Duan Yu, who could have imagined it? With this claw strike, what I shattered wasn't brute force. It was the very source of energy. The protective flames around Qifeng were severed in an instant. The next second, a colossal force slammed down, and the Scarlet Feather Phoenix was blasted straight to the ground, smashing out a sea of fire. The whole place fell dead silent. Yi Shuero was stunned. Her cherished treasure had lost. I let out a long breath and said, You've lost. But then her eyes turned red, and she jumped up yelling, I didn't lose. You forced me into this. The next second, another monstrous creature floated out behind her. The Heavenly Sound Jellyfish. Commander Tier, rank 10. The whole arena exploded. Who would have thought that Yi Shuero at just 1 star could already form a dual contract, and both beasts were Commander Tier? That talent was practically cheating. She glared at me angrily. Didn't see that coming, did you? I still have a second one. Can your old dying lion handle too? I wasn't panicked at all. Instead, I burst out laughing. Nice. Aside from Yun Zhaoli in the Ancient God Academy, there was actually another opponent here who could get my blood pumping. After laughing enough, I replied directly, Coincidentally, I don't just have one either. As soon as I finished speaking, the fallen black Qilin appeared. It was disguised as a Chow Chow, but its pressure was impossible to hide. The entire crowd fell silent again. Then they collectively lost it. An F rank can dual contract? And both are Commander Tier? This isn't just outrageous. It's basically cheating. Yi Shuero was almost in tears, staring at me fixedly. Why do you get 2-2? I couldn't be bothered with more talk, and only asked her one thing. Are we still fighting or not? Of course she wouldn't accept it. Clenching her teeth, she sent the Heavenly Sound Jellyfish in again, and the Scarlet Phoenix struggled back to its feet. With the two commanders attacking from both sides, the arena instantly turned into a slaughterhouse. The thunderbolt-suppressing Heaven Lion held back the Scarlet Phoenix, while the fallen Black Qilin went head-on with the Jellyfish. With the dual boosts of the Broken Jade Scripture and the Divine Control Art, I grew steadier as the fight went on. The Black Qilin swatted once and directly blasted the Jellyfish off the arena. The outcome was decided. Yi Shuero sat on the ground like a frostbitten eggplant. I walked over, and she asked with both grievance and refusal in her voice, Why? Of course, I couldn't say that I was still hiding Lord Sovereign. I only reminded her mildly. Lin Huiwen said just yesterday not to underestimate anyone, even an F rank. She still refused to give in. I almost wanted to summon all 5 of my tamed beasts and utterly crush her fighting spirit. But in the end, I held back. I only reminded her of one thing. According to the bet, don't come looking for trouble with me again. Just as I was about to leave, she suddenly called me back. I turned around. Something else. She raised her hand. I bit you once before. Now I'll pay you back with a bite. I was secretly delighted and crouched right in front of her. I don't want a bite on my hand. She lifted her chin. Then whatever you want. The next second, I wrapped an arm around the back of her head and kissed her. The whole place froze. 3 seconds later, before she could shove me away, I jumped up and ran. Behind me came her furious scream. I'm going to kill you! The martial training field descended into complete chaos. Some cursed me for being a eunuch and still daring to force a kiss. Some imagined a lovers-to-enemies scenario, and some even said the two of us actually looked pretty compatible. Yishuero didn't care about any of that. She chased after me for more than a dozen steps, but still couldn't catch me. The next morning, Lin Huayuan led the team out. Their destination, the Mirage Desert. Along the way, he told us, inside there are lava, hot springs, and ice caves. Elemental lands are everywhere. We only have 8 days, 3 days to find a place, 2 days to temper our bodies, and the remaining 3 days, we must come out alive. Goodness, who would have thought that the first thing you have to do after entering the Mirage Desert is tie your life to an old tree? Or one wrong step and you'll never make it back. That old fox Lin Huayuan even stressed it on purpose. This place isn't for sightseeing. If you want to get stronger, you'd better get used to dancing on the edge of a knife. As soon as he finished speaking, he released his white jade scorpion, a commander-rank tier 10 beast, shrunk down to the size of a fist, and it darted to the front to scout the way. I was assigned to the rear of the team, responsible for marking the route all the way. As for Yishuero, she clung to me like a ghost, her gaze looking as if she wanted to burn right through me. I deliberately slowed by 2 steps, and she crashed straight into me, grinding her teeth in fury. Yet I was secretly overjoyed. The angrier the little she-devil got, the more it proved I had a place in her heart. As we walked on, someone couldn't help asking, are we just like headless flies? Haven't the seniors and juniors scouted the way already? Lin Huayuan sneered. They have, but the sand runs off on its own. Once a sandstorm hits, the terrain changes completely. Old maps are only good as toilet paper. Before he even finished speaking, the white jade scorpion suddenly raised its stinger, and the whole team immediately braked to a stop. I swept the area with the system. Buried ahead in the sand was an explosive maned lion lizard, commander rank tier 10, waiting for us to deliver ourselves as a meal. I directly called out its name and its quicksand ability, and everyone around me's expressions changed in an instant. In a sea of yellow sand, why on earth should I know what was hiding beneath? I casually tossed out a middle school textbook line, identifying contracted beasts in the wild. Ever studied that? The next second, the lion lizard itself couldn't sit still anymore. Its long tongue shot like lightning toward the white jade scorpion, but the latter stabbed down with its stinger and nailed the tongue in midair. The white jade scorpion's pincers snipped, cutting the tongue cleanly in two. Lin Huayuan channeled spiritual energy into his body, whipped out his stinger, and split the lion lizard's forehead open with a bloody gash. In pain, it burrowed into the sand to flee, and I added one finishing line. It won't get far. The toxin has already entered its brain. Lin Huayuan nodded. Exactly. The other freshman's eyes toward me had completely changed. F-rank? Who would believe that? On the way after that, we killed a few more battle general rank beasts and picked up some spirit fruits and minerals along the way, making a modest fortune. We failed to find an elemental zone on the first day, and on the second day everyone was crouched on the dunes cursing their bad luck. Our fortune was just too awful. Lin Huayuan remained as steady as ever. What's the rush? Things like this depend on luck. Getting buried because you were too greedy is what really counts as miserable. Just then, I caught sight of a daybreak star dust firefly not far away. Lin Huayuan's eyes lit up. This little bug only rests in places rich in energy. Follow it and we'll find the elemental zone. He immediately put away the white jade scorpion, and the whole team held its breath, waiting for it to take flight. The little firefly slowly flapped its wings and flew off into the distance, and we hurried after it. But after we had only run a few steps, it suddenly turned sharply and flew off to the side. I immediately broke from the group. I want this firefly. I'm keeping it for lighting. Lin Huayuan didn't think much of it and waved me off. Like hell I was going for lighting. I'd already scanned its panel, Mortal Blood, Tier 1, but it would evolve into the Lord of Light in the future. Chasing it to low altitude, my Thunder Lion leapt up and snapped it down, completing the contract. I was still bubbling with joy, and when I turned back to look, the yellow sand stretched everywhere, and the oasis had vanished without a trace. I had my Thunder Lion sprint back along the original route, returning to the rendezvous point, but there wasn't even a footprint left on the ground. A cold sweat instantly broke out across my back. The Mirage Desert. A mirage, of course. That oasis earlier was probably fake. I hurriedly released the firefly and asked it whether there was any oasis nearby. It answered cheerfully, "No, I was completely certain then. Our whole team had been fooled by an illusion. When I asked whether it could take me to find Lin Huiyuan, it said this place was too strange, and it had never even landed in the same spot twice. Even worse, if it flew too high, it would smash into the sky. Goodness! I had just been standing there stupidly one moment, and the next I was flung away by a chaotic current. All I could see was yellow sand, and I couldn't even tell north from south. Put simply, in this damn place, trying to fly? Dream on. Keeping your feet on the ground is the only safe bet." I was just worrying about that when the sky thunder-suppressing lion suddenly wagged its tail. It could still smell the teacher's scent. I immediately got fired up, put the firefly away, slapped the lion on the rump, and kept chasing. On the other side, Lin Huiyuan and the others were dumbfounded too. The oasis was clearly right in front of them, yet no matter how they walked, they couldn't get there. A mirage. What was even more outrageous was that they only then realized I hadn't followed them. That old fox Lin Huiyuan was surprisingly calm. Rest where you are and wait for him to catch up. Who could have imagined that just after he said that, the people from Tianyu Academy came haunting them again? Over there, the teacher directly hurled the corpse of the yellow sand azure wolf over, forcibly luring the wolf pack toward us. Lin Huiyuan cursed under his breath. No brains. But he could only summon his tamed beast to take it head-on. The two sides exchanged barbs back and forth, every word a needle against a sword point, and the atmosphere exploded instantly. But before they even finished arguing, a wall of yellow sand surged in from the horizon like a tsunami. A sandstorm. There was nowhere to hide. The teachers on both sides turned deathly pale and ordered their tamed beasts to hold the students tightly while everyone lay flat. But the sandstorm's tornado was too fierce. Even commander-level beasts were swept into the sky, and the two groups from the Ancient God Academy and Tianyu were blown away without a trace. As for me, I sensed something off from far away and plunged headfirst into a slanted rock slope, barely dodging disaster. After the sandstorm passed, I brushed the sand off and thought the teachers had hidden safely too. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect that just after they finished fighting Tianyu Academy, they'd been blown away. Even worse, the thunderclap suppressing heaven lion told me. The teacher's sense had completely vanished. I was instantly numb. With endless yellow sand stretching before me, I couldn't even tell east from west. If I wandered too deep by accident, that would be a death sentence. I forced myself to calm down and stared blankly at the sand beneath my feet. Then, an ant crawled past. My mind lit up with a ding. Ant. Low vitality everywhere, explosive in number, practically born scouts. I followed the ants all the way to their nest and pulled out what looked like a leader ant. The system scanned it. Desert wild ant, mortal blood rank 1, ultimately capable of evolving into the mythical grade, Heavenhorn divine ant. I immediately bled to form a contract, and with a slam of fate points, I raised it straight from mortal blood to commander rank 1. Evolution complete. A giant ant 10 meters long and as tall as a person, the mountain-splitting power king. I originally wanted to push it all the way to commander rank, but my own body couldn't take it, so commander rank 1 was enough for now. The mountain-splitting power king could communicate telepathically, and I immediately told it to unleash the ant colony and search the entire desert for people. It readily agreed and shrank its body to burrow back into the nest. Not long after, swarms of winged flying ants buzzed out in all directions to search everywhere. Watching them, all I could think was, if only I'd caught a flying ant just now. I didn't run around anymore and simply sat down on the spot to cultivate. The more dangerous the situation, the less I could panic. I circulated my energy while waiting for news. Finally, one flying ant came back. Lin Huiyuan and the others had been found, but the situation was very bad. They'd been swept by the sandstorm into the true elemental land and run into trouble. And the small lake in the center of the oasis was packed with water element energy to a terrifying degree. But now, trouble had also arrived. Line 1. Good grief. Line 2. A sovereign tier 10-finned flying fish swallowed the commander tier spotted deer in one bite. Line 3. Who would have thought this place was both a stroke of fortune and a dead end? Line 4. What's even more outrageous is that the people from Tianyu Academy got dragged into it too. Line 5. The two sides already couldn't stand each other, and now it was adding fuel to the fire. Line 6. Lin Huiyuan and Li Luochuan's first instinct was to stay far away, but that old fox Wang Guang actually blew a conch whistle. Line 7. The 10-finned flying fish was stirred up and immediately locked onto our ancient god academy. Line 8. There was no retreating now. Lin Huiyuan erupted on the spot with his SSS talent, beast-taming true form. Line 9. Scorpion tail, ape arms, tiger fur, flames. His whole body looked like a stitched-together monster. Line 10. The people from Tianyu Academy were all stunned, their mouths hanging open. Line 11. Lin Huayuan smashed out one punch and shattered a row of teeth from the 10-finned flying fish. Line 12. Then he beat hard into the soft flesh around its mouth. Even a sovereign-tier beast was taking damage. Line 13. Who would have thought the Tianyu Academy crowd would immediately rush in to steal the kill? Line 14. The moment the 10-finned flying fish died, they changed faces faster than flipping a page. Line 15. Wang Guang hypocritically said, "The winners of the match get to enter the lake." And then the very next second he unleashed his dogs. Line 16. 5 exotic blood beasts and 5 battle generals. 10 students pressed in together. Line 17. Lin Huayuan and Li Luochuan were pinned down tightly and couldn't break free. Line 18. Yi Xuero had no choice but to summon the heaven-extinguishing Crimson Feather Phoenix to hold them off head-on. Line 19. The moment the Commander Tier rank 10 beast appeared, the entire Tianyu Academy changed expression. Line 20. Wang Guang looked like he'd spotted prey, trembling with excitement. Line 21. He personally brought 2 Commander Tier beasts to charge over, intent on crippling Yi Xuero. Line 22. The Crimson Feather Phoenix was blasted away, and Wang Guang was still shouting that he wanted to destroy her. Line 23. I just happened to arrive, riding the mountain-splitting Force King and rushing over nearby. Line 24. I took one look with the flying ant, and my heart practically exploded. Line 25. Without even thinking, I roared at the mountain-splitting Force King. Evolve. Line 26. 10,000 destiny points were smashed in. Line 27. White light surged, its body size exploded, and translucent thin wings sprouted from its back. Line 28. It jumped straight from Battle General level to Commander level, heaven-opening ant. Line 29. With one roar, the desert trembled. Line 30. Sitting atop the ant's head, my blood and chi churned like a raging sea. Line 31. System. Pump it up to Commander rank 10 for me too. Line 32. Anyone who dares touch my teachers and my woman, crash them all to death. Line 33. Buzz. Its wings beat, and it shot into the sky. Line 34. 7 beast tamers, 5 at Commander level, and the energy was almost drained dry. Line 35. Pain? Fine, let it hurt. My killing intent was stronger than the pain. Line 36. Eyes bloodshot. The desert oasis was right before me. Line 37. In the woods, Wang Guang and the others also heard the booming sound. Line 38. A tremendous force rushed at them, and everyone took 2 steps back. Line 39. No one had ever seen an exotic blood ant, let alone one at Commander level. Line 40. Wang Guang shouted in panic, "Conceal your aura!" Line 41. Zhou Yu and Li Luochuan were still locked in combat, and in the next second, on the grass, all the beast tamers suddenly stopped fighting at the same time. Yi Xuero was about to summon the heavenly sound jellyfish, but she forcibly swallowed back her spiritual energy. The next second, a black blur slammed to the ground like a meteor. Crunch, crunch! Trees snapped in two. Wang Guang was so shocked his soul nearly left his body. He didn't even get a clear look at what it was before he rolled away. The 4-star beast tamer reacted quickly and barely dodged, but a huge crater was still blasted into the ground, sending dust soaring into the sky. As the dust dispersed, a giant ant 10 meters long stood there, its armor gleaming blindingly, 2 horns on its head, a ferocious mouthpart, and a pair of wings on its back like transparent blades. Who could have imagined there would be such a huge ant beast in this world? Even more absurdly, a young man was seated on the ant's head, black hair flying, killing intent surging, none other than Luke, who had been missing for a long time. Luke fixed his gaze on Wang Guang and let out a cold laugh. "It's you who wanted to touch my woman? D." Everyone from the Ancient God Academy was dumbfounded. Luke? Wasn't he cut off? How did he suddenly pop back up, riding an ant down from the sky? Yi Xuero's heart skipped a beat. A third beast? How does he have another Commander Class 1? How is this F-rank trash cultivating? Her face flushed red all the way to her neck. What nonsense is this eunuch spouting? Since when am I his woman? Wang Guang reacted quickly too, instantly summoning the devouring gold insect to charge forward. Luke snorted. "A mutated cockroach? Smash it to death for me." The sky-opening ant rammed into it, and the devouring gold insect was directly split in half at the waist. Wang Guang's face went deathly pale. How dare you kill my beast? Instead of worrying about it, you should worry about yourself. The sky-opening ant charged again. Wang Guang rolled away in a panic, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Zhou Yu, save me!" Zhou Yu arrived with 5 commander-class beasts, blocking Luke's path. Luke's eyes turned crimson, his black hair whipping wildly as he laughed madly. "An army of 1,000? I'll smash them all to death anyway." The next instant, the sky-opening ant turned into a black blur and charged straight into the enemy formation. Lin Huayuan and Li Luochuan hurriedly urged their beasts to help, but it was already too late. Damn! The next second, everyone on the scene was stunned. That sky-opening ant, together with 5 beasts, actually forced a bloody path out of the encirclement. The commander rank level 10 beast at the front was instantly smashed cleanly in half. Zhou Yu was completely dumbfounded. Impossible! What the hell is this thing? Even more outrageous was, the sky-opening ant didn't give them any time to react at all. With another charge, a second beast exploded into fragments. Wang Guang and Zhou Yu were finally panicking. Retreat! Fall back now. This power is even more outrageous than a sovereign. But how could Luke let them run? Want to leave? Too late. Buzz. Its wings roared. Another beast was directly smashed in half at the waist. Luke sneered inwardly. Power is everything. I'm here to one-shot them all. Wang Guang was completely terrified. Forget the students, run. But Li Luochuan and Lin Huayuan's beasts had already blocked every path of retreat. Heaven's cycle of karma. Instant retribution. Wang Guang cried out, "We surrender. Make it stop." Before the words even faded, the sky-opening ant slashed with its wings and directly severed him in 2 at the waist. Zhou Yu also followed him to the underworld. Luke's eyes were already red, and his killing intent could no longer be suppressed. He charged toward the group of students. Li Luochuan shouted anxiously, "That's enough!" But Luke, as if possessed by a demon god, rampaged through them, blood mist spraying everywhere. By the time he stopped, the sky-opening ant was covered in blood, and Luke himself looked as if he had crawled out of a blood pool. He took a few deep breaths and suppressed the berserk bloodline. Jumping down, he dismissed the sky-opening ant and shouted at Lin Huayuan and the others, "Teacher, I'm late." Lin Huayuan gave a weak smile. "Not late. As soon as you arrived, we won." Li Luochuan also praised him. A 1-star beast tamer killing 2 4-star beast tamers by himself, and with so many beasts too. You're ridiculously outrageous, kid. Luke curled the corner of his mouth. What's that supposed to be? In Nanjun City, I'd even dare to charge the sovereign. Lin Huayuan saw that something was off with his expression and frowned. What's wrong? Nothing. I just need to hurry and get promoted to 2 stars. Go temper your body in the lake behind us. Luke shook his head instead. Let it go to Yi Shuero. Yi Shuero's face flushed red. I'm not in a hurry. Luke turned around and mounted the ant, not even looking back. I have a better place. Wait for me. Whoosh. He shot into the sky and sped away. Looking at his back, Lin Huayuan couldn't help but laugh and curse. That little brat. Li Luochuan also said. Exactly the same as you were back then. The students exploded. He was so cool just now. Ants can be that fierce? Luke seems super familiar with the terrain. In the end, everyone's gaze turned to Yishuero at once. Su Meng asked softly, "Shero, Luke said you're his woman? Is that true?" Good grief. Yishuero's face turned red. She waved her hands repeatedly. Wait. I've only known him for a few days. Yu Qingyan blinked with a love-struck look on her face. Really? Of course it's true. Yu Qingyan let out a sigh in an instant. If only he weren't so stingy. I'd have chased him myself. He's way too unfairly handsome. Alright, there's no time. Shuero, hurry and go temper your body in the lake. Oh, okay. Yishuero glanced back in the direction Luke had left, secretly cursing in her heart. That guy runs faster than a rabbit. Where the hell did he go? At the same time, Luke rode the sky-opening ant straight into the depths of the Mirage Desert. A giant map suddenly appeared in his mind, full of intelligence sent by the ants. He wasn't going to the deepest part, but to the border between the deep interior and the outer region Thunderstrike Mountain. It was said that among the 9 elemental forces, thunder had the most terrifying offensive power. He insisted on using the most thrilling method to advance. Rumble! Thunder rolled ahead. Luke's eyes were red. Finally, almost there. Along the way, The sky-opening ant charged forward recklessly, racking up more than 200,000 fate points for him. He now had 800,000 on hand. A sovereign-level evolution required 1 million. He was just short, so he'd keep saving for now. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000-jong thunder mountain appeared before him. The clouds pressed heavily over the mountaintop, and the lightning struck so hard that even the rocks turned bluish. Just as Luke reached the foot of the mountain, he saw 5 people, 2 teachers and 3 students. Their uniforms were exactly the same style as the group he had just killed earlier. From Tianyu Academy. Stop right there. This is Tianyu Academy's territory. If you dare come any closer, don't blame us for being rude. Luke sneered inwardly. A bunch of flies all here to take advantage. He caught sight of a snow-feathered white falcon among them and thought, too fast. If I go for a full kill, one might escape and that would be troublesome. No rush to make a move yet. Luke jumped down from the ant and said indifferently, the Mirage Desert is open to anyone. What gives you the right to claim it as your own? The first people to discover it own it. Get lost now. What's with the blood on you? From someone else. As soon as Luke's words fell, the murderous aura around him instantly turned icy cold, as if plunging below zero. Good grief. Just as I reached the foot of the mountain, Mo Ling stopped me and asked in a yin-yang guichi kind of tone which academy I was from. I casually replied, some obscure little dump of an academy, while cursing that old fox in my heart. To my surprise, his eyes lit up, and he immediately said my ant beast was strong enough, and asked whether I wanted to switch allegiance to Tianyu Academy despite having F-rank talent. I grinned and told him, I've got F-rank talent. Does Tianyu Academy even accept that? Xiao Han and Mo Ling both froze for half a second, and the next second their faces went black. They clearly didn't believe it. How could F-rank talent possibly be accompanied by such a ferocious beast? I couldn't be bothered with any more nonsense and simply said, want to test it? It's not fake. The result was that they instantly broke down, cursing me as trash with F-rank talent and telling me to get lost, so I wouldn't delay their students' body tempering. I asked again, then what if I insist on going up the mountain? Xiao Han sneered back at me. Then you're courting death. The next second, his beast charged at me. I originally didn't want to drive things to the point of no return, but since they struck first, there was nothing more to say. I directly released all 7 of my beasts, even borrowing the 7-colored Rift Sky butterfly for the scene, and the pressure of a sovereign rank aura instantly sealed off the mountain path. Everyone on the other side was stunned. A 1-star beastmaster, standing with 7 beasts, and suppressing them with sovereign rank pressure. Xiao Han and Mo Ling finally reacted. What was on me wasn't blood from some accident at all. I had slaughtered my way here, and they finally realized that trying to recruit me into Tianyu Academy had been downright ridiculous. But it was too late. The heaven-splitting ant took the lead, and with a single claw, it directly smashed the fastest one, the snow-subduing white falcon, to death. Only then did they wake up and try to run, but that split-second hesitation had already cost them their lives. I led my beasts in the charge, and in just a few moves, I wiped out both teachers and the 3 students. Since enmity had been formed, then I would do it thoroughly. Leaving survivors was just leaving trouble for myself. After clearing the bottom of the mountain, I looked up. There were still 7 Tianyu students above, undergoing lightning tempering. They could no longer move, and could only watch helplessly as I walked step by step upward. That look was all too familiar to me, the despair only seen when facing a demon. The first student begged for mercy outright, saying that if I let him go, he would guarantee he wouldn't tell anyone. I laughed out loud. Not a single word of that shit did I believe. I told him flat out, if you had some backbone, I might even respect you a little. But since you want both to live and to trick me, then you can only die. The heaven-splitting ant pierced through his heart with 1 claw. The second one got smart and changed tack, threatening me instead, saying that if I let him out, the whole academy would hunt me down. I nodded and said that was at least honest. Precisely because he was honest, I couldn't keep him alive. Another claw. The third was the funniest of all. He directly tried to bribe me with money, offering 100,000 Beastmaster coins for his life. I sent him on his way just as casually and even added one line. This little bit of money is insulting me. I killed my way up to the mountainside, leaving only the last person. The lightning element was already absurdly dense. Bolts were striking down from afar, and even the heaven-splitting ant couldn't endure it, voluntarily shrinking back into the spatial dimension. I stood in place and closed my eyes, feeling the lightning strike my body. It hurt, yes, but unlike others, I didn't feel like I was about to be crippled. Instead, it felt as if I were being continuously forged. My Beastmaster, Saint body was becoming ever purer under the thunder, with all impurities burned away. The person on the mountain, however, thought I had been shocked numb and couldn't move. He started laughing wildly, mocking me for not being able to come up, and saying he was about to finish his body tempering, while I was doomed to die here. I opened my eyes and only said one thing. Who told you I couldn't get up here? Then I continued walking upward. The lightning struck my body and burst apart like fireworks. I could feel that those bolts were no longer merely attacks, they were helping me temper my body. The person on the mountain was completely dumbfounded. It was probably his first time seeing someone force their way upward against lightning like this, as if walking out of thunder itself. He panicked and shouted that he wanted a fair fight, telling me to wait until he finished tempering. I didn't even think about it and replied directly, "Your goading won't work on me." With one palm strike, I sent him to his death. After killing the last person, I continued charging toward the mountain peak. Thunder kept crashing down, and every step I took drew another bolt of lightning. But I had already understood. I'm different from everyone else. Others tempered their bodies by carefully absorbing elemental power, while I just forcibly poured lightning into myself. Because I had no choice. No choice. 5 commander-tier beast tamers were draining my blood and chi every day, and my body had long since been unable to keep up. I had to break through to 2-star immediately, or if I kept dragging this out, I'd be worn down by the beast-taming space before anything else. So I circulated the Divine Beast Control Art and the Broken Jade Sutra while charging upward under the lightning. Bolt after bolt crashed down on me, and my whole body trembled. Good grief! The patterns all bulged out from under my skin, like a porcelain doll about to fall apart. I gritted my teeth and forced it. Finally, the moment I stepped onto the mountaintop, the last meridian, clicked, open, breakthrough, 2-star Beast Master. The concentration of thunder element shot straight up to level 8, so intense it made my scalp tingle. Just as I got steady, 3 more bolts of golden lightning struck down, blasting my hair into a bird's nest and tearing my skin even worse. I still didn't go down. Over in the oasis, Yishuero had already finished tempering her body and advanced to 2-star ahead of me. 3 others also borrowed the water element to refine beast energy and leveled up too. The rest of them, while waiting for me, kept chatting and somehow the topic circled back to me again. Lin Huayuan poured out everything about my mess at Xinghai Middle School in one breath, saying I'd only been picked up by him after the whole school had rejected me. Who would have thought? F-level talent, an orphan, raised by a grandpa who picked up scraps, trampled all the way, and ended up becoming the most absurd one here. Some people muttered whether my soul power was naturally strong. Others said I was so desperate to get stronger that I even dared to cultivate the broken jade art, which was just insane. Yishuero didn't say anything, but it was obvious her gaze had become unsettled. Lin Huayuan seized the chance to lecture again. All you see is how strong he is. You don't see how much he's carried behind the scenes. With a whole round of, if you don't fight, you get nothing, he got a group of freshmen fired up with enthusiasm. But before I even returned, the last team from Tianyu Academy arrived first. 2 teachers, Zhang Fan and Deng Hongfei, and 10 students, all S-rank. Their beasts were all at least war general level. The moment they entered the oasis, they came in with killing intent. Lin Huayuan still wanted to play dumb, but Deng Hongfei immediately revealed the truth. Wang Guang had used a mother-child echo worm before dying to send the message back. At this point, there was no more pretending. Zhang Fan couldn't be bothered with nonsense and directly ordered the attack. Their plan was simple. Wipe out the entire Ancient God Academy first, then clean up the rest slowly. Dozens of beasts pounced together. Li Luochuan was held up by Zhang Fan. Lin Huayuan, dragging his heavily wounded body, forced himself to hold the front line. The students were compelled to take the blows head-on. The situation collapsed instantly. Deng Hongfei even sneered, "Lin Huayuan, weren't you a genius before? And now look at you." Seeing that he was about to fail, Lin Huayuan forcibly activated his Beastmaster true body. Old injuries, new injuries, and poison wounds all exploded at once. He had only just started when Deng Hongfei caught an opening, sent his scorpion beast flying, and Lin Huayuan himself coughed blood and crashed to the ground. Li Luochuan's eyes went red, but Zhang Fan had him locked down tightly. At last, Yishuero made her move. She released the heavenly melody jellyfish, which forcibly hovered above Lin Huayuan's head in protection. When Zhang Fan and Deng Hongfei saw that she was a 1-star dual commander, their eyes nearly popped out. A genius like this, either take her or kill her. They immediately went after Yishuero. Just then, the familiar roar of wings came from the sky. Everyone in the oasis let out a breath of relief at once. Because I was back. The next second, the heaven-opening ant crashed into the woods. The moment I landed, I cursed, "How are the Tianyu Academy bastards like cockroaches? You can't kill them all." Zhang Fan and Deng Hongfei's hearts jolted. They realized that the first two teams were probably wiped out by me. Deng Hongfei pressed for an answer. I couldn't be bothered to hide it and said directly, "Xiao Han and Mo Ling's team were wiped out by me too." They didn't believe it. How could a student possibly silently kill two teachers? I didn't bother explaining and told Li Luochuan to hold them off while I exploded with beast energy and rushed forward. I only gave the heaven-opening ant 2 words. Create. I broke through to 2-star and both of my cultivation methods advanced a level 2. Now, in terms of beast energy and techniques alone, I was already close to the level of an ordinary 4-star beastmaster. Deng Hongfei refused to believe it and drove his giant serpent straight in head-on. The serpent's head exploded on the spot. He himself was sent flying, and just before losing consciousness, the last thing in his mind was a question mark. Is this really commander-level power? Of course not. The heaven-opening ant grew stronger the larger it became. At commander rank 10, let alone fighting someone at the same level, it could even take on a sovereign without necessarily being at a disadvantage. Zhang Fan's expression changed drastically, and he tried to break out. Li Luochuan had been waiting for him. Zhang Fan couldn't escape. Panicking, he brought out his background. My brother is Zhang Yunsheng of White Tiger Academy. He has a special constitution. Think carefully about the consequences if your ancient god academy wants to make an enemy of us.
Li Luochuan visibly agitada.
But I didn't give them a chance to dawdle. I only said one thing. The one I'm crushing is you.
Kaitan and target again.
Zhang Fan was dead too. As the two teachers died together. Dropped. Those people from Tianyu Academy hadn't even had time to catch their breath before Yishuero, and the others had already cleared the field. By then, the 3 Tianyu teams that entered Mirage Desert had been completely wiped out. I put away my spirit beasts and stood amid a field of corpses, my body covered in blood. At that moment, the way the people around me looked at me changed completely. It wasn't just admiration anymore, it was fear. Who would have thought that someone of the same age would, right in front of everyone, go head-to-head and crush 2 4-stars, while casually slaughtering so many people? Very few people could withstand that kind of pressure. What was even more outrageous was that some people had started whispering. After cultivating the broken jade scripture, does a person become especially bloodthirsty? I heard it, but I couldn't be bothered to explain. Any explanation would only make things worse. Li Luochuan was the first to react. He put away his spirit beast and rushed over to Lin Huayuan. The rest of us gathered around too. Lin Huayuan's face was ashen, but after Li Luochuan injected him with spiritual energy, his breathing finally steadied and his condition would no longer worsen for the time being. Li Luochuan let out a sigh of relief and said his life was saved, but he'd have to lie here for 2 more days. Then he looked up at me and directly praised me for saving everyone. The other students chimed in as well, saying that both times they thought they were doomed, and yet at the critical moment I always came out and turned the tide. Yishuero blushed and whispered thank you to me, saying that I had saved her twice. As soon as she said that, everyone else's expressions became even more subtle, because they had all heard my earlier words. My woman. Li Luochuan quickly brought the topic back to business and asked me what element I was going to use for my advancement this time. I said, thunder. He was shocked on the spot, saying that among the 9 elements, thunder was one of the most domineering, and that I truly wasn't afraid of death. I casually added, there are also people from Tianyu Academy tempering their bodies on Thunder Mountain. They've got guts too. The moment I said that, everyone immediately realized. I had wiped out Tianyu Academy's final team as well. More than 30 people all eliminated by me alone. For these new students who had just entered the academy, this was no longer merely ruthless, it was terrifyingly brutal. At this point, Li Luochuan took the initiative to stand up and speak for me. He said that in the ancient realm, the strong were revered, and that real growth in the academy could never be gentle. In the future, secret realms, fighting for resources, and struggles for survival would all be the norm. If you wanted to live, you had to be as cold and decisive as I was. When he said that, it was obvious he was helping suppress the fear in everyone's hearts. I remained completely calm. I had long known that this world was not child's play. Then I asked Li Luochuan what feud there was between the Ancient God Academy and Tianyu Academy. Lin Huayuan also forced himself to wake up a bit, and Li Luochuan poured out everything about what had happened back then. It turned out that the two of them had both once been students of the Ancient God Academy. Back then, when Lin Huayuan first took part in the academy ranking competition, he blasted a student from Tianyu Academy with a single move, fought his way into the top 10 individually, and directly pulled Ancient God Academy from a third-rate academy into the top 50. Later, at the National Beast Tamer competition, he entered the top 3 as a 3-star beast tamer, defeating many 5-stars as well, and became famous in a single battle. His SSS-ranked talent, Beast Tamer True Form, was even hailed by the Beast Tamer Alliance as the strongest talent rarely seen in a century. At that time, he truly was seen by the Alliance as a future titan. Unfortunately, later on in the Land of Ruin, when he was using fire element tempering to break through to 4 stars, something went wrong. The tempering failed, leaving behind an incurable hidden flaw, and from then on he could no longer sustain his Beast Tamer True Form for long. A genius, ruined just like that. In the end, he barely managed to become a 4-star Beast Tamer, but people his age had already broken through to 5 stars and 6 stars, while he was permanently stuck. From that point on, Ancient God Academy never produced anyone like him again. When Li Luochuan spoke of this, his face was clearly full of regret and apology. He said that teachers like them actually couldn't really be considered good teachers. But in the end, he still turned his gaze to me, Yun Zhaoli, and Yi Shuero, saying that perhaps the 3 of us could lead Ancient God Academy back to first-rate status once again. After hearing all this, I merely replied lightly, "First-rate. If we're going to compete, then let's compete for first place. I want Ancient God Academy to surpass the 4 sacred institutes and become the #1 academy." As soon as those words came out, everyone was stunned. Li Luochuan took a deep breath and said my words sounded very fiery, but he still had to remind me that the difficulty was beyond imagination. He said that the National Academy competition was only the ticket in, the truly terrifying ones were the people above the heavenly passes. They were the real powerhouses among beast tamers. I nodded and said I knew. Then I asked another question. What does special constitution mean? Li Luochuan said special constitutions fall into 2 categories. One is an elemental body. The other is a holy body. Elemental bodies tend to have affinity with and control over elements, and their meridians and contract capacity are often stronger than those of ordinary people. A holy body is more like a natural human warfighter, with rapid cultivation and an absurdly strong physique, able to match a beast tamer even in raw physical strength. As everyone talked, their eyes kept drifting toward me again. After all, everything I had shown along the way was far too unlike a normal person. Someone asked if I was an elemental body. I shook my head. Of course, I wasn't an elemental body. But I also didn't say that I was a beast-taming holy body. At this point, Lin Huayuan finally spoke up to shield me from the wave of curiosity, saying that everyone had secrets, and that being able to contract more beast tamers wasn't entirely impossible. Once they met more monsters in the future, they would understand. Just then, Lin Huayuan coughed again, braced himself and sat upright, saying that we had to leave here as soon as possible, because everyone who had entered from Tianyu Academy was dead, and that was no small matter. Even if they couldn't trace it back to us for the time being, they would eventually send people to investigate thoroughly. Li Luochuan still felt that the other side might not necessarily suspect Ancient God Academy. After all, in the eyes of normal people, we didn't have that kind of strength. But Lin Huayuan knew very well that everything had to be considered from the worst-case scenario. Then I suddenly asked him whether he knew the entrance to Tianyu Academy. As soon as he heard that, he stared at me, clearly thinking that this kid was about to pull some stunt again. I didn't bother beating around the bush and said directly, "Describe what the entrance to Tianyu Academy looks like. I'm gonna send them a big gift." He hesitated for 2 seconds, but in the end he still spilled the location. The entrance is inside a cave with a ring of circular stone mountains outside. I nodded on the spot. "Leave the rest to me." Yishuero still wanted to come along, but I pressed her right back where she was. "Stay put. I'll send you home." The moment those words came out, her face turned red all the way to the roots of her ears. Her mouth insisted on denying it, but her eyes were already drifting everywhere. I rode the Kaitian ant and made a clean getaway. But I didn't rush straight to block off Tianyu Academy. I first flew deeper into Thunder Mountain for a while, because the ant colony had given me another explosive piece of intel. A little deeper in, there was a nest of crystal-armored profound lizards. 1 male, 1 female, both at the Supreme Lord level, and they even had a nest of eggs. Damn, who would have thought I'd actually dare to steal them? That was exactly what I planned to do. First, I had the colorful split-sky butterfly lure the male and female lizards away separately, while the ant colony rushed in and stole the only egg. I rode the Kaitian ant at full speed, used a potion to boost it, and shot through the wind to deliver the egg above the entrance to Tianyu Academy. With one punch, I cracked the shell and tossed it straight in, then turned around and ran. The 2 lizards saw the egg break and went completely berserk, tearing apart Tianyu Academy on the spot. In the end, the Academy suppressed them, but a deadly feud was thoroughly forged. Before leaving, the lizards issued a harsh warning. From now on, if anyone from Tianyu dares enter Mirage Desert, they'll kill every last one of them. That gift was delivered right to their doorstep. After we returned to Ancient God Academy, everyone tacitly kept silent about the Mirage Desert incident. 5 days later, classes resumed, and the lecturer was Yen Rushue. Only then did I realize this female teacher was stunningly beautiful. Not tall, with a chilly temperament, yet her figure was outrageous. A perfect blend of lowly and mature beauty. She was teaching beast-taming pairings. You couldn't just look at whether a beast was rare or not. You had to see whether it matched your cultivation method, body, and path. I was still thinking about whether my own beasts were a reasonable lineup when a fat guy suddenly raised his hand and asked what kind of beast suited him. Yen Rushue told him to cultivate the black tortoise-suppressing mountain art and not to touch bird-type beasts, prioritizing strength-type or turtle-shell-type beasts. Right after that, someone asked in a snide tone, "Teacher, what about someone cultivating the shattering jade scripture?" Everyone in the class turned to look at me all at once. Yen Rushue clearly had a headache. She hadn't seen many people truly cultivating this technique, but she still answered seriously. Blood and vitality cultivation arts were best paired with beasts that strengthen the body. Snake types enhanced flexibility, while armored types increased toughness. The 7-star technique was powerful, but you still had to choose a route: berserk, defense, or support. I casually asked, "Can I have all of them?" She immediately shot me a look and said, "Unless you can contract a huge bunch of them, stop dreaming." Then she dropped another big piece of news. 5 people in our batch had already advanced to 2-star beast tamers. She planned to take those 5 of us to Mist Forest to capture a second beast. Mist Forest was a level 5 forbidden zone of the Great Xia Empire, even more dangerous than Demon Beast Ridge, but it had the widest variety of beast species. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Shuero and I raised our hands at the same time, and the other 3 were dragged along by us. Yen Rushue only told us to go back and prepare, and that we could keep training on the way. As soon as class ended, I turned around and found Yi Shuero blocking me from behind. I instinctively asked, "You want to duel again?" She hesitated for a long time before saying she'd come to thank me. I was amused. Just to thank you? She was left speechless and could only ask me awkwardly what I wanted. I blurted out, "A life-saving favor. Shouldn't you repay it with your body?" She exploded on the spot. "Stop always saying I'm your woman. When did I ever become your woman?" I looked at her angry little face and smiled. "Soon enough." Without even thinking, she shot back, "I, your grandma, would never like a castrated man." The whole class instantly fell silent. The 8 people eavesdropping in the back didn't even dare breathe. They all thought I was going to unleash my beasts and smash someone the next second. Yi Shuero herself also realized she'd said the wrong thing, and her face stiffened. She knew I cultivated the shattering jade scripture to become stronger, and that I was an orphan, with my grandfather being a scavenger. Her words, "castrated man," were basically stabbing straight into the most painful wound I had. She wanted to explain, but not a single word would come out. But I wasn't angry at all. I walked over, gently patted her head, and said only one thing, "You're so short. Why are you acting all your grandma?" Then I turned and left. Only after I had gone far away did the group behind me finally dare to breathe properly. They started making wild guesses, saying that my pat had been a warning, that after cultivating the shattering jade scripture I'd only become more yin. Good heavens! This frustration is getting more and more twisted. Yi Shuero was completely baffled by me and only wanted to find another chance later to apologize properly. The next day at noon, when I arrived at the academy gate, Yun Zhaoli was there too. She had changed into loose athletic wear, with a mask on and 2 little hair buns on her head. Yen Rushue casually introduced that she was also going to the Mist Forest to contract a 3rd beast. Who would have thought that she had been holding back at 2-star all this time just to prepare a big move? The 8-person team set off. Yen Rushue and Lu Qiyuan led the group, along with me, Yi Shuero, Yun Zhaoli, Deng Chuxiao, Li Yu, Meng Chaofan, and Baihu teacher Zhang Yunxing, invited by Tianyu Academy. Zhang Yunxing first said Zhang Fan deserved to die and was trash, then turned around and demanded that we be buried with his younger brother before he went into the Mirage Desert alone. We boarded the train bound for the Mist Forest, and 3 days later, as we passed Majiang, Duan Jingyuan jumped out again. This guy's eyes lit up as he stared at Yen Rushue and Yi Shuero, his smile disgusting, and he even had his men announce the name of the Majiang Duan family first. Yen Rushue sent him off with a single "get lost." Duan Jingyuan still wouldn't give up, putting on that self-righteous, handsome act and saying that the Mist Forest depended on him. I'd heard enough, and directly cursed him out. "Can't you understand human speech? You have to stay here barking like a dog." Yen Rushue asked why I hadn't answered, and I shoved my hands in my pockets and walked out, saying in front of everyone, "The woman you want to hit on is mine. You want us to go with you? Beat me one-on-one first." Yen Rushue and Yishuero both turned red instantly, and Yishuero was furiously cursing me in her heart for talking nonsense again. Lu Qiyuan hurried to stop it, saying Duanzhang was a 4-star beastmaster and that he would handle it. But Yishuero actually spoke up first and said I could do it. The other classmates also had expressions that said, "Teacher, don't worry." Lu Qiyuan and Yen Rushue still didn't understand, but they trusted us anyway. Duan Jingyuan's face immediately darkened, mocking me for daring to challenge a 4-star as a 2-star. I couldn't be bothered to waste words and just asked him if he was going to fight or not. Of course he would, and he even thought it would be a one-sided crushing victory. I directly summoned the Thunderbolt Heaven-Pacifying Lion. The whole place fell silent for 3 seconds. Then the other side burst into laughter. All they could see was an old lion that looked like it was about to be buried, and Duan Zhengyuan riding his blazing frenzied lion made the sight even funnier. Everyone on the Ancient God Academy side was holding back laughter, because they knew the old lion was nothing like what it looked like. I waited until they had laughed enough, then calmly said, "Begin!" Duan Zhengyuan still acted tough and told me to summon the rest of my beasts too. I gave him one sentence in return, "You sure talk a lot of nonsense." He got furious, and the blazing frenzied lion leaped up, wanting to trample us to death. The instant it reached above our heads, the Thunderbolt Heaven-Pacifying Lion suddenly opened its eyes and let out an explosive roar. The old lion sprang into action, biting down with its mouth wide open as thunder and flames collided head-on. The blazing frenzied lion was numbed into convulsions and directly tossed Duan Zhengyuan off its back. I'd been waiting for this exact moment, so I rushed forward, grabbed his collar, and smashed an uppercut into his chin, dislocating it. Then I flung him behind me. "Leave him to you!" Yun Zhaoli instantly charged out and punched Duan Zhengyuan in the stomach, making him cough up blood on the spot. He tried to summon his beast, only to find the connection had already been cut off. Yun Zhaoli's hand had already touched him. Over on the other side, the blazing frenzied lion was pinned beneath the old lion's feet, and the Thunderbolt Heaven-Pacifying Lion roared again, completely establishing its dominance. The entire series of actions took less than a few breaths. Only then did Duan Jingyuan's 4 guards react, their expressions changing drastically as they released 16 commander-level beasts to surround us. I stepped on Duan Jingyuan's head and said coldly, "If you don't want me to bring this foot down, put away the beasts." They clearly hadn't expected that a dignified 4-star beastmaster from the Duan family would be taken down by us in one encounter. The few of them were so angry their faces went dark, and they asked who we were exactly, and which academy we belonged to. Life. I didn't answer at all and only repeated once more, "Put away the beasts. Otherwise." I crouched on the treetop, fixing my gaze on a shadow-beaked dark raven with exactly 10 HP left. I channeled my chi and flicked it out, striking its wing dead on. It flapped once and crashed to the ground. Without another word, I immediately contracted it, then casually raised it to Commander rank, Tier 10, evolving it into the Desolate Doom Wind Raven. The shadow-beaked dark ravens were the most numerous in the Mist Forest. I sent the Desolate Doom Wind Raven out to scout the path while I kept madly contracting more beasts. Autumn Frost Cloud Cicadas, Devouring Mist Demonic Mice, Yin-Yang Black and White Snakes, Thunder Drum Toads, Dream-Weaving Nether King Spiders. I boosted all of their bloodlines to Commander rank, Tier 10, then tossed them out in one go, letting them scout while also slaughtering one another to help me farm destiny points. I'd done the same thing in the Demonic Beast Ridge before until the Heavenly King Flame Hell Spider was killed, and only then did I stop. But this time was different. After experiencing the madness in Nanjun City and the upheaval in Mirage Desert, I had even seen King Blood rank beasts. My courage had long since swelled. All I wanted now was to farm more destiny points. The more, the better. After advancing to a 2-star Beastmaster, my body had grown sturdier once more. I could still contract 5 more Commander rank beasts, and for anything below Warrior General rank, I could take dozens at will. I threw out all the Warrior General rank beasts, and the system notifications never stopped. In just half a day, my destiny points broke 1 million. But 1 million was still nothing to me. I kept madly contracting beasts and releasing them in the forest, until my brain felt like it was being blasted apart by the notification sounds. In the end, I only managed to stop after I became dizzy. My vision blurred, and my face turned pale. Fortunately, my efforts paid off. Through the intelligence the beasts relayed back, I finally pieced together a map of 100 radius centered on myself. I couldn't probe the territories of those Overlord rank beasts. They were far too dangerous, but it was enough for me to avoid the minefields. I immediately headed toward the Ancient God Academy's direction. I'd originally thought everyone had entered the forest almost at the same time and that I'd catch up to them quickly, but in the end they had run far ahead of me. It would take me a whole day to catch up. After traveling for an hour, while moving through the treetops, I suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from a mountain ravine. Lu Yunxiao, take one more step forward and don't blame us for making a move. Heh, I'm so scared, two little sisters. Did you forget? I'm already a 3-star beastmaster. Xu Yan's older sister is a prodigy from Phoenix Academy. Aren't you afraid she'll come after you for this? Luo Jinghong? I can't beat her, but this is the mist forest and all signals are blocked. If something happens to you, no one will know it was me. Li, stop wasting breath on him. Fight him. If we start fighting, the teacher will follow the noise and find us. The last voice was light and clear, but carried obvious pain. I approached along the treetops like a monkey and took in the situation at a glance. Ai Li was dressed in red, with an injured girl sitting beside her. 10 meters away stood a boy, with a wolf-type beast standing next to him. Irekonice Dai Li. Back in Star Sea High School, she had even wanted me to be her male pet. I hadn't expected her to enter Shanghai Academy, only to end up in such a state now. I continued forward and quickly pieced together what had happened. Ai Li and Luo Shuyan had gone off to find a second beast and gotten separated from their group, then run into people from Qingyun Academy and temporarily traveled together. But trouble had also broken out on the outskirts of the Mist Forest, and they were scattered from the Qingyun Academy team, leaving only them and Lu Yunxiao to flee here. Once they reached what they thought was a safe area, Lu Yunxiao finally tore off his mask. He stared at the two of them, cackling wildly as he closed in, then summoned a second battle general grade beast. Ali and Luo Shuyan's faces turned deathly pale. Each of them only had one beast. Ali's was only of anomalous blood grade, and Luo Shuyan's beast and its master were both severely injured. They were simply no match. Luo Shuyan suddenly told Ali to kill her, preferring death to humiliation. Ali couldn't bring herself to do it, but in the end she still gritted her teeth and raised her hand. Just then, Lu Yunxiao shot an arrow over, directly piercing Ali's arm and sending her sprawling to the ground, then rushed up to seize them. I made my move. A tree branch shot through the air, forcing Lu Yunxiao to dodge back. He turned to look at me, and I was already sitting on a branch not far away. Luke! Ali recognized me at a glance, and hope instantly rose within her despair. Wary, Lu Yunxiao asked which academy I was from. I jumped down from the tree and walked over slowly, first glancing at Ali. Long time no see. I didn't expect our reunion to find you in such a miserable state. Only then did I look at Lu Yunxiao. I'm from the Ancient God Academy. As soon as Lu Yunxiao heard it was only the Ancient God Academy, he immediately showed contempt and waved his hand, sending the 1,000 Calamity Thorn beast at me. Ali hurriedly warned me to be careful, but I didn't summon a beast. I just punched straight at it. With a bang, both I and the 1,000 Calamity Thorn beast were sent flying backward. Lu Yunxiao was stunned, and Ali was stunned too. I got up and rubbed my fist, having a rough idea. My body really was much stronger now, but if I tried to go head-to-head with a battle general grade beast, at best I'd be evenly matched. If the fight dragged on, I'd still be the one to lose. I didn't keep testing. I directly summoned the thunder-striking suppressing heaven lion. Lu Yunxiao was still mocking my beast as an old lion on the verge of death when, in the next instant, lightning erupted all over the thunder-striking suppressing heaven lion's body, and a commander-grade pressure crashed down. His smile froze on his face. Commander-grade. That's right. I only gave him one reply. You can die now. At my command, the thunder-striking suppressing heaven lion lunged in to kill. Lu Yunxiao immediately ordered the 1,000 Calamity Thorn beast to unleash 1,000 Calamity Burst Thorns. The thorns exploded in an instant, firing wildly in all directions. Ali and Luo Shuyan simply couldn't dodge and could only close their eyes in despair. But, damn it, they actually didn't die. I only released the dream-weaving underworld king spider for an instant. It spat out a spiderweb that blocked all those burst thorns, and in the next second the thunder-striking suppressing heaven lion slapped the 1,000 Calamity Thorn beast to pieces, and even Lu Yunxiao couldn't survive. After the trouble was dealt with, I walked up to the two women and said, "Looks like you got lost." Ali thanked me softly, and I deliberately grinned wickedly. "You haven't made any progress even after getting into the Divine Sea Academy. Why don't you stay here and be my bed-warming maid?" Her face instantly stiffened. She probably remembered what she had said back then, so she hurriedly lowered her head and apologized. Meanwhile, Luo Shuyan kept staring straight at me, her eyes growing brighter and brighter, and suddenly asked if I had a girlfriend. I said no, and she was so happy on the spot that she almost had "I'll repay you with my body," written all over her face. I couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush, so I said it bluntly, and her face immediately turned bright red. I didn't keep teasing them and treated AI Lee's wounds first. I found some herbs nearby and tore up my clothes to use as bandages. I told her to bear with it, then pulled the thorn out directly. The pain nearly made her faint, and she complained that I hadn't given her any time to prepare. As I applied the medicine, I said, "The longer you drag it out, the more it hurts." After bandaging her up, I told them to get on the spiritual beast and come with me. Since I had already stepped in, I might as well see it through and take them to a spiritual spring. My spiritual beast had found that place. It was safe and could also nourish their injuries. Before long, I brought them to a small pool hidden behind the shrubs. The water was so clear you could see the bottom, and it contained special energy from the water element. Just being near it made you feel comfortable all over. I told them to go in and soak to heal their injuries. Luo Xian even smiled and asked if I wanted to wash with them, and I nearly choked. I only replied, "Wait until your injuries heal." Then I stood guard outside. Very soon, rustling sounds of clothes being removed came from behind the shrubs. I sat outside, but my mind uncontrollably replayed the scene I had just seen, and even started operating on its own. I nearly cursed out loud. This cultivation art was seriously toxic. I quickly sat cross-legged and forcefully suppressed the distracting thoughts. In the pool, the two women were leaning against each other chatting. Luo Xian kept pressing me about my affairs, and AI Li told her everything about my past as a simp at school. Luo Xian was shocked at first, then guessed whether I still liked Lena. AI Li said, after he awakened his talent, he became like a different person. He stopped liking her a long time ago, but Luo Xian started acting up and suggested deliberately screaming to trick me into going in. While AI Li was still feeling helpless, she had already gone ahead and tried it out. With a scream, I instantly broke out of my cultivation and rushed into the bushes. As soon as I went in, I saw two snow-white, beautiful bodies soaking in the water. Luo Xian directly pooed into my arms and said there was something in the water. AI Li also followed and Kulasanglai, and in an instant I had one in each arm. Just as my blood was surging, a head suddenly popped up from the water. It turned out to be a double-mutated white dragon snake, an 8th-rank beast of the exotic bloodline. When the two women turned around and saw that it was just a snake, they were no longer afraid. Instead, they thought it was cute and hurriedly started putting on their clothes. Luo Xian took a liking to it on the spot and asked me if I could help her contract with it. After I confirmed that she really wanted it, I directly released the thunder-surging heaven-subduing lion to suppress it and helped her complete the contract. She thanked me happily, then circled back to what had happened just now and asked whether I had seen everything. I simply admitted it. I've seen it all. I can take responsibility. She pressed further, asking how I planned to take responsibility, and I casually teased, "At worst, I'll let you both look back." She immediately blushed and called me bad. AI Li, clearly jealous beside her, also asked me to help her find a beast. She wanted a power-type beast, preferably a lion. I agreed and kept leading them on. Along the way, Luo Xian clung to me the whole time, praising me for being so familiar with the misty forest, as if it were my own backyard. I replied, "I have even more impressive ones." She pressed me for details, but I only said, "You'll know in the future." After passing through the dense woods, a dark shadow demon lion suddenly lunged out, a grade 9 battle general-level beast. I released the thunderclap suppressing heaven lion, and after a few exchanges it was subdued. Ailey successfully formed a contract, so excited she could hardly contain herself. This thing outside was worth over 10 million beast-controlling coins, so I said, "Take it as compensation for what you shouldn't have seen before." But she said softly, "We actually don't mind." I didn't want to keep leading them around forever, so I asked whether they could find anyone else from Shanghai Academy. Both of them shook their heads. Ailey said that after getting separated, she never ran into anyone else from her academy. Luo Xian was even more direct. "I just want to follow you." I thought about it and decided to keep them with me for now. It was too dangerous for them to travel alone. We'd see what to do once we found people from Shanghai Academy. I had them ride their beasts and head toward the direction of the Ancient God Academy. To make sure we might run into people from Shanghai Academy along the way, I deliberately chose routes where there was more activity. Just as we approached, we heard the sounds of fighting ahead, along with a particularly jarring voice. "Everyone who enters the misty forest must die, and you're no exception." I told the two women to stop and went over to take a look myself. Ahead in the forest, two groups were confronting each other. One side was the teachers and students of Tianhai Academy, with 2 4-star Beastmasters and 10 students. The other side was a group of beasts and 20 black-clad men wearing Oni masks, all of them 3-star Beastmasters. A teacher from Tian High Academy brought up the academy's name, but the other side didn't care at all, saying only that everyone who came in had to die. Just as that teacher was about to make a move, the other side suddenly exposed the truth. They had all already been hit by the bewildering incense. In the next moment, everyone from Tian High Academy felt weak and powerless. Only then did that teacher realize in shock who the other party really was. Damn it! The other side didn't waste a single word and directly ordered a kill. My heart lurched, and I immediately summoned the thunderclap sky-pacifying lion. The old lion roared, making their eardrums ache. I rode it slowly out from the woods. They took one look, a 2-star Beastmaster? And he brought a commander-tier beast? They were stunned for a moment, then saw that the old lion was elderly, and instantly stopped taking me seriously. When more than a dozen beasts surrounded me, I first caught a strange fragrance. Bewildering incense. I immediately held my breath and secretly circulated the divine beast control art and the breakjade scripture. Fortunately, the techniques were high enough in rank, and my sacred beast physique was also effective, so this level of poison could not do anything to me for the time being. I had already understood what was going on. This was no ordinary robbery. It was clearly a trap set by the Black Shark organization targeting the entire Misty Forest. I had to save those people from Tian High Academy in order to find out exactly what Black Shark was up to. The Black Shark people were still shouting for me to kill myself. I shot back. You're all this brainless? The Tian High Academy teacher weakly shouted. Run! Get the Black Shark Xiaoxi out. But the masked man laughed smugly. Once you move your chi, the poison takes effect in 10 breaths. I casually asked about the timing and smiled as I replied, thanks for the reminder. I'll spare your life later. They immediately treated me like an idiot and were about to make a move, when suddenly, the beasts around us all went rigid and turned in unison toward the darkness. A pair of eyes of all different colors lit up, magic pattern black wolves, azure sky poison pythons. Dense ranks of war general tier beasts surged out from the forest and sealed off the entire area. The Black Shark people went weak at the knees on the spot, their voices trembling. I only uttered one word, kill. At my command, the beast horde immediately charged. These were all my contracted beasts. Even I didn't know exactly how many I had contracted. There were so many that they practically formed a small beast tide. The Black Shark people and their beasts were quickly wiped out, leaving only the leader still breathing. Both his legs were broken, and he knelt on the ground, blood pouring out non-stop. The people from Tian High Academy were all stunned. Clearly beasts from the Misty Forest, yet they acted like a trained army, killing and then retreating. Who could have imagined that all these beasts were obeying my command alone? I leaped down from the lion's back and walked up to the leader. Next, I ask, you answer. But he stared fixedly at me and kept asking who exactly was controlling these beasts. I continued asking how many Black Shark members had come and what they were planning. In the end, he laughed 3 times and said Black Shark secrets would never be exposed, that even in death he would kill himself, and that Black Shark would avenge him sooner or later. The moment he finished speaking, black blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he died on the spot. My heart sank. A fatal poison that kills on contact? This Black Shark organization was even more ruthless than I had imagined. I put away the thunderclap sky-pacifying lion and turned toward Tian High Academy. That teacher forced himself to his feet, first thanking me, then asking for my name and academy. I didn't answer directly, only said, once you make it out alive, you'll naturally know. Then I asked what on earth Black Shark's background was. The teacher panted and said, in the ancient realm, there had once been a group of beast masters who cultivated evil arts and slaughtered the innocent indiscriminately. Later, everyone joined forces to suppress them. But Black Shark escaped to the sea and could never be completely wiped out. The Beastmaster Alliance later became the ruler of the ancient realm, and Black Shark's specialty was ambushing at sea, first using incense poison to knock the target down, then finishing them off. I grabbed the key point and pressed on. Black Shark clearly specialized in the sea, so why was it appearing in large numbers in the Misty Forest? The teacher couldn't explain that either. Immediately, the image of the Duan family stronghold I'd seen when entering the forest flashed through my mind. The Duan family had long been engaged in beast-taming trafficking. If Black Shark had come in, there was no way they wouldn't know. If the Duan family had colluded with Black Shark, then there might be king blood-grade beasts guarding the outside, and none of us would be able to get out. Dian suddenly stared at me and asked, were those beasts just now related to you? You? It was obvious he had pinned all his hopes on me. I shook my head directly. Mostly a coincidence. I'm only a 2-star beast master. How could I control that many? Before figuring out Black Shark's true background, I absolutely couldn't reveal my trump cards. Black Shark had been able to fight the Beast-Master Alliance for so many years. There was no way a 2-star like me could face them head-on. Duyan's face instantly turned even uglier. They'd been poisoned, and it couldn't be detoxed in the short term. Black Shark could return at any moment. He could only urge me to hide quickly and ignore them. Going alone would make me a smaller target and give me a chance to survive. After a moment of silence, I pointed them in a direction. Go west. There's a patch of yellow flowers, and you can hide temporarily in the cave there. With that, I turned and left. I could only help the people from Tianhai Academy this much. Next, I had to hurry and find Yen Rushue and the others. Damn it, the moment I heard that the people from Ancient God Academy had also run into Black Shark, my heart sank completely. If we were even a step later, the situation would really be beyond saving. I'm not a saint. I can't save everyone. At a time like this, I could only protect my own people first. Put simply, feelings are feelings, and lives are lives. I didn't think much and immediately flashed back. Ai Li and Luo Shuyan were still where they had been. The moment Luo Shuyan saw me, tears in her eyes, she threw herself into my arms. Holding her, I didn't have the slightest romantic thought left. Those bastards from Black Shark had ruined the entire atmosphere. Right now, only one thought remained in my head. Get everyone out. Fast. I spoke directly. We have to leave immediately. Come with me to rendezvous with the people from Ancient God Academy. Luo Shuyan blinked and suggested softly. Should we find a teacher from Sea God Academy first? They have a lot of 4-star beast masters. I shook my head at once, my tone icy. 4-star? That's not enough now, unless their leader has contracted a Kingblood grade beast. Hearing this, Ai Li also came to her senses. The leader from Sea God Academy this time was, at best, just an ordinary expert. There was no way a top boss would personally bring in new students. Then following me would actually be safer. I simply made it clear. From now on, you two will follow me. Even if we run into people from Sea God Academy on the way, don't leave yet. Wait until we get out of the misty forest before deciding. After all, you've already achieved your goal. Both of them nodded, and Luo Shuyan even said she wanted to transfer to Ancient God Academy. I rejected that outright. Sea God Academy has better resources. Your talents can be maximized there. They both even tried to persuade me to go to Sea God Academy, saying my strength was good enough. I still shook my head. Since I've entered Ancient God Academy, then I am a person of Ancient God Academy. That will never change in this lifetime. After speaking, I mounted the thunder-subduing Sky Lion and took them speeding along. Along the way, we kept running into Black Shark's people, and also kept seeing teachers, students, and rogue cultivators being hunted down. Black Shark clearly had tracking methods. While running, I secretly mobilized my beast army, saving whoever I could. Since we were already enemies, I might as well kill them to the end. After saving another group of people, Luo Shuyan finally couldn't help asking, those beast groups that suddenly appeared, were they related to you? Ai Li also narrowed her eyes. Every time we were attacked, beasts would show up. That's way too coincidental, isn't it? I only replied, don't get hung up on that. I'll take you out of here. The people I saved along the way didn't even know who saved them, and only assumed the Black Sharks had angered the royal beasts in the forest and were suffering the consequences. I rode the thunderclap's sky-suppressing lion forward, but inside I was cursing. Those Black Shark bastards are nothing but sneaky schemers. Meanwhile, on a cliff somewhere in the mist forest, a Black Shark Hall Master in a cloak and demon mask was looking down over the forest. One of his subordinates ran up to report, Sir, over 100 of our people are dead, all killed by a pack of royal beasts. We can't find out who did it. The Hall Master sneered. It's probably the king deep in the forest controlling them. Go handle it yourself and seal off the exit while you're at it. Let them in, but don't let them out. Trap every living soul to death. At the same time, something had also gone wrong with the people from the Ancient God Academy. Yen Rushue had been worried that I wouldn't catch up, while the others inexplicably had faith in me. Just as the words fell, Black Shark's men sprang out from the bushes, and dozens of royal beasts surrounded them in an instant. Yun Zhaoli recognized the demon mask at a glance. Black Shark. Yen Rushue and Lu Qiyuan immediately released their royal beasts to protect the students, but poisonous incense had already spread. Yun Zhaoli shouted for everyone to hold their breath, but it was already too late. At the Black Shark leader's command, the royal beasts attacked together. Yun Zhaoli and Yi Shuero no longer hid their strength and directly summoned 2 rank, 10 commander-level royal beasts. Added to the 8 from Yen Rushue and Lu Qiyuan, they actually managed to hold off the first wave. Seeing that Yun Zhaoli and Yi Shuero were top-tier geniuses, the Black Shark leader immediately decided to capture them alive. He ordered the royal beasts to besiege them frantically. Yun Zhaoli stood beside Yi Shuero, smashing royal beasts to death with bare hands, and no one could even get close. Instead, the Black Shark side kept suffering attrition. But the poisonous incense still took effect. When the Black Shark beasts withdrew, Yun Zhaoli swayed and fell onto Yi Shuero. Yan Rushue and Lu Qiyuan also collapsed to the ground, even their royal beasts staggering with them. Everyone had lost the ability to fight. Only Yi Shuero was still standing. The Black Shark leader's expression changed drastically. Who exactly are you? What technique are you cultivating? Why are you unaffected by the poison? Yi Shuero gave no answer, only desperately urging the Sound Heaven Jellyfish and the Heaven-Crushing Scarlet Feather Phoenix to fight to the death. But there were too many Black Shark members. They not only controlled their royal beasts, but also rushed in personally, joining forces to severely injure the Heaven-Crushing Scarlet Feather Phoenix. It looked as if they were about to kill their way up to Yi Shuero. Suddenly, Yi Shuero shouted at the sky with all her strength. "Luke, didn't you say I was your woman? I'm about to die, and you still aren't coming to save me?" In the next moment, explosions rang out one after another in the forest, and even the ground trembled. Several strands of spider silk shot out like lightning, directly binding the Black Shark members who were about to pounce on Yi Shuero and flinging them away hard. Immediately after, large swaths of trees were smashed down, and heavy footsteps echoed from deep within the dense forest. Everyone was stunned. The Black Shark leader's face went pale, thinking a beast tide had arrived. The first to charge into the battlefield was a Dreamweaver Netherworld spider. Then densely packed Battle General-level royal beasts poured in from all directions, their numbers terrifyingly high. Strangely, they didn't touch anyone from the Ancient God Academy at all, only focusing on killing the Black Shark members and their royal beasts. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yan Rushue couldn't believe it. But Yun Zhaoli had already started suspecting it was me. Very soon, a huge black ant crashed in. Damn! With a single charging step, it stomped the Black Shark leader into a pile of flesh. Everyone was stunned. Looking up, I was standing on the back of the heaven-opening ant. If it wasn't me, then who else could it be? A Battle General-level giant bear suddenly lunged at me. I threw out a punch and sent it flying directly. Even more outrageous, the heaven-opening ant kept charging. The royal beast pack surged forward, and in the blink of an eye, the Black Shark side was completely wiped out. I was honestly trembling with lingering fear inside. If I had arrived one step later, the Ancient God Academy would have been finished. So I immediately gave the order. Devour them all. Leave not a single one alive. After clearing the battlefield, I jumped down from the heaven-opening ant. I walked up to Yi Shuero and patted her head. "Sorry, I'm late." Her eyes reddened, and she threw herself straight into my arms and cried. I lowered my voice to remind her. The teachers are still here. Only then did she suddenly come to her senses and reach out a hand. Instantly, she looked as if struck by lightning. She jerked back, her face flushed red, and hid in the crowd. I acted as if nothing had happened and turned to face the crowd. "Sorry, I'm late." Yan Rushue immediately asked, "What's going on with those spirit beasts?" I casually replied, "Friends I met in the mist forest." Everyone fell silent. Who could have imagined that on my very first visit, I'd make so many friends? Even I thought that sounded absurd. Yun Zhaoli directly said he owed me his life. I didn't stand on ceremony either. "Fine. Call me whenever you need me in the future." I took out the antidote and fed Yan Rushue first. One hand around her waist, the other holding the medicine to her mouth. Her face turned as red as a ripe apple, yet she obediently opened her mouth. When it was Yun Zhaoli's turn, she wanted to do it herself. I said, "Do you still have the strength to lift your hand?" Then I pinched her chin and shoved it in directly. She glared at me fiercely, and I pretended not to see it. Deng Chuxiao and the others shouted that they wanted equal treatment. I simply flicked the pills into their mouths, and they cried out at how bitter they were. In the end, I fed Lu Qiyuan too. As soon as Yan Rushue recovered a little, she asked what happened to the Tiankai ant. Just as I said, "It's not dead." The thunderclap suppressing heaven lion charged out. Ai Li and Luo Shuyan were riding on its back. Luo Shuyan landed and immediately hooked her arm around mine, greeting me sweetly. Yi Shuero suddenly walked over and asked point-blank, "Are you two just ordinary friends? Or are you boyfriend and girlfriend?" Luo Shuyan smiled and said, "I'm fine with either. It depends on him." She put me on the spot just like that. Yi Shuero read my expression and, furious, turned and left, cursing me for being a womanizer. Luo Xian immediately turned around and asked, "Is she the pretty classmate you mentioned?" I took the hint and nodded. Yi Xuero hid behind the crowd, but her ears quietly perked up, and her anger eased a little. I didn't keep dragging it out and went straight to the point. The black shark had already surrounded the forest, specifically hunting spirit beast masters. There was probably a king blood level expert waiting outside. The Duan family might even be involved. Yun Zhaoli made the call right away. 9 times out of 10, the Duan family is black shark's people. Yen Rushua handed all decision-making power over to me. I decided to take everyone and withdraw to the mountain first. High mountains are easy to defend and hard to attack. Anyone approaching could be spotted immediately. They asked me how I found the place. I still gave the same answer. A spirit beast friend told me. I told everyone to stay put while I went to scout for information myself. Yun Zhaoli wanted to come with me, but I refused. Black Shark surely had ways to track people. Who knew when they'd sneak up again? I specifically told Ai Li and Luo Shuyen to stay on the mountain as well. After making all the arrangements, I went into the forest alone. Yi Xuero directly dragged those two along and started digging a huge pit for me. She said seriously to them that I was cultivating the ancient God Academy's Broken Jade Sutra, and that I had to cut myself off first before I could practice it. Luo Shuyen didn't react at first, but Ai Li understood instantly, and her expression changed on the spot. Once the two of them fully understood, I instantly became, in their eyes, a ruthless man willing to cut himself just to get stronger. The people from the ancient God Academy all sighed along with her and tacitly accepted it. Only Yi Xuero herself was nearly laughing out loud, because she knew perfectly well that I hadn't cut anything off. Not only had I not, it was absurdly big. She secretly made a gesture, startling herself first, and then, because she alone shared this secret with me, she felt inexplicably a little proud. She had originally wanted to use this matter to make Ai Li and Luo Shuyen back off, but it completely backfired. Luo Shuyen didn't retreat at all. Instead, she felt even more sorry for me and quietly decided to be gentler with me in the future. Yi Xuero was speechless on the spot. After I left, I didn't linger nearby at all and went straight to the edge of the mist forest. I needed to figure out exactly how Black Shark had sealed this place off. Now the familiar beasts I've contracted number in the thousands, and both of my arms are covered in densely packed patterns, looking like a pair of tattoo sleeves. To put it bluntly, I'm basically a human beast tied now. If I weren't worried about losing too much blood and not being able to hold on, I could contract even more. All along the way, I released large numbers of familiar beasts, letting them spread out like a tide and feeding every rustle and movement around me back into my mind. Weak familiar beasts were actually the best for scouting. Very quickly, centered on me, a huge field of perception took shape, and I could sense any movement inside it the moment it happened. After reaching the edge of the mist forest, I kept pushing this field of perception deeper into the Black Shark defense line. It took a full 2 days before I finally stopped, collapsing straight onto the ground and gasping for breath. My eyes were bloodshot, and I looked like I just fought countless brutal battles, so exhausted I was on the verge of collapse. But those 2 days hadn't been wasted. I'd finally figured out Black Shark's rough deployment. They had formed a giant net, completely sealing off this corner of the mist forest. Aside from the direction leading deeper in, every other area was covered by 3 lines of defense. First line, familiar beasts of war general rank and below. Second line, commander rank familiar beasts. Third line, king blood rank familiar beasts. I tried breaking out in several directions, and as soon as there was any movement, commander rank beasts would rush over immediately, followed by king blood rank ones. The ground was sealed off and so was the sky. I tried flying higher, but once I reached a certain altitude, I felt a terrifying pressure. The high altitude was completely blocked too, and rising into the air only made it easier to expose myself. Over these 2 days, I came close to being caught by a king blood rank beast 3 times. If I hadn't run far enough and retreated fast enough, I'd already be dead. Even though I got away, I still lost countless familiar beasts. When a familiar beast dies, the backlash pain is transmitted directly to me. In just 2 days, it felt like I had personally died countless times, the pain so intense I nearly wanted to kill myself. Having many contracts is indeed satisfying, but when they die en masse, that instant stacking pain is not something a human can withstand. If not for my special physique and my tolerance being far beyond that of ordinary people, I would have been killed by the pain long ago. Lying on the ground, I had only one thought in my mind: what exactly was Black Shark trying to do? I had already figured out how they were sealing people in, but I still couldn't figure out their ultimate goal. On the surface, it looked like they were simply killing people, but there was no way they were doing it just for that. What's more, within this net, I hadn't run into a single Black Shark member in the past 2 days. They were probably too scared of me to show themselves. The moment I realized that all the Black Shark members in the Mist Forest had suddenly vanished without a trace, I immediately understood. They might be starting to close the net. The only direction that still hadn't been completely sealed was the deeper part of the Mist Forest. But I also knew that taking a group of people through there was almost impossible. With too many people, the target would be too large. If we accidentally intruded into the territory of powerful familiar beasts, we'd be treated as a provocation. Commander rank beasts could still be fought by sheer numbers, but Lord rank and King Blood rank ones were not something that could be solved by piling on more bodies. Not to mention that the powerful familiar beasts in the Mist Forest were probably linked to Black Shark as well. I forced myself to calm down and first checked my fate points. During this period, I had accumulated a total of 3.6 million. Right now, the only thing left worth gambling on was the system shop. The shop still had War General rank skill inheritance crystals, life-sharing scrolls, talent copying cards, and ordinary familiar beast armor. I focused mainly on the life-sharing scroll and the ordinary familiar beast armor. The former was very powerful but expensive. The latter only increased attack and defense by 30%, which seemed mediocre, but any familiar beast could wear it, and that was crucial. Clenching my teeth, I bought those two first, spending 1.3 million, then immediately refreshed the shop. Among the newly refreshed items were a bunch of useless junk. Things like nourishing Yin and replenishing Yang pills and familiar beast pregnancy support potions, making me frown non-stop. But the moment I saw Divine Beast Skybist, my gaze stopped. This skill was originally meant to let a familiar beast self-destruct and deal terrifying, guaranteed hit damage. I wasn't interested at first. There was no way I'd use my own familiar beasts as suicide bombs. But the description afterward made it very clear. Only part of a familiar beast's body could be made to self-destruct. The power would be slightly weaker, but the familiar beast itself wouldn't have to die. At that moment, I was instantly tempted. A beast's partial self-detonation might have limited power. But what about 10, 100, or 1,000 of them? And besides, I had fate points in my hands so I could completely heal those injured beasts after the battle. I didn't hesitate and directly spent 2 million to buy God Beast Skybist. After the purchase, I was left with only 290,000 fate points, and for an instant I felt as if I had gone poor right down to the bottom. But I couldn't afford to feel heartache now. I had to test this method immediately. I summoned the thunderous heaven-suppressing lion, mounted it, and headed straight for the depths of the Mist Forest. My plan was simple, to go negotiate with the king of the Mist Forest. Black Shark was the overlord of the sea and couldn't possibly have that close a relationship with the king of the Mist Forest. At most, it was just cooperation. Since Black Shark could cooperate with them, why couldn't I? I had to find out why they had joined forces with Black Shark, and even more, I had to use them to borrow a route out. Who could have imagined that shortly after I left, the people from Ancient God Academy would not be met by Black Shark, but instead by a bunch of second-rate nobodies from Western Shadow Academy. Western Shadow Academy had only 18 people in total, trash of the trash. They hadn't run into Black Shark's encirclement. They only heard about the situation from others and knew they couldn't get out. So they slapped their foreheads and decided to head up the mountain to band together and hold the high ground. As a result, once they went up the mountain, they immediately set their sights on the piece of treasure land I had left behind. Lu Qiuan stepped forward on the spot and told them to get lost. But the other side argued with conviction, saying that now everyone was in the same boat and that only by banding together could they survive. Those words didn't sound unreasonable, and since I had previously mentioned that Black Shark could lock onto our location, that coward Lu Qiuan ultimately still backed down and let them up. The leading teacher was called Aishi, a 4-star beastmaster. After going up the mountain, his eyes swept over Yen Rushua several times, practically glued to her. A textbook lecherous old fox. Not long after, a third and fourth wave of people came looking too. Western Shadow Academy even took the initiative to usher everyone up the mountain. And in the end, even Tian High Academy squeezed its way up. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountainside was packed full. With so many people gathered, Aishi immediately started his performance. He stood up and announced that Black Shark had already sealed off the outside, and that going out now meant certain death. But the news had already spread, so as long as everyone held the line, the Beastmaster Alliance would definitely come to rescue them. Next, a temporary leader had to be chosen to avoid chaos. That sounded agreeable, so everyone agreed without a second word. Aishi naturally sat in the position of temporary leader. As soon as he took power, he immediately ran up to Yen Rushue and said that he had confidential information on dealing with Black Shark and needed to discuss it privately. Anyone could tell this was just an excuse to get close to Yen Rushue. Yen Rushue flatly refused with a cold face. Do your own job and don't bother me. Aishi's face darkened on the spot, and the lust in his eyes instantly turned into fury. He directly flipped his face and ordered the people from Ancient God Academy to get the hell off the mountain immediately. Meanwhile, I had already ridden the thunderous heaven-suppressing lion and plunged into the depths of the mist forest. Between the outer area and the depths lay a layer of thick fog. After passing through it, the world before my eyes changed completely. White mist swirled everywhere like a fairyland, but I didn't have time to admire it and kept charging inward. In the outer area, I could still rely on low-level beasts to scout ahead, but here, low-level beasts were completely crushed by the pressure of high-level aura and couldn't even move. They were worse than ants. I also didn't dare casually release any beasts above the warlord level. Losing even one commander-level beast would be enough to make my heart ache. Before I'd gone far, a black shadow burst out of the woods at high speed. The system panel popped up immediately. Ling Feng would ape, rank 5 of the ruler tier. Without a word, I flung out the fallen Ink Qilin and casually put a standard beast armor on it. The result was that the Ink Qilin charged up like a black armored general, only to be head-on slammed flying by the other side, smashing through several trees before stopping. The gap in strength was right there. A commander-tier beast facing a ruler-tier beast was bound to suffer. Still, that was enough for me to get a clear look at the opponent. It was an upright ape with dark blue fur, a monkey face, and a lightning bolt mouth, its eyes arrogantly annoying. It stared at me and directly told me to commit suicide, or it would gut me open. I told it straight out, "I want to see your king. Take me to him." It froze for a moment, then burst out laughing, mocking me for thinking a 2-star beast tamer was worthy of seeing the king. After laughing, it turned back into a black shadow and pounced. This time I changed tactics. With a flick of my hand, the sky-splitting ant, clad in armor, charged straight out of the beast-taming space and slammed into it head-on. With a bang, the Ling Feng wood ape was directly knocked flying. The sky-splitting ant's strength was already absurd to begin with, and with armor on it increased by another 30%. Its impact was explosive. I had deliberately sent out the fallen Ink Qilin first just to make it underestimate me and assume all my beasts were weaker than it in strength. The Ling Feng wood ape got up from the ground, and its gaze had completely changed. It clearly hadn't expected that a ruler-tier beast like itself would be knocked flying head-on by the beast of a 2-star beast tamer. But I didn't give it time to react. The dream-weaving Nether King spider's web lunged out from behind me and instantly wrapped it up. Almost at the same time, the shadow drill armor beast burst from the ground beneath its feet, thrusting its drill horn fiercely straight into its ass. That whole combo finished within 2 breaths. In the next second, the Ling Feng wood ape let out a shrill scream, and its ruler-tier pressure instantly exploded outward, forcing all my beasts to sink under the weight. In a furious turn, it swung a claw at the shadow drill armor beast. The dream-weaving Nether King spider immediately yanked the web, forcibly twisting its body offline, allowing the shadow drill armor beast to barely evade disaster. At the same time, I activated Divine Beast Sky Blast. The drill horn the shadow drill armor beast had left inside its body exploded directly. With a boom, the Ling Feng wood ape's rear exploded in flesh and blood on the spot, and the pain made it roar again in rage. A dignified ruler-tier beast had actually been sneakily injured by a few commander-tier beasts. In the next moment, its body surged in size, transforming into a giant ape like the grand heavenly manifestation. Even one of its fists was nearly as big as the thunder-bearing lion of the suppressing sky, and the spider web snapped instantly. The shadow drill armor beast immediately burrowed back underground, and I also used Heaven's Fate points at the first opportunity to heal its injuries. Ling Feng's wood ape immediately raised its leg and swept toward me. It knew very well that if it killed me first, the rest of the beast pets would be finished. But halfway through that kick, its movement suddenly went off, and the whole ape seemed to lose its aim. It lost its balance and crashed heavily to the ground. I finally let out a breath of relief. Black Shark's poison really worked. During this time, I not only got the antidote but also collected a lot of the poison Black Shark used. On top of that, I mixed in the toxins from my poisonous beast pets and coated them all in advance onto the drilling horn of Shadow Drill Armored Beast. Now, the poison had finally taken effect. Since I dared to break in, I had naturally already thought through several battle tactics. And with all these beast pets being my contracted beast pets, their coordination was almost flawless, which was how I managed to screw Ling Feng's would ape over so hard. As a 2-star beast master defeating a lord-level beast, even if my methods weren't exactly honorable, I was proud enough. But I quickly suppressed that feeling. Damn it! I stared excitedly at the fallen Ling Feng's wood ape. So worked up I felt like my lungs were about to explode. Now, can I see your king? The ape didn't answer. Its eyes were bulging like cowbells, as if it wanted nothing more than to eat me alive. The next second, a gale roared, and the white mist was blown away in an instant. A colossal creature emerged from the fog, dragon head, antlers, long whiskers billowing, and its overwhelming pressure made it hard to even breathe. My heart raced wildly, but then I realized that the Beastmaster's sacred body was completely unfazed. The system panel popped up. Abyss Mist Glass Dragon, King Blood Rank 9. This was the king of this forest. It looked down at me from above and said coldly, "Release Ling Feng's Wood Ape." I immediately withdrew my hand. Ling Feng's Wood Ape got up and tried to fight again, but a cold snort from the Abyss Mist Glass Dragon directly sent it to the outer perimeter. It didn't even dare let out a fart. It gave me a vicious glare and slunk away in disgrace. Damn, the atmosphere changed instantly. The Abyss Mist Glass Dragon stared at me and first praised me. As a 2-star Beastmaster, I could withstand a king's pressure and even defeat a lord-level beast. Indeed remarkable. But the next sentence flipped its expression. People like you, a human genius, are most cost-effective to kill. It only gave me 3 sentences. If I couldn't convince it in 3 sentences, it would eat me. I cursed inwardly. Old fox. What negotiation was this? This was a final ultimatum. I took a deep breath and slammed out my strongest bargaining chips. First sentence. I can make you stronger and help you transcend the limitations of the mist forest. Second sentence. I can let you, or your dying relatives, survive. I didn't say the third sentence because I had no more cards left. The Abyss Mist Glazed Dragon's expression finally changed. You didn't lie to me? Absolutely not. I immediately laid my cards on the table. Are you working with Black Shark to kill everyone who enters the forest? It didn't dodge the question at all and admitted it outright. I went on, give up the cooperation. Once Black Shark withdraws, the anger of the Alliance and the Academy will turn your forest into a scapegoat and wipe it out completely. Those words made it serious. It told me that Black Shark had brought in a mysterious powerhouse who had even defeated it without using a Yerso. If I wanted them to change their minds, I'd have to produce bargaining chips convincing enough to sway the 5 kings. There were 5 King Blood-ranked beings in the forest in total. It, the shadow-prowling star crane, the 9-headed serpent, the human-faced thunder ape, and the 3-legged golden falcon. The reward Black Shark offered was to increase the probability that their offspring would be born with King Blood lineage. I fell silent for 2 seconds, then asked directly, "Can you take me to see the other kings?" The risk was enormous. If all 5 King Blood-ranked beings attacked together, I wouldn't even have a chance to die together with them. But if I didn't gamble now, I was dead for sure. The Abyss Mist Glazed Dragon said the 9-headed serpent happened to have a dying relative there, and told me to prove my ability first. With that, it grabbed me in one claw and soared into the air. After flying for a long while, we landed at a cave. It called into the cave, "9-headed serpent." Very soon, a 9-headed serpent slithered out, all 9 heads staring at me, practically wanting to devour me on the spot. The Abyss Mist Glazed Dragon repeated my words, and only then did the 9-headed serpent reluctantly get serious. Deeper inside the cave, in a snake nest laid with warm jade, lay a 7-headed old serpent. The panel showed, 7-star Devouring Serpent, Commander Rank Grade 8, Vitality 0.8. The 9-headed serpent told me this was its mother. Her origin had been damaged years ago, and now she was on the brink of death. The Abyss Mist Glazed Dragon asked how I planned to save her. I said bluntly, "I need to contract her as my beast first." The air instantly froze. The 9-headed serpent's 9 heads all bristled, and the Abyss Mist Glazed Dragon was also burning with rage. They all thought I was making a joke at its mother's expense. I wasn't panicking at all. A beast on the verge of death was an absolute specialty in front of me. I directly summoned the Thunderbolt-suppressing Heaven Lion. It was old and crippled, and its aura was almost identical to the 7-star Devouring Serpent's. In the next second, the Thunderbolt-suppressing Heaven Lion erupted with Commander Rank Peak aura. The 9-headed serpent and the Abyss Mist Glazed Dragon were completely stunned. Only then did I speak. It was half dead before too, and after I contracted it, it came back to life. Do you want me to try? If I'm lying to you, I'll die even worse myself. After a moment of silence, the 9-headed serpent finally nodded. Contract first. We'll chew the contract after it's saved. I said nothing more and stepped forward to complete the contract. The system immediately restored its lifespan and healed its injuries. The next moment, all 7 heads of the 7-star Devouring Serpent lifted up together. Its aura was completely different. Goodness! Its chi, blood, and pressure instantly surged to the peak, and the 9-headed serpent went wild with joy. The mother and child intertwined their heads, and that deep attachment couldn't be hidden at all. The abyss mist-glazed dragon stared in shock, clearly able to feel that the 7-star devouring serpent had truly been restored to full health, not putting on an act. Then it stared at me and blurted out, "So the becoming stronger you mentioned before, does that mean I have to contract with you first?" I admitted it outright, but I also made it clear, not right now. My level is too low, and I can't contract with a sovereign level or king blood level beast yet. At the very least, I need to become a 4-star beast master. It pressed me on how long that would take, and I said I didn't know, but I'd do it as soon as possible. It asked again, "Aren't you afraid we'll just keep you here and use you as a tool?" I smiled and pointed out the crux of the matter. "You can keep me here, but I can only help you while forming a contract. After the contract, your lives will be in my hands. If you really push me too far, we'll all perish together. Dare to take that gamble?" After hearing that, the abyss mist glass dragon actually laughed. It said beasts aren't like humans, always scheming. If we could truly cooperate, they were willing to be friends with me. If I needed help, they were willing to lend a hand too, on the condition that I had to offer something equal in return. I finally felt relieved and agreed on the spot. Once I became a 4-star beast master, I would definitely come back. The 9-headed serpent also made its stance clear, saying it was willing to be friends with me too, and that it would never refuse to help if it could. I had originally planned to dissolve my contract with the 7-star devouring python, but it suddenly spoke up, saying it wanted to keep following me. The 9-headed serpent panicked on the spot, never expecting its own mother to choose to stay of her own accord. But the 7-star devouring python saw through it. It said it had nearly died once already and, after narrowly escaping death, didn't want to repeat its old life in the misty forest. Following me might let it see a whole new world. More importantly, it had now recovered to its peak state, and by following me it could also protect me. If I died, then none of them would be able to level up through me again. With that said, the 9-headed serpent, no matter how unwilling, couldn't find a word to refute it. I felt a little strange inside, as if I had lured someone's mother away, but I still nodded and agreed, promising that the next time we met, I would give it a surprise. In the end, the 9-headed serpent asked the abyss mist glass dragon to take me to see their boss. By this point, I had finally managed to truly crack open the line involving the king of Misty Forest. Soon, 5 king-blooded beastmasters surrounded me at the center. Besides abyss mist-glazed dragon and hydra, the other 3 were also there: shadow-soaring starluan, human-faced thunder ape, and 3-legged golden condor. Among the 5 king-blooded beasts, the human-faced thunder ape had the strongest aura, its entire body wrapped in lightning. It was clearly the true boss of this misty forest. After hearing what abyss mist-glazed dragon said, they all stared at me. The human-faced thunder ape asked directly, "Are you really sure you can help us improve our strength?" I didn't waste words. With a casual wave, I summoned an exotic blood beastmaster and directly raised it to battle commander level right in front of them. The instant this happened, the eyes of the 5 king-blooded beasts changed, gaining a hint of reverence. Their strength was formidable, but precisely because they were strong, they understood even better what my ability meant. They asked again, "To what level can you raise us?" I only gave one answer: a level you wouldn't dare even imagine. As soon as I said that, even they were visibly shaken. Then the human-faced thunder ape asked again, "Are you the mysterious person who stirred up the beast tide in Misty Forest and caused Black Shark to keep losing people?" I admitted it directly. They immediately understood why the beastmasters they had sent out to investigate had never found anything. The mastermind had actually come charging in himself. After confirming my ability, they quickly changed their tone and agreed to cooperate. Not only would they let me and my people leave from the depths, they were even willing to help me deal with Black Shark if necessary. But the condition was that we had to get the news of Black Shark appearing in Misty Forest to the Beastmaster Alliance as soon as possible. I agreed immediately, so the 5 great kings directly decided to send me back. Meanwhile, during the time I was away, the mountain was already on the verge of exploding. After Aishi became the temporary leader, he used Yanshuikshu's refusal as an excuse to turn hostile and tried to drive the people from Ancient God Academy off the mountain. Although those around them felt something was off, most of them still didn't step forward. After all, Ancient God Academy looked the weakest, and the weak are always the easiest to sacrifice. Luo Shuyen stood up to speak for me, saying that many of the people on the mountain had been saved by me before. But not only did those people refuse to admit it, they even mocked her coldly, saying the ones who saved them were clearly a group of beastmasters. How could it possibly have been me, a student? Some even said that if it were really me who saved them, they would kill themselves on the spot. Even more outrageous, one girl actually blamed me for rescuing them too late, saying that was why her brother had been killed by Black Shark. She pinned all the blame on the Beastmasters who had come to rescue them. Everyone from Ancient God Academy was shaking with anger at the sight of these people's shameless faces. Seeing that things were spiraling more and more in his favor, Aishi even quietly threatened Yan Shuikshu, saying that as long as she agreed to his conditions, he would let Ancient God Academy stay on the mountain. Otherwise, they would have to get lost and go downhill. Yan Shuikshu refused outright and even said that if I were here, I would definitely kill him. And just as the people from Ancient God Academy were about to really leave, Black Shark's net was closing in. The mountain was instantly surrounded by black-pressed swarms of tamer beasts and Black Shark members, well over 100 of them, all of them 3-star beast tamers and battle general rank beasts, sealing off the entire mountain. Flying tamer beasts also blocked the sky, cutting off every escape route completely. It was only then that Aishi panicked. He hurriedly ordered everyone to prepare for battle, while hypocritically claiming that the terrain was easy to defend and hard to attack, telling everyone not to panic. Yen Rushue saw through at a glance that he had no idea how to command and questioned why he hadn't set up any defensive lines. After being exposed, Aishi flew into a rage and even wanted the people from the Ancient God Academy to charge at the very front as cannon fodder. Of course, Yen Rushue refused. In a fit of anger, Aishi even wanted to have the Ancient God Academy people restrained on the spot and forcefully accuse them of being Black Shark spies. The two sides started fighting on the spot. Yen Rushue and Lu Chiyuan directly released their tamer beasts, and Yun Zhaoli also rushed out to help. She knocked one out with each punch, and even commander-level tamer beasts were sent flying by her. Good heavens! With a purely physical, tough guy fighting style, she directly slapped them flying. Everyone stared dumbfounded, frozen in place. At that moment, the group from Tianhai Academy finally squeezed to the front. Du Yen and the others had personally witnessed my beast horde slaughter Black Shark, and upon hearing that the Ancient God Academy were my teachers and classmates, they immediately stood up for the Ancient God Academy and, in the process, exposed all of Aishi's filthy little schemes. Only then did the crowd react, and the tide instantly turned toward the Ancient God Academy. But at that very critical moment, the Black Shark army stormed up the mountain. Chaotic melee erupted at once. In the blink of an eye, there were casualties. Someone saw they couldn't hold the line, abandoned the students, and ran down the mountain. But the moment they rushed into the forest, all signs of life vanished. Black Shark people sneered and said that there were still commander-level and royal blood-level guards further down. Going downhill was just suicide. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yen Rushue rushed to Yun Zhaoli's side and whispered for her to hide among the crowd and not act recklessly. She would cover her breakout later. Yun Zhaoli's heart tightened. So at the moment of life and death, the teachers were still thinking first about protecting the students. Just as everyone was on the verge of despair. I'm back. I descended from the sky riding the silenced demon Wind Raven, standing on its back with my hands in my pockets. Yun Zhaoli recognized me at a glance, and Du Yen was overjoyed on the spot. The Black Shark's flying tamer beasts were just about to stop me when the sky suddenly darkened. Swarms of tamer beasts surged in from all directions, directly smashing Black Shark's aerial forces to pieces. Roars of beasts shook the misty forest below the mountain as tamer beasts burst out like a tide and launched a counterattack against the Black Shark army. In an instant, Black Shark was attacked from both front and rear, and shifted from offense to defense. When the silenced demon Wind Raven landed, the moment I steadied myself, Luo Shuyen was the first to throw herself into my arms. Yishuero and Ailey followed right after. I patted them and said, "With me here it's fine." Everyone from the Ancient God Academy gathered around at once, and the pressure suddenly eased. Du Yen walked over laughing, saying he never expected that I was actually from the Ancient God Academy, and that I had saved them twice. I was also a bit surprised. Earlier I had told them to hide first, and who would have thought they'd ended up running up this mountain too? Yishuero suddenly told me that just now Western Shadow Academy had wanted to drive the Ancient God Academy off the mountain, and it was Tianhai Academy that had helped. My expression immediately darkened. Drive them off. Luo Shuyen immediately embellished everything that had happened earlier and told me the whole story. After hearing it all, I looked straight at Aishi, this old fox. Aishi still hadn't reacted, thinking that the beast tide had been launched because the king of the misty forest had taken a dislike to Black Shark. Seeing me glare at him, he even snorted coldly, saying he was always ready to fight whenever I wanted. Yen Rushue urged me to leave quickly and not waste time with him. I shook my head. The matter on the Black Shark side was already more or less handled. Before I left, anyone who had bullied my teachers or classmates would have to pay the price. I asked them to point out everyone who had either made a move against Gushin Academy just now or mouthed off. Luo Shuyen and Yishuero immediately identified that group from Siang Academy, along with the blue-clad girl who had blamed me for rescuing people too late. AI, she sneered, saying that he had been the one to strike just now. And so what if I was only a 2-star beast tamer? That blue-clad girl also jumped out and shouted that the one who saved people was the Mist Forest King. So what right did I have to claim the credit? Others nearby joined in, mocking that I was overestimating myself. After hearing them out, I just stared at them. In my heart, I cursed. You still haven't realized who exactly you've offended, have you? I laughed in anger. Ha ha ha. Are you all stupid? Or just brainless? Then today I'll show you how a 2-star beast tamer can crush you beneath my feet. As soon as the words fell, the silenced demon wind crow pounced at the group from Xieying Academy. The Lord-class beasts from the foot of the mountain also rushed up to the summit, specifically targeting Xieying Academy and those foul-mouthed bastards to kill. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Only then did they realize. Those beasts weren't touching anyone else at all. They were only going after them. The people around hurriedly backed away, afraid of being dragged into it. Now anyone could see that these beasts really were connected to me. At that moment, a sharp bird cry came from the horizon, followed by pressure from a sovereign-class presence. A sky-darkening giant eagle swept through the air, and on its back stood the black shark leader in a ghost mask. The true powerhouse of the black shark had arrived. He moved to slaughter the beast horde below the mountain, and metal feather blades shot down in all directions. But the next second, a black shadow soared up from the forest and smashed every single feather blade apart. The black shadow landed behind me, Wind Wound Shadowbat, a sovereign-class beast. It had been sent by the 5 kings of the Mist Forest to protect me. Right after that, Lingfeng Wood Ape also jumped down and landed beside me. Although I had beaten it up before, it still had to obediently follow the king's orders and come protect me. When the people on the mountain saw sovereign-class beasts standing on my side, they were all dumbstruck. But the group from Tianshui Academy and Xieying Academy still refused to give up, and were actually shouting, "These beasts were sent by the king of the Mist Forest. They're not under his control. Make them stop." Lingfeng Wood Ape's eyes turned cold, but it couldn't be bothered to deal with them and only turned to look at me. Good grief. Who would have thought that the moment the Mist Forest and the Black Shark fell out, I'd have to hurry out and spread the word. Yet I only sneered and pointed at the people who had just disgusted me, saying, "These people make me very unhappy." Lingfeng Wood Ape asked directly, "Kill them?" The moment those words came out, the whole place fell silent. Aishi's legs went weak, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. "We were wrong. We'll compensate Gushin Academy." The others also immediately changed their tune and shouted that I was their benefactor, almost flattening their faces to the ground. I only found it amusing. "You're not admitting you were wrong. You're just afraid of death." I stared at Aishi and said word by word, "You can insult me, but if you insult my teachers, you must die." A wind blade flashed by, and before Aishi could even scream, he was cleanly split in two. Yen Rushua's eyes went wide. I waved my hand. "As for the rest of you, seeing as you apologized quickly, I'll give you one chance. Go back, bring generous gifts, and personally come to Gushin Academy to beg forgiveness. If the gift is too light, I'll remember it." With a sudden thought, the pack of tamed beasts immediately pulled back. I then shouted to everyone on the mountain, "If you want to live, head deeper into the Mist Forest." Then I turned to the people from the Ancient God Academy and said, "Follow me." I was the first to leap onto the back of the Windsorrow Shadowbat. Yen Rushue reacted the fastest, grabbing Yishuero and Luo Shuyen and dragging them up at once. The others hurriedly followed, and the Windsorrow Shadowbat flapped its wings and shot into the sky. The black shark people below the mountain had already been swallowed by the tamed beasts. In the sky, the giant eagle of Black Shark's master-level leader tried to flee, and the Windswift Wood Ape rushed straight at it. "I'll handle this eagle. You take the others and go." The Windsorrow Shadowbat landed to pick me up, then carried us out of the Mist Forest. As soon as we left the forest, communication was restored. I immediately called Xingyu and spilled everything about Black Shark's trap, the Duan family, and the ruler of the Mist Forest. After hearing it all, Xingyu said seriously, "I'll contact headquarters right away." Yen Rushue looked baffled. "How do you know people from the Tamer Alliance?" I replied casually, "I once met a 5-star Tamer." She then asked how I had negotiated with those Tamer rulers. I only said one thing, "Just talk directly to their ruler." Everyone fell silent. Yun Zhaoli couldn't help saying, "You're really way too bold." Luo Shuyan's eyes were practically shining. Ai Li suddenly thought of the people from the Divine Sea Academy and begged me to go back and save them. I nodded in agreement. Yen Rushue and the others worried it would be dangerous, so I pointed at the Windsorrow Shadowbat. "Now I've got a master-level bodyguard. No need to be afraid." They instantly shut up. I was no longer the low-key 2-star tamer I had been before. At least in the mist forest, I could really walk sideways. I told them to wait outside, then mounted the Wind Sorrow Shadow Bat again and rushed back in. They stood where they were, and Deng Chuxiao and the others were still marveling that they couldn't see the limits of my abilities. Yan Ruxue finally understood why everyone trusted me so completely. Yun Zhaoli suddenly said she wanted to go home for a while and, while she was at it, contract a third tamed beast. Yan Ruxue froze for a moment, but quickly understood. When Yun Zhaoli first entered the Ancient God Academy, she had already come with the intention of escaping her family. It sparked a new thought in her. Who would have thought Yan Ruxue would actually agree? She only reminded her, "Come back when you're done." Yun Zhaoli also patted her chest and promised she'd definitely be back before the academy tournament. Lu Qiyuan's eyes lit up immediately. I thought to myself, this time, making it into the top 10 for the Ancient God Academy really doesn't seem like a dream. Yan Ruxue was even more ruthless. With a smile, she stomped the words, "maybe," into the ground. "We're going straight into the top 10. Deng Chuxiao and the others were just excited for 2 seconds before a bucket of cold water was dumped on them. Yan Ruxue and Lu Qiyuan laid all their trump cards bare. The Academy Rankings competition isn't just about individual battles. There are also team matches and teaching contests, and the Monster Academy is packed with prodigies. Someone like Yun Zhaoli wouldn't be anything special there. Deng Chuxiao and the others instantly deflated. Ai Li and Luo Shuyan also fell silent. The two of them were considered geniuses at Divine Sea Academy, but compared to me, the gap was absurdly huge. Ai Li suddenly thought of George and couldn't help feeling sorry for him. That coward was still fantasizing about beating me in the competition. But now, he couldn't even get close to me. While she was hoping I would stir up a huge commotion, she also sighed, "What a pity that I had cut myself off." At that moment, the real battle in the Mist Forest had only just begun. After Black Shark closed the net, all the surviving ones were forced toward the center. Those outposts that failed to escape were wiped out the moment the net touched them. Black Shark didn't want any living captives, but it didn't let a single dead one go either, taking them all away. At the same time, the battle on Lingfeng Wood Apeside kept escalating. Black Shark threw in 3 more sovereign-level beasts in succession, and the Mist Forest also frantically sent in reinforcements. And later on, even King Blood-level beasts joined the fray. Only then did I realize, the King Blood-level beasts in the Mist Forest were definitely more than the 5 I had seen before. The ones I'd encountered earlier were merely the 5 strongest, not all of them. By the time I entered the forest again, the decisive battle had already fully erupted. The two sides kept tossing in Supreme Lord-level and King Blood-level beasts, and the scene became more and more absurd. I rode the Wind Sorrow Shadow Bat and searched the woods for the people from Shanghai Academy. Quickly found them. More than 40 of them were still there, led by a female teacher named Zhang Xiaoyu. She was mature and alluring, with a scorching figure. In those tight athletic pants, her curves were so striking that you simply couldn't look away. The moment I landed, my gaze unconsciously swept downward. Damn, she's got some serious assets. Zhang Xiaoyu's face was full of vigilance. I couldn't be bothered with nonsense and said straight out that I was there to save them. The group of students from Shanghai Academy didn't believe me at all. A 2-star beast master? And he dares to talk big? Someone even shouted, "If the Black Shark weren't nearby, I'd challenge you to a duel." Zhang Xiaoyu was relatively restrained and asked me how exactly I planned to get them out. I said directly, "Go through the depths of the Mist Forest and exit from the other side." The whole crowd erupted. They thought I was simply courting death. After I explained a couple of things and realized it was like playing the lute to a cow, I simply gave a whistle. The Wind Sorrow Shadow Bat immediately lunged over. As the Supreme Lord-level pressure bore down, everyone's faces turned pale. Only then did no one speak anymore. I jumped onto the bat's back and looked at them, saying, "Now, can you come with me?" They were still half believing, half doubting. Zhang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and decided to take the gamble. She asked the others to wait first, while she and I went ahead to scout the way. After saying that, she held out her hand to me. I took the opportunity to pull her onto the bat's back. Along the way, I naturally held her hand. She told me to let go. I made the excuse that the wind was strong and I was afraid she'd fall off. She stared at my profile and asked who I really was. I gave my name, Ancient God Academy. She obviously froze for a moment, then still tried to recruit me into the Shinji Academy. The moment I said I had an F-rank talent, she fell silent at once. She knew very well that Shinji Academy would never admit someone like that. Soon we flew to the edge of the depths. Ahead, the pressure of Wangshu rank was already clearly surging toward us. Zhang Xiaoyu grew nervous and asked whether we could pass through safely. Just as I was about to answer, the wind shadow bat suddenly dived and tilted, directly throwing her into my arms. I took the opportunity to wrap my arm around her at once. My palm brushed against the softest, fullest curve directly. My brain instantly heated up. After cultivating the Duan Yu Jing, that burning urge still hadn't been completely suppressed. Now that I was holding such a mature beauty in my arms, the fire in me surged all at once. She knew perfectly well I was taking advantage of her, yet all she did was blush and scold me. I'm a teacher. I shot back. The academy doesn't seem to have any rules saying teachers and students can't date, does it? Just as she was about to answer, Fengshang's shadow bat had already flown deep into the mist forest. White mist drifted with an otherworldly aura, making it feel like a completely different world from the outside. Zhang Xiaoyu was completely stunned, even forgetting to break free. The sovereign-level beastmasters nearby sensed us and immediately released their oppressive aura to patrol the area. But the moment they recognized Fengshang's shadow bat, they all backed down. She was completely dumbfounded. Only then did she finally believe, these beasts here really wouldn't harm us. I told her to head back and bring everyone from Shanghai Academy over. She came to her senses at once, wriggled out of my arms, and blushingly summoned her own beast. It was actually another sovereign-level avian beast. Its talent and strength were both impressive. Before leaving, she glared at me and said, "If you can make it into the top 10 at the National Beastmaster Tournament in the future, I'll let you touch as much as you want." Her face was already as red as a monkey's backside, and she rode her beast off in a flash like she was fleeing for her life. I stood there, still catching the faint fragrance of her body, and couldn't help but grin. Top 10? Then what if I take first place? Not long after, Zhang Xiaoyu really led everyone from the Divine Sea Academy deep into the misty forest. When she saw me again, her face reddened uncontrollably. Just as I was about to keep teasing her, a sudden thunderous boom rang out from afar. Immediately afterward, one terrifying fluctuation after another came from even deeper within the forest. Everyone's faces instantly turned deathly pale. They're fighting at the king blood level. The true ruler of the misty forest has made its move. The seven-star devouring world serpent suddenly spoke in my mind. It sensed that its own child was also fighting and asked whether it could go over and take a look. I said without hesitation, yes. I immediately had Zhang Xiaoyu and the others retreat toward a safe direction, telling them that Ali and Luo Shuyan were waiting to receive them outside. Use my name. Anyone who dares to stop you, smash them. After saying that, I mounted the wind shadow bat and charged straight toward the direction of the king blood battle. Zhang Xiaoyu shouted from behind asking where I was going, and I only replied, "We'll definitely meet again." Then I disappeared into the white mist. By the time I reached the edge of the battlefield, the 5 strongest rulers of the misty forest, together with more than 10 king blood beasts, were surrounding the black shark mysterious hall master. But the situation was not looking good at all. Several king blood beasts were already injured. The black shark mysterious man demanded why the human-faced thunder ape had gone back on its word. The human-faced thunder ape tore off all pretense. "You never treated us as friends. We haven't forgotten the debt of enslavement." The mysterious man sneered. "Even if someone escapes to spread the news, it'll be too late, unless someone can directly contact the higher-ups of the Beast-Tamer Alliance." My heart skipped a beat. The next second, he made his move directly. Only after the human-faced thunder ape fought him head-on did it realize this guy was actually a 6-star beast tamer. Relying solely on his physical body, he could match the human-faced thunder ape at the peak of the king blood level. Even more outrageous, he still hadn't summoned his beasts. In the next moment, all of his beasts appeared. A deep-sea great demon shark at king blood grade 10, plus 5 ocean-type king blood beasts. 6 king blood beasts, together with him, meant he alone could sweep through the misty forest. The humanoid-faced thunder ape and the others understood that this might be a dead end. They held on with all they had, pinning their last hope on me. Unfortunately, I was only at 2 stars right now, still far from a 4-star contract. The battle erupted in full force, and the mist forest side quickly collapsed across the board. The abyss mist glazed dragon had one of its horns shattered. The 9-headed serpent had 2 heads bitten off, and the 3-legged golden rock had half of 1 wing torn away. Several kings were all gravely wounded. I stood at the edge, my hands clenched so tightly they bled. At that moment, the beast tamers I had contracted from the mist forest began pleading for battle in my mind. They said, "Born here, die here." Even if they could only blow off a bit of skin, they would still charge. Even the 7-star devouring serpent spoke up. I gritted my teeth and finally agreed. The next moment, countless beasts surged out from beside me, following the 7-star devouring serpent as they charged toward the King Blood level battle zone. Every beast harbored the resolve to die. But before they could rush in, the 9-headed serpent was slapped flying out, covered in blood, with only 3 heads left. The moment it landed, it understood what we were trying to do and flew into a rage, using its tail to sweep away the group of beasts under the Lingfeng ape, along with its mother. It stared fixedly at me, reminding me not to forget what I had promised it, to take good care of its mother. My face stiffened, and I could only retract this group of beasts again. The humanoid-faced thunder ape also roared, issuing an order in the name of the king of the mist forest for all beasts to retreat. But as soon as the words fell, it was pressed back into battle by the mysterious man again. The next second, the 3-legged golden roc was also sent flying. Its wings were gone, its whole body drenched in blood, and it could only flap weakly. The humanoid-faced thunder ape went berserk on the spot, unleashing all its lightning and desperately blasting toward the mysterious man. The mysterious man seized the opportunity and, with a backhanded palm strike, slashed at the abyss mist-glazed dragon, actually splitting it cleanly in two. I watched helplessly as its HP plummeted wildly. 10,000, 7,000, 1,000, 20. I could no longer hold back. With a flick of my hand, I released the fallen black Qilin and rode it straight into the battle zone. The Lingfeng wood ape tried to stop me but couldn't. When the abyss mist-glazed dragon's HP dropped to 10, I immediately performed a blood drop contract and forcibly pulled it into the beast-taming space. Contract successful. But at that very moment, the deep-sea great demon shark had already opened its massive maw and was biting down at me. I didn't have time to hesitate at all and immediately activated Divine Beast Heaven Explosion. In an instant, a dark mass of tamed beasts appeared before me, all unleashing the localized self-detonation version of Divine Beast Heaven Explosion. The ferocious explosive energy slammed head-on into the deep-sea great demon shark, sending it flying straight back. But a 10th-rank King Blood beast was ultimately too powerful. This strike only knocked it away and caused almost no real damage. Turned in midair, about to charge down again. The mysterious man also caught sight of me, and immediately realized that the human-faced thunder ape and the others cared about me especially, so he also developed killing intent. Just as I was about to be attacked from both sides, boom! Who would have thought it? Just as my tamed beasts were about to launch another round of collective self-detonation, a muffled drum-like blast suddenly erupted in the sky. The deep-sea great demon shark actually froze in midair. The next second, a King Blood Fate golden toad crashed down, with a middle-aged man in Alliance uniform standing on its back, 6 stars on his chest. A 6-star beast master. The breath I'd been holding finally eased. But before I could even catch it properly, boom! Another heaven-piercing spirit be charged in, and yet another 6-star beast master. 2 6-stars arrived at the same time, and the situation instantly reversed. The black shark mysterious man's expression changed completely. He threw out a harsh line. Since black shark can sneak in, it can appear anywhere. The Beast Master Alliance is already in decline. Then he directly recalled his beasts and retreated. The 2 6-stars immediately gave chase. After the crisis was resolved, the King Blood beasts in the Mist Forest were completely exhausted. The human-faced thunder ape had overdrawn itself the worst, lying on the ground without even the strength to keep twitching. Looking at the mess strewn everywhere, I felt a lump in my chest and could only force out one sentence. I'm sorry. If I hadn't forced them to break with Black Shark, they wouldn't have been hurt this badly. But if I hadn't done that, the humans in the forest would have died too. The human-faced thunder ape didn't even open its eyes. It just said flatly, "Don't say useless things." They cooperated with me for profit in the first place, so I just need to remember my promise. It even told me to contract the 3-legged golden eagle too, so it wouldn't be a pity if it died. But I couldn't do it. Right after contracting the abyss mist Lai Long, my body was already on the verge of bursting apart. I was only one step away from Tier 3 now, and there was simply no way I could contract another King Blood beast. At this moment, Sky Shadow Star Heron spoke up. Actually, the human-faced thunder ape never wanted to cooperate with Black Shark in the first place. It just had no choice. Even if they reported it themselves, the Alliance might not believe them and could instead take the opportunity to wipe them all out. They also never expected that I would really be able to call in 2 6-star beast masters. A whooshing sound rang out again. The Chun Long who had chased after them earlier came back and landed directly in front of me, staring at me. "Kid, you've got guts. You even dared to barge into a King Blood level battlefield." I smiled at him and thanked him first for saving my life. Chun Long recognized me at a glance. "You're Luke?" The one Xing you mentioned? I casually brushed it off with a modest remark, and he immediately patted my shoulder. My name is Chun Long. Join the alliance in the future, and if you need anything, come find me. I immediately agreed and asked whether the mysterious black shark man had run. Chun Long said he had escaped. Qin Zhan was still chasing him, and Black Shark wouldn't dare make any big moves in the short term. Headquarters had already sent an inspection team, and Black Shark wasn't qualified to go head-to-head with the alliance. He asked me to tell him everything that had happened in the Mist Forest. I didn't hide anything, from entering the forest to Black Shark's hunt, the Duan family stronghold's abnormality, the king's betrayal, and collecting corpses for experiments. I spilled it all. I especially mentioned that the Duan family was very likely colluding with Black Shark, and that with Black Shark causing such a huge disturbance in the outskirts, the Duan family couldn't possibly not know. Chun Long's expression turned cold in an instant. He said he would investigate immediately and, while he was at it, clean up the remaining Black Shark members, then told me to leave quickly. After speaking, he turned around and disappeared. After Chun Long left, the human-faced Thunder Ape had the Shadowlight Star Luan take me out first. There was still a King Blood level expert from the Duan family outside, and it wasn't safe to leave by ordinary means. I jumped onto the Shadowlight Star Luan and left the Mist Forest. On the outskirts, the people from the Divine Sea Academy had already met up with the Ancient God Academy. Zhang Xiaoyu could have led the students away first, but she chose to stay and wait for me. She said she was thanking me face to face, but everyone knew she was actually worried whether I was dead. Luo Xian was even more anxious, pacing in circles on the spot, muttering non-stop, "Why isn't he out yet?" Ai Li told her to calm down, and she shot back, "If something's happened to him, I really don't know what I'd do." Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help asking her, "How exactly did you two meet?" After learning that we had only actually met in the forest, even she thought it was absurd. In the end, one sentence from Luo Xian made the whole place fall silent. Some people don't need to know each other for long. Just one look is enough to know they're the person you've been looking for in this lifetime. Yishuero lowered her head and said nothing, and Yen Ruxue and Zhang Xiaoyu also fell silent. Just then, a King Blood level pressure surged rapidly toward us from the distance. Everyone instantly tensed up, thinking a King Blood level beast from the forest had broken out. They didn't even have time to run. It wasn't until a huge blue kill-like bird stopped overhead that everyone thought it was over. The next second, I jumped down from the back of the bird. Luo Shuyan was the first to react, rushing straight into my arms, hugging me and rubbing against me while crying out. So excited it was like she had found me again after losing me. She had really been afraid I'd die in there. Yishuero stood off to the side, clearly uncomfortable. She was obviously the one who had known me first, and I had even personally said she was my woman. Yet now, she could only watch as Luo Xian threw herself into my arms first. As for the others, they were already completely stunned. Damn, who could have imagined it? Riding a Lord-level beast out was already outrageous enough, and this time he actually had a King Blood-level beast deliver him right to the entrance. That sense of impact wasn't shocking, it was downright absurd. I looked up and thanked the Shadowlight Star Luan. It told me to be more careful, and I said I'd be going back again. Then it nodded and flew back into the Mist Forest. The moment it left, Deng Chu Xiao and the others crowded around me. Their eyes widened like light bulbs, full of disbelief. How did you do that? Did you turn into a human? I could only say, I made a deal, don't overthink it. Yet inwardly he was furiously complaining. These old foxes, every one of them a schemer, nothing but mind games. To put it plainly, this trip to the Misty Forest was a huge win for me, more than 1,000,000 fate points, most of them spent already. Not to mention the even crazier part. I directly contracted over 3,000 beast companions. Among them was even a King Blood beast, the Abyss Mist Glazed Dragon. Although it's now only half alive, crushed down to commander rank by the fallen Dark Kirin. That's only temporary. Once my cultivation level rises, it will still be King Blood. That's not all. Commander, Battle General, different bloodline, common bloodline. A whole bunch of them. By now, I'm no longer someone who can trigger a small-scale beast tide. I myself am a small-scale beast tide.